Chapter 90. At this time, Kaze Ichiro, who was already controlled by the demonic spirit, turned his head toward the powerless Zwameguchi on the ground. He jumped up and raised his fist to kill Zwameguchi. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed between Kaze Ichiro and Zwameguchi. He raised his staff to block Kaze Ichiro's attack. The dazzling lightning clearly illuminated the appearance of the person. It was Zwameguchi's father, Lai Ping. "Dad," Zwameguchi weakly muttered with some surprise. The staff in Lai Ping's hand trembled, and an ingenious vibration sent Kaze Ichiro flying. After flipping in the air, he landed on the ground and laughed maniacally. "Damn it! What are you doing? Don't stop me, smelly dad," Zwameguchi shouted with a hoarse voice. However, due to his heavy injuries and lack of breath, his shouts sounded more like a spoiled child. Kaze Ichiro leaped into the air and charged over like a beast on all fours. Lai Ping still used his staff to block, but because Kaze Ichiro's speed was too fast, in addition to the fact that he had injured one of his eyes in order to bear the sins of the black-clothed people, he was unable to accurately block Kaze Ichiro. He could only use his staff to block Kaze Ichiro's mouth that was about to bite over. Kacha! The staff directly shattered under Kaze Ichiro's gnawing, like a beast gnawing on a bone. This caused Lai Ping's single eye to widen and his pupils to constrict. "Don't! This is my battle with Xiongba. When I started fighting with him, I was already prepared to die here." Zwameguchi did not care about Lai Ping's current danger and stubbornly said, "Nonsense! Don't speak without thinking. Stupid brat. Words like life and death cannot be casually said. When a person dies, only a soul fragment is left. You have to know that the person who will bear your regret and sorrow is the person who will take care of the fragments." Lai Ping pushed Kaze Ichiro's head back and said, looking at Mr. Lai Ping's struggling appearance. Yi, who came back to his senses, directly rushed behind Lai Ping and sent Kazunori Ichiro flying with a move of hitting a cow across a mountain. Feng Zong Ichiro, who was sent flying, nimbly stepped on a tree behind him and jumped into the air again. A huge dragon aura circled around his body, and a dragon fist appeared in his hand again. He smashed down at Yi and the other two from above. When Seito saw this, he knew that he had no choice but to make a move. He quickly rushed in front of the three of them. His feet dug into the ground like hooks, and his heels dug into the ground. He channeled all his strength into his hands, and a large amount of ninshi gathered in his palms to form a thick ball of energy. He wanted to meet Kazunori Ichiro's attack. However, at this moment, another person suddenly appeared in front of Seito. He stretched out his right hand and easily blocked Kazunori Ichiro's dragon fist that was about to hit him. At the point of contact, a huge flow of air exploded. However, Seito and the others who were behind the figure did not feel the impact of the ninshi at all. On the contrary, Kazunori Ichiro's ninshi gathered and spread out like a meteor entering the atmosphere. "My son has caused trouble for everyone." The person who came spoke. It was a female voice. "Auntie!" Yi exclaimed in surprise. "You're late, Zengiko." Lai Ping also let out a sigh of relief and teased. At this moment, Kazunori Ichiro, whose ninshi had completely disappeared, turned back into a yellow-haired youth. He no longer had the ferocious demeanor that he had when he was possessed. "Mother!" Kazunori Ichiro looked at the woman in front of him and said in disbelief, "Kazunori Ichiro, in the future, you must fight with your heart. You must not be like that person and walk the same path." Kazunori Ichiro's mother, who was the person who came, Zengiko, said in a low voice. Then, when everyone was puzzled, Zengiko suddenly let out an extremely miserable cry. Then, Zengiko's right arm that had received Kazunori Ichiro's dragon fist seemed to have been hit by a high-speed rotating fan blade. It twisted and scattered in all directions. Scarlet flesh, skin, and clothes flew in the air. "Mother!" Kazunori Ichiro hastily rushed up and held Zengiko, who was about to fall to the ground. "Auntie!" Zhengizi! Yi and Lai Ping were also stunned by this unforeseen event and quickly exclaimed, "Ah Chung, quickly come and save Annie." The kind Ye's mind instantly flashed with the scene of Sei Ito healing himself. He quickly shouted at Sei Ito. Okay. Sei Ito agreed and quickly walked to Zengiko's side. Under Kazunori Ichiro's nervous and expectant gaze, he quickly took out a special rune belt and sealed Zengiko's bleeding wound. Then, the rune belt flashed with an imperceptible light. The entire rune belt instantly tightened and stuck to the wound. Then, Sei Ito took out a rejuvenation talisman. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and tore a piece of cloth from Zengiko's clothes. He hid the rejuvenation talisman in it and covered the wound together. After doing all this, Sei Ito said to several people, I have already stopped his bleeding. The rest can only be treated at the hospital. Thank you, Ah-chung. Kazunori Ichiro sincerely thanked Sei Ito for the first time. You're welcome. If it wasn't for your mother, the one injured just now might have been me. Sei Ito said honestly. He really didn't have the confidence to take on the Dragon Fist. Of course, even if he took on Sei Ito, he was sure that he would never directly cripple himself like Zengiko. But no matter what, Zengiko sacrificed himself for everyone. This kind of heart was worth Sei Ito using the Inyan technique to save him. Then, several people hurriedly brought the unconscious Zengiko and the seriously injured Zengiko back to the black-clothed men. They directly used their power to call for a helicopter to send the two to the hospital. Too cruel. Yi, who was sitting on the chair, said in a low voice, that kind of power is terrifying. Because looking at Kazunori Ichiro's appearance when he was possessed, it reminded Yi of the time when he was first controlled by Dragon I and beat up the executive Tanakami. Yi, the power itself is not terrifying. What's terrifying is the person who uses the power. Sei Ito leaned back on the chair and said after listening to Ye's words, even with that kind of terrifying power, there are people who pursue it. At the same time, there are also people who can't obtain it in their lifetime. Sei Ito didn't elaborate, but the smart Yi understood. The so-called people who can't obtain it in their lifetime were ordinary people. And compared to those ordinary people who want to obtain this power but have no way to do so, Yi, as the holder of this power, was lucky. That kind of power, what's there to pursue? It's so ugly. Yi still said in a low voice. Ugly? Sei Ito muttered to himself and didn't answer. The corridor fell into a dull silence. After staying for a while, Mui returned to Sei Ito and Ye's side. After briefly telling the two about Kazunori Ichiro and his mother's situation, the three decided to return to the Zeo family. After all, they had been away from home for 2 days, and the Tianlan martial gathering was not far away. Now that they were pressed for time, they didn't have time to waste here. The three of them greeted Mr. Lai Ping and turned to walk out of the hospital. On the way, the three of them met a man wearing a suit. His long blonde hair was combed back. Only 2 or 3 strands of hair in front of his forehead stood up like a crown. The appearance of this person directly attracted the attention of Sei Ito and Yi. Yi noticed because he thought this person was familiar, while Sei Ito noticed the color of this person's body that represented the power of the world. It was the deepest purple color that Sei Ito had ever seen. Then, before Sei Ito and Yi could do anything, Lai Ping's behavior directly ignited a battle between them. When Lai Ping saw the person's face, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. However, when the person ignored him and was about to go to Zengiko's room, he reached out to stop him. And the person simply swung his hand and sent Lai Ping, who had no gun in his hand, flying to the ground, smashing a shallow hole in the cement floor. Mr. Lai Ping, Yi called out with concern. His body instantly rushed to the person, and he used the Jujube Jutsu to grab the person's arm. The person didn't turn his head and turned his arm, flipping his hand and grabbing Ye's arm. Then, a strange energy instantly attacked Ye's body, making her weak all over. Then, she was ruthlessly thrown out by the person, smashing the wall and causing it to crack. At this time, Lai Ping, who had already climbed up, grabbed a chair next to him, grabbed a wooden plank from above, and used it as a staff or a spear to attack the person on the side. After Sei Ito saw Yi fall, He quickly went behind the person and stretched out his foot to kick the person's resting armpit. The person didn't turn around. He just filled his palm with chi and reached out to block Lai Ping's stab. At the same time, he bent his knee and bounced Sei Ito's foot away. Sei Ito turned over and stood on the ground with one hand, using his other foot to kick up the person. The person slightly moved his head away, dodging Sei Ito's attack. Then he blocked a few of Lai Ping's attacks with his palm and turned it into a fan, fanning Lai Ping's attack to his side and stabbing directly at Sei Ito. When Sei Ito saw this, he grabbed the ground with his fingers and turned his wrist. He forcibly pulled his body back and stood up again. Lai Ping's stab missed and instantly changed from a stab to a sweep. The person's posture changed. He raised his palm to block Lai Ping's attack and directly grabbed Lai Ping's staff. Chi burst out and rushed toward Lai Ping along with the person's attack. The huge force directly sent Lai Ping flying and falling to the ground again. I have no intention of fighting. I just came to take back some of my belongings, the person said again. Please collect, please recommend. I sincerely beg. Chapter 91. Time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. I still remember how lazy I was when I wrote the first chapter. Now that I'm used to it, I feel like I'm missing something if I don't write. Looking at the collection in the back end steadily increasing every day, I'm really happy. At least there are people who read my book and recognize it. This is really satisfying for me. As for whether I can intervene in the future, I have some expectations. Anyway, it's all thanks to the support of my book friends. Today's 5th chapter of 12,000 chapters has ended, and it just so happens that I'm uploading my new book in January, so I'm lamenting more. In the end, I'm still asking for your collection and recommendation. After all, there's only hope for V if it's collected. Thank you for your support. Do you think I'll believe you? Zongpa. Lai Ping struggled to get up from the ground and said to Kaze Ichiro's father, Zongpa, what about you? Young man. Zongpa didn't pay attention to Lai Ping. Instead, he turned his head slightly and glanced at Sei Ito from the corner of his eyes. As long as you don't touch Yi, I don't care about anything else, Sei Ito said cautiously. From the exchange, just now, he knew that the opponent was very strong. If he didn't use all his cards, he wouldn't be a threat to Zongpa. Also, this battle environment was too bad. Chung. Yi, who was still struggling with the strange force in his body, heard Sei Ito's words. His heart was instantly surrounded by happiness. He looked at Sei Ito with eyes full of tenderness and murmured, Kid you. Lai Ping was stunned by Sei Ito's words. Then he shouted at Sei Ito angrily. Okay. Zongpa nodded. His purpose today was just to collect the legacy. He didn't care about anything else. Okay, we'll leave. Sei Ito stared at Zongpa cautiously and carefully moved to Yi's side. He leaned over and hugged Yi in his arms and slowly retreated to a safe area. Bastard. Lai Ping was completely enraged by Sei Ito's actions and rushed towards Zongpa without thinking. At this time, the door of Jingiko's room opened. Zong Ichiro, who had been woken up by the continuous fighting, walked out in a daze. He looked at the dilapidated corridor and Lai Ping, who was rushing towards Zongpa with a puzzled expression. Kid, go quickly. Lai Ping also noticed Zong Ichiro, who came out at this time, and quickly shouted. At the same time, his hands moved even faster in an attempt to stop Zongpa. Seeing Kaze Ichiro appear, a slight smile appeared on Zongpa's face. The strength that he had been holding back increased slightly. Almost instantly, he knocked Lai Ping to the ground again, and the wind stopped him from moving. It's you. Kaze Ichiro finally understood the situation and shouted. Shinwu, I'm here to pick you up, Zongpa said as he walked past Lai Ping and walked towards Zong Ichiro. When the latter heard Zongpa's words, he immediately activated the Dragon Gate. His hair instantly turned black, and he threw out a dragon fist without even thinking. Has it already reached this point? I came just in time, Zongpa muttered. He easily dodged Toyozong Ichiro's attack and punched Toyozong Ichiro's abdomen. The huge force directly made Kaze Ichiro bend over uncontrollably. Zonpa only lightly waved his hand and chopped Kaze Ichiro's neck, and Kaze Ichiro immediately fainted. Zonpa found an 4-tube from the nurse's table and tied Kaze Ichiro's hands behind his back. He did not look at Jingiko and directly carried Kaze Ichiro out of the hospital. He threw him into the car at the entrance of the hospital and drove away. All of this was seen by Issei Ito and the other two who were near the entrance of the hospital. If I were Kaze Ichiro and I was taken away by such a powerful person, what would you do if you didn't have power? Issei Ito asked Yi softly. Yi fell in a deep thought. That's right, what would I do? If I didn't have power, could I just watch as Ah-chan was taken away? Issei Ito did not speak to Yi and let him think on his own. The three called for a taxi and returned to the Zeo family. After returning to the Zeo family and the Imperial Academy, Yi's mental state suddenly changed. His martial arts realm and strength also increased greatly. It had to be now. Yi, who was in the dojo, used an Iato chop. He felt as if the surrounding sound disappeared in an instant. Sort of breaking sound. Issei Ito and Junyi thought at the same time. The next morning, because they were not used to Kaze Ichiro's absence, they all put on their daily clothes and went to the door of the department. Everyone's clothes are so exaggerated. Yi, who was still in his school uniform, looked at everyone's equipment and said in surprise. Everyone chuckled and didn't explain. Where's the department head? Takaya asked when she realized that the department head was missing from the crowd. Sister asked for leave today. She said that she had something to do. Yi said casually. He did not think that there was anything wrong with his sister asking for leave. However, in the ears of others, it had a different meaning. Oh no, big sister is too cunning. Takaya, Bobu, and Kanokage shouted at the same time. You're worried about classmate phone. Don't worry, sister said that classmate phone will definitely come back. Yi said in realization. Then he pulled Issei Ito to the door and took off his shoes, preparing to change into his training clothes. Anyway, there's no point in us being anxious here. Come on, morning exercise, morning exercise. Yi said, before everyone could react to Yi's words. Yi, who had disappeared, poked half of his body out of the door again. He covered the corner of his eyes with one hand and imitated Junye's tone. The following is sister's message. Acting rashly and looking left and right will expose your flaws and give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of you. You have to take care of yourselves and wait for me to come back. If you disobey, you will be expelled from the department immediately. End of message. Okay, let's begin. Since there are so many people, let's start with group practice, Takaya said after a while. Issei Ito was still in the same group as Yi. However, this time, Yi was more focused than usual. He did not want to slack off during the practice. Therefore, Yi's ki at this time was much more active than usual. Coupled with the improvement of his strength and spiritual realm after returning from 9 regions, Yi's momentum during the training had also become sharper. Ito-sei, who was accustomed to Yi's gentleness, was somewhat unable to adapt. Zhu Yi and Yi began to practice seriously. The two of them attacked and defended as if they were in a real battle. Time quickly passed by as everyone practiced. However, at this time, a student suddenly ran into the activity room of the soft sword department. He said while panting, Takaya, the foreigner in your department was attacked at the school gate. He was seriously injured. If you don't go over now, maybe... Before he could finish, Gao Lu Yaxiao rushed out and ran toward the school gate. On the other hand, after Gao Lu Yaxiao ran out, the others looked at each other and refocused on their training. They were not worried about whether Gao Lu Yaxiao could save them in time or whether she could deal with the attacker. It could be seen how strong Gao Lu Yaxiao was in the hearts of the important people. Sure enough, not long after, Takaru Yaxiao brought over a middle school girl who was only wearing a bra and underwear. Her hands were tied up. Takaya brought the girl to the side of Kano Kage, who was practicing boxing, and tied the girl's hand to the top edge of the sandbelt. The thumbs of both hands were tied together with a small string, and a rope was tied to each of her legs to form a buckle behind the sandbelt, so that the girl's entire back was leaning against the sandbelt, making it impossible for her to exert strength. After Takaya left to clean up in the bathroom, everyone came to the girl and prepared to interrogate her. There are a lot of questions that we have to ask you. Although we don't want to be rough with you, we will still do whatever it takes. So I advise you to obediently confess now. Kano Kage tried to motivate her. Umph. The girl coldly snorted and did not answer. Are you mentally prepared? Kano Kage frowned and looked at the girl with a gloomy expression. A burst of uncontrollable laughter came out of the girl's mouth. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing the girl's laughter, Takaya, who hurriedly dealt with her physiological problems, returned to the activity room and shouted at Kano Kage. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by Takaya Kage. The girl instantly launched a counterattack. When no one was paying attention, the girl first puffed up her cheeks and then stuck out her tongue. A curled object on her tongue instantly straightened. The girl bit the end and cut the rope that tied her hands and feet. Then, she instantly held her sword and slashed at the back of Takaya Kage's head, who was closest to her. When everyone was a little slow to react, Yi, who had unknowingly activated Dragon, I immediately slashed with his sword. The girl's weapon and the pendant on her chest were cut in half. I feel a key. In that item, there's a key that is completely different from this girl's. Yi said. The pendant that was cut in half also burst out a strange key, as Yi described it. Several ugly, disgusting, snake-like skeletons formed phantoms that spiraled a few times before dissipating into the air. Chapter 92. Begging for recommendations. Begging for collections. Let the recommendations and collections come more fiercely. P.S. Added the Godslayer. You can go to that world, but it's too high-end. You need to go later. When the key dissipated. Only Seito, Yi, and Takajiku were still standing in the room. Kanye Kage was directly reminded of his dusty memories by the key. He held his head and shivered at the side. The last girl, Yuanyuan, was at a loss and let out a ah sound. There's actually... Yi bent over and picked up the pendant that was cut in half by himself. He felt the remaining key inside and said with certainty, it's Akabane's strength, there's no mistake. Unfortunately, I don't know as much as my sister, so I don't know which family it came from. Is Akabane's power like this? Ito frowned and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. This was the third time he saw Akabane's power. The first time was when Yi of the Zeo family broke out with the Dragon's Eye. At that time, the Zeo family sky had this kind of disgusting monster. It was only later that he found out that it was the Dragon's Eye that triggered the destruction. The second time was when Kazunori Ichiro and Zueyozwa fought with each other. The disgusting key. The last time was this time. It's really disgusting. It's obviously the representation of the world's will, the dragon's power, but it actually became like this. Human heart. It seems that I should prepare something. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if I encounter these abnormalities in the future. This made Ito have a further understanding of the so-called powers in this world. Why? Where's this place? Why is this circle in this place? The girl covered her face with both hands and cried in panic. She didn't have the courage to resist just now. After a long while, everyone regained their calm and could finally use their minds to think about some problems. All in all, there are two questions. First, what's with F? Second, the chip. What's inside? Why are they looking for it at all costs? As for the chip, Mu Jing had secretly taken it when he was in the 9 provinces and did not return it to Lai Ping. Isn't F the descendant of the 12 godly generals? They are directly under Kochin's command, but they have nothing to do with the executive department. Kano Kage said with some confusion. This is just our understanding. But there was one thing that was strange. Why did they set up an F outside the executive department? What was the reason? Since they were all under Guang Chen's command, wouldn't it be better to have a unified command? In addition, this time, F was obviously an illegal operation. It was obvious that Guang Chen and Guang Shan were doing their own things. Therefore, in conclusion, I guess that F is not a subordinate organization established by Guang Chen. Mui pulled out all the pieces of information and explained them one by one. In the end, she concluded, on the other hand, Kwangsun San's existence might be for Just when everyone was shocked by Mui's speculation, Roly-Poly, who had been silent, said, 8 years ago, F was established 8 years ago. At that time, Kwangzai was still a primary school student. Kwangzai once asked us to follow him, but we only agreed to help him. Just as that Mr. Alien said, F is not Kwangzai's subordinate. Although there are some people like Little Sa, Cheong, who admire Kwangzai and secretly swear loyalty to him. Following the narration, Roly-Poly's state was obviously much better. She continued, during the political change 2 years ago, we in Kwangzai expelled the head of the family at that time. In order to suppress the shaken branch family, we lent the army to him to kill all the hindrances. All of these were the intentions of that person. That person? What person? Mui quickly asked. What kind of intentions do you have? Why are you talking nonstop now? Kano Kage said. At this time, Roly-Poly's face became gloomy. Her body wrapped in a big scarf stood up and walked to the half of the hanging ornament on the ground. She first laughed at herself and then said somewhat hysterically, I don't know what intentions I have. Why? I thought that the person I liked the most was that person. He's clearly my enemy. 8 years ago, he killed my parents and all the people from the 12 main families. It's that hanging ornament. Because that hanging ornament has a charm that can affect a person's mind and memory. Ito walked to Roly-Poly's side, bent down, and picked up the half of the hanging ornament at his feet and said, Although I don't know how to use ki to make charms, I know more than one charms with similar effects. I didn't expect that I would actually meet a guy who plays with charms in this world. I thought that other than zero destruction, that kind of thing passed down from ancient times, no one would know yin-yang technique. Ito secretly said in his heart, while unconsciously turning the piece of the hanging ornament in his hand. While they were still talking about chips, and that person, a group of uninvited guests barged into the soft sword department's activity room. It was still a large group of black-clothed people and a leading general. However, this time, the general's attire was even weirder than before. It was the same attire as the corpses in Shaanxi. His face was covered with an obvious corpse mask with the word death written on it. His hands were in his sleeves as he walked in. His entire body was emitting an unpleasant smell. This smell... Ito frowned as he looked at the general who walked in. He was too familiar with this smell. He could often smell this smell on Meteor Street. It was the familiar smell of rotting corpses. Could it be that this guy is not only dressed like one, but he is also one? Everyone, please hand over the chip. A black-clothed person walked out from the side of the leader and said loudly. It was as if he didn't put this group of students in his eyes at all. Looks like we can avoid this battle. Takaya looked at the person who came and said, Aya, you guys are always doing such a dangerous activity. I won't participate. Kano Kage sighed as he slowly retreated. This bro was planning to run away. Senior, Yi said cautiously. Haha, the latter laughed dryly. Let's fight. Ito's words were the simplest. This was because he could feel from the aura of the leader that he was getting impatient. Sure enough, in the next moment, the arrogant man was directly punched in the face by the leader and sent flying. His face was covered in blood, and his face was disfigured. One could see how cruel the leader was. Senior Takaya, please protect Roly-Poly. After Yi said that, she took the lead and rushed in front of the black-clothed people with her katana. She slashed out with her katana, causing the black-clothed people in front of her to lose their ability to fight. I don't need protection, Roly-Poly said stubbornly. However, he didn't rush up to fight and only stood quietly to the side. As for Kano Kage, he simply disappeared at the beginning of the battle. No one knew how he ran out of the soft sword department. Takaya, this thing is for you to keep. It's too dangerous for me. Mitsui hurriedly took out the chip and put it in Takaya's hand. Then, she followed Kano's footsteps and ran away. Hey! Takagi cried out helplessly. However, a punch had interrupted his thoughts of arguing. He could only helplessly dodge and casually send his opponent flying with a punch. Itose looked at the undead in front of him. Itose gave the leader a title and rushed forward. He quickly chopped down with the Jujube family's hidden sword in his hand. The zombie raised his hands and blocked Itose's chop with his two metal hands, which were as sharp as knives. At the same time, he quickly grasped with his other hand, and the 330-centimeter long sword-like fingers instantly slashed towards Ito Sei's chest, leaving 5 lacerations on his clothes. Sure enough, it's not human, Ito said. His right leg moved back half a step, and his left leg didn't move. His entire center of gravity was on his right leg. While dodging the opponent's attack, he swung his weapon and sent out a sharp kenki towards the leader's head. When the leader dodged back, Ito retracted his katana. Then, he turned the katana around and stood on the ground. His left leg, which hadn't moved, kicked the metal claws away. At the same time, his right leg kicked out. The undead reacted quickly. After one hand was kicked away by Ito, the other hand quickly tried to grab it. However, Ito's right leg kicked it away again. At this time, Ito's body was half bent. He held the sword with both hands and stabbed at the undead. The undead instantly shook the ground and flipped over to dodge Ito's attack. Then, a circle of air burst out from under his feet. He quickly dove down and reached out to grab Ito. When Ito saw that his attack had failed, he could only raise his katana to block the incoming claw. However, at this time, another claw reached out. The sharp claw immediately left a few deep wounds on Ito's right ribs. A large amount of blood spurted out. At the same time, an electric kinky burst out. Ito's hair stood on end. His body immediately stopped moving, and he was kicked away by the undead. Bang! Ito slammed into the wall of the room. A huge crack appeared on the wall. Achum! Yi, who had been paying attention to Ito's situation, hurriedly called out worriedly. Chapter 93. Please add it to your collection and recommend it. I'm in a hurry to collect it. P.S. Chapter 57. That revision doesn't affect the plot. It's just a revision of the previous mistakes I made. After finishing off Ito, the living dead didn't launch an additional attack on Ito. Instead, it quickly targeted Takajiku Yashao, who was holding the chip, and swooped down in front of Yashao. Yashao hurriedly kicked away the black-clothed man in front of him and raised his arm to block the undead's claw. The undead's long iron claw still left 3 bloody scars on Yashao's shoulder. Just as Yashao was about to punch back, a burst of electric current broke out. Shuinji's wound rushed into Yashao's body, obstructing his action of gathering chi. The electric current made him scream loudly. At this time, Yi, who had been stimulated by Ito's injury and opened his dragon eye state, instantly came to Takajiku Yashao's side. He unsheathed the famed katana again and slashed out with an Iato. The strong wind directly lifted the mask on the living dead's face. Under the mask, there was only a skull and a small amount of flesh that hadn't completely rotted away. In one of the empty eye sockets, an object similar to Yuan's broken pendant flashed in the eye sockets. Everything that he saw directly shocked Yi, and the dragon eye also retreated at this time. Fortunately, Yi's mental state had improved recently, and he quickly recovered. He opened the dragon eye again and slashed at the living dead. A huge chi energy followed Iwa's slash, directly splitting the floor between the two of them into 2 halves, leaving behind a deep mark. The living dead instantly released Takajiku Yashao and crossed its arms in front of its chest. The huge iron claw directly blocked Yi's Iato, and then it used force to push Yi's arm away. The huge energy released forced Yi to retreat. At this time, Ito, who had already suppressed the electric current in his body and sealed his wound, instantly appeared behind the living dead. With a sweep of his legs, he kicked the unprepared living dead back. At the same time, he quickly got up and turned around, holding the katana in one hand, and slashed at the living dead's neck. The living dead, who had long been inhuman, calmly stretched out one hand to block Ito's slash, and the other hand swept out, forcing Ito's attack to retreat. At this moment, the undead who had just fallen to the ground rolled on the ground and stood up again. Cracking sounds of bones colliding came from his mouth, as if he was laughing. Senior Takajiku, Quickly take Yuan and leave this place. His target is the chip. We will only be safe if you leave. Yi finally remembered the opponent's target and quickly shouted to Takajiku. On the other hand, Takajiku had long been frightened by Yi's face that was blown up by the wind when he slashed. Her heart was filled with fear and evil thoughts, and she was hesitating about the strong and martial arts that she knew. Only now did she get woken up by Yi. Her spirit was shaken, and she shouted to Yi, "Got it!" Then she pulled Yuan, turned around, and ran out of the department. Just as the living dead was about to chase after them, Seito forced the living dead to retreat with a ruthless slash. After a while, with Yi's help, the two firmly held the living dead in place. Seeing that there was no one around, Seito suddenly retreated from the battle and threw out a few sharp objects. Yi, get out of the way. Then Yi, who suddenly felt the pressure increase and was somewhat confused by Seito's actions, shouted behind him. However, his hands did not stop quickly forming seals. Okay. Although Yi didn't know what Ito-sei was going to do, out of complete trust, he didn't think about it and forced the undead to retreat. Just as the undead was about to chase after him, Ito-sei finished forming the seal and put his palms together and shouted, "Form!" The objects that were thrown out instantly flashed with a ray of light, and then a few dotted lines appeared out of thin air. They seemed slow, but in fact, it was completely beyond a person's reaction speed. Then, the four objects that were used as nodes once again shot out a ray of light towards another shiny object on the ceiling. A barrier similar to the ancient Egyptian cup shrouded the living dead, and a large number of spells jumped and changed on the light curtain formed by energy. Yi saw that the sealed living dead could not come out no matter how hard it struggled. So he walked to Seito's side with his sword and asked, "A barrier, a simple barrier used to seal evil spirits. It's not very strong, but it's enough to deal with this guy." Seito's forehead was sweating, and he gently wiped it as he looked at the guy in the barrier and said, "By the way, Ah-chung, I just saw that guy's eyes also have that thing you call the charm on Yuan's body." Yi nodded and quickly said to Seito as he recalled the scene he saw just now, "It's okay. I think that the charm's aura has a source. Although I don't know if my barrier can seal the other party's aura, but don't you still have us?" Seito said with a relaxed smile. Yi also laughed when he heard this. Looking at the destroyed activity room, he mischievously stuck out his tongue and said, "When sister comes back, she'll probably be worried again. Haha. Haha, that's for sure." Seito also laughed and walked to the edge of the barrier. Looking at the living dead who had gradually given up resisting, he once again formed a seal with his hands. But this time, he formed a seal with the diamond seal as the main seal. Normally, this kind of seal was only needed for offensive techniques. Sure enough, after 4 or 5 seals, a small 6-pointed star pattern suddenly flashed on the ground inside the boundary, and the undead suddenly lit up. Then, a spiraling stream of runes wrapped around the undead from bottom to top, emitting a large amount of light and heat, attacking the undead that was wrapped up. Although Yi did not understand what Seito was doing, he could tell that he was eliminating the leader. However, when he thought about how the other party was no longer a human, he did not try to persuade Seito not to kill them. A moment later, the spiral of runes suddenly lit up, followed by bursts of black aura accompanied by the images of the terrifying monsters that had appeared when Yuan's necklace was destroyed. They faced off against the spiral of runes. Unfortunately, there was no one controlling the images of the monsters, so they only lasted for a moment before disappearing in the explosion of the spiral of runes. Seito waited for the living dead inside the barrier to turn into ashes before letting out a sigh of relief and muttering to himself, "It seems that there is a difference between the charms made with aura and those made with spiritual power. Even without anyone controlling it, it was still able to maintain a stalemate for such a long time. It seems that I really need to prepare more foundation stones for such a simple barrier." "It's gone just like that?" Yi stuttered as he looked at the gradually disappearing traces of the barrier and the ashes that were blown away by the wind. "Yes, this is a demon extermination technique. It deals the greatest damage to these creatures that are neither human nor ghost. Moreover, in order to prevent any corpses from being left behind, it also has a burning effect. It's a good way to get rid of corpses, Sei Ito joked casually. Yi was made helpless by Sei Ito's tone. He could only put away his shock and cautiously say, Chung, should we go look for Talio-senpai? Yi asked. Let's not. Without this thing, Talio-senpai will be fine, Sei Ito said. Yi thought about it and agreed. He did not think that there might be someone even more powerful here. In an unknown, huge, ancient building, Zong Pe, who was wearing a suit, fell to the ground with blood dripping from his forehead. In front of him, a ball of light that represented a different kind of key was exploding, burning the talismans around the ball of light. Sei Ito, who the hell are you? Zong Pe muttered to himself. That night, Yi and Sei Ito returned to Zao's house together. Because there were no other members of the soft sword department present, Zao's house once again returned to its original state. It was empty, quiet, and somewhat dull. Just as Yi was about to enjoy the two of them, the phone in Zao's house suddenly rang. Yi picked up the phone and answered, Hello, this is Zao's house. Yi, you are indeed at home. Let Chung answer the phone. Jinye's voice came from the phone. Wait a moment. Chung, it's a call from your sister. Yi was a little surprised. Why did his sister call Sei Ito? However, he still called Sei Ito over and handed the phone to him. He stood to the side and pretended not to care. In fact, he was secretly eavesdropping. Hello, Jinyi, it's me. Sei Ito looked at Yi and felt that it was funny. However, this kind of Yi was really cute. Chung, come to Kyushu. This time, I need your special power. Jinyi said in a low voice. Chapter 94. I'm still looking for your collection, looking for your recommendation. If anyone has time, even if it's just registering an account, I'm willing to accept my book. Text continues below == early the next morning. Sei Ito bid farewell to Yi, who had been ordered by Zhang Yi to stay behind and look after the house, and boarded the plane to Kyushu alone. After a 2-hour journey, they finally arrived at Kyushu around 10 a.m. and then called a taxi to meet at the designated location. When Ito-sei arrived and got out of the car, he saw Mayo, who was sitting on a bench beside him, looking bored. Zhang Yi. Sei Ito walked to Zhang Yi and greeted him. You're here. The situation there is a bit urgent. Let's go there first. Zhang Yi saw Sei Ito nodding, and then eagerly walked out with Sei Ito. The two first left the meeting place, and then went directly into the forest after a long road. When they were in the forest, Zhang Yi immediately changed his way of walking and quickly jumped into the distance. Sei Ito, who was behind Zhang Yi, saw this and had to quickly follow, jumping forward like a monkey in the forest. After a quick trek, Zhang Yi and Sei Ito landed in front of a shabby small house in the forest, and Zhang Yi walked in with Sei Ito. It's you. Hearing the footsteps, Lai Ping, who instinctively checked the person, shouted after seeing Sei Ito behind Zhang Yi. Mr. Lai Ping, Zhang Yi shouted, stopping Lai Ping from making things difficult for him. Zhang Yi knew what Itsunari had done in the hospital. Although it didn't look good on his face, it wasn't wrong. Moreover, Sei Ito was not familiar with Zhang Yi. Even if it was Kaze Ichiro's problem, Zhang Yi expressed his understanding. Chung, go take a look at Miss Zhang Giko. Her situation is not good right now. If possible, help her. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Use your special ability. Looking at Lai Ping, Sei Ito nodded and walked to the only modern equipment in the house. It was a medical bed that looked several times more advanced than the medical system of the 21st century and carefully observed it. Zhang Giko's face was full of sweat, and her nose and mouth were covered with a respirator. Her wound was covered with new bandages, and there was still the smell of disinfectant on them. What's wrong with her? If it's just a broken arm, she shouldn't be in such a bad state. Sei Ito frowned. Yes, it's not just about the broken arm. The main problem is the eye patch. Shinya walked to Ito-sei's side and pointed at the eye patch on Shin Kiko's face. Is that so? Ito-sei nodded and leaned over to take off the blindfold. Jinyi opened his mouth, but didn't stop Seito. After Seito opened Jingiko's eye mask, a huge centipede-like scar spread across Jingiko's left eye and half of her face near it. Could it be that Jingiko had always been wearing the huge eye mask? Is this a curse? Seito asked with some uncertainty. I'm not too sure. I only know that Miss Jingiko lost her left eye due to some special reasons. The scar also appeared at that time. Jinyi simply said what he knew and looked at Lai Ping. Lai Ping nodded silently, confirming the truth of Zhen Ye's words. Seito carefully observed Jingiko's left eye and said, "This curse is connected to Jingiko's life. As the source of the curse, it seems to be very powerful. The most I can do is suppress the curse and let Jingiko recover as soon as possible. As for the rest, I can't do anything." "That's fine." Zhen Yi nodded in agreement and then asked, "What do you need?" I need." Seito thought that it would be a waste if he didn't make use of it. It just so happened that he needed some materials to prepare something recently, so he mixed the materials used for treatment and the materials he needed to make private goods. Although the two were puzzled as to why Seito wanted all these strange things, they really didn't know what Seito wanted to do. Moreover, these things weren't a problem for Lai Ping, who had regained control of the Sa family, so they happily agreed. Soon, half a day later, a helicopter appeared above the upper house. It took down a large box from above and turned to fly away. Seito naturally walked to the box and opened it. After checking the items inside, he nodded to Zhen Yi and Lai Ping and walked into the forest with the box. It wasn't until the next night that Seito dragged his tired body back with a large bag in his hand. Looking at the two people looking at him, Seito nodded and fell asleep on the ground. In the morning of the next day, Seito, who had recovered, stood in front of Jingiko again. At this time, Jingiko had already woken up and saw Seito. "Sorry to trouble you." Jingiko, who had heard Zhen Ye's explanation, knew what Seito was going to do, so he weakly thanked him. "It's no trouble." Seito smiled and nodded at Jingiko while secretly thinking, "As long as you don't hate me when the time comes, it's fine." Next, after Seito drove Lai Ping and Jinyi out of the room, he suddenly lifted the sheet covering Jingiko, revealing the naked Jingiko. However, Jingiko's body was injured, so it wasn't as attractive as Ye's naked body, so Seito didn't pay too much attention to it. Seito opened the bag beside him with concern and took out a few simple boundary cornerstones. These were really simple to make. They were made to deal with the defective products this time. As for the private goods he needed to make, how could it be completed in 2 days and 1 night? It would take at least a few days. He placed the foundation stones with intricate patterns around the 6 cardinal points of Jingiko's body. Then he took out 3 spherical objects wrapped in talisman paper and placed them on Jingiko's forehead, chest, and lower body. After that, he threw out 6 defective foundation stones engraved with different talisman characters and mounted them on the ceiling. After doing all this, Seito quickly formed seals with both hands. This time, it wasn't just a few simple seals, but several or even dozens of seals. With Seito's seals, the 6 cornerstones mounted on the ceiling lit up. In an instant, a hexagram formed by the cornerstones appeared on the ceiling. Then a large amount of air was attracted, bringing a small breeze in the small room, and it became stronger and stronger. Then the 6 cornerstones surrounding Jingiko's body also lit up one after another. A hexagram appeared around Jingiko, quickly absorbing the breeze in the room, condensing it into new energy, and fiercely shooting out several rays of light, landing on the objects wrapped in talisman paper on Jingiko's lower body, chest, and forehead. A slight moan came from Jingiko's mouth. A moment later, the items wrapped in the 3 talisman papers suddenly lit up. Then, like a melted liquid, they slowly seeped into Jingiko's skin. This strong stimulation directly made Jingiko's moan louder, and he let out a high-pitched cry. The cry continued until the 3 objects completely merged into Jingiko's body. Jingiko seemed to collapse as she relaxed her body. Her face was flushed as she gasped for breath. A puddle of clear water stained the bed sheets on her lower body. At this time, Ito quickly took out a talisman paper, activated it, and quickly stuck it on Jingiko's left eye. Then, the talisman paper silently turned into powder and disappeared from Jingiko's left eye. Only then was the seal completed. At this time, the cornerstones that Ito used to set up the foundation of the formation all shattered with a kacha sound, turning into dust that was blown away by the remaining wind in the room. Ito once again took out a rejuvenation talisman and stuck it on Jingiko's body to speed up her recovery. Then, he covered Jingiko with a blanket again and turned to leave. However, what greeted him was Jingiko's somewhat red cheeks and strange gaze, as well as Lai Ping's scrutinizing gaze. At this time, it was already night. Ito thought for a moment and understood what was going on. He shrugged at the two of them and walked to the side to sit down. He ignored the two people who had already entered the room and continued to make his own personal goods. After a long while, Jingiko walked out of the room and came to Ito's side. She leaned against a huge rock and sat down. "Thank you for your hard work. It's okay. Anyway, I also gained something, didn't I?" Ito said as he raised the things in his hand. In any case, they knew that those materials were definitely not just for healing. In any case, they didn't know what they were going to do with those materials, so they didn't hide it. "Okay." Jingiko nodded and looked at the moon in the sky in silence. Ito was still making the things in his hand. From time to time, he would draw some lines or make a hand seal. Chapter 95. There are only 2 or 3 chapters left before the end of the heavens and earth world, and I will never return to this world again. At that time, you won't have to worry about some problems. The next world is currently a bit hesitant, but it shouldn't be out of the scope of anime. What do you think of the heavens and earth world? I love those trees very much. P.S. Still looking for recommendations. Looking for collections. Mainly for collections. Then, Ito stayed for another day to check on Jingiko's situation. After seeing that there were no problems, he was ready to get up and return. During this period, Jingiko's spirit improved a lot. With a ruddy complexion, she expressed her gratitude to Ito. As for what happened during the treatment that day, Jingiko didn't take it to heart at all. "Ah-chung, when you go back, tell those boys that I'll be back in 2 days. I will check on their progress," Junyi said when Ito was about to board the plane. "And got it." Ito nodded, waved to Junyi, and turned to enter the boarding passage. A moment later, with the roar of the plane's engine, a huge 747-passenger plane took off from the airport. Junyi looked at the plane gradually disappearing into the sky and turned to leave. She still had some things to ask Miss Jingiko. With the return of Tongqing, Yi naturally welcomed him. On the second day, he passed Junye's words to Takagi and the others. After listening to Ito's retelling, they were all shocked and stepped up their training. It's just that there was no Bobo in the training ground, but there was Yuan. 2 days later, Ito, Yi, and Takagi went to the airport to welcome Junyi, who had returned from Kyushu. On the way to the subway, Junyi simply told them some of the information she got from Jingiko, including some about Kazeiichiro. For example, he was in the hands of his father, the head of the Chong family, Chong Zonpa, who was the man that Yi and Ito met in the hospital that day. The next few days were peaceful. There were no troublemakers or attackers, but the atmosphere was even more depressing. It felt like the calm before the storm. Sure enough, on this day, when everyone was training in the training room, the head of the executive department, Takanaji Hiroshin, appeared in the training room. Beside him was Roly-Poly, who was dressed in splendid attire. "Brother," Takajiku Yashao shouted. "That's a little too bold, isn't it? Charging into the enemy's base alone. Do you think you're Kwai Kenshin?" Shinya chuckled. "I didn't come to the flexible sword department to fight. Today, I'm not here as the president of the Orthodox Academy's executive department. Instead, I'm here as the commander of the Galu clan, the leader of the 12 clans. The current head of the Zeo family of the Akabane's 6 main families, Zeo, Dansho, San, please hand over the Admiral's sword Zero Destruction. Takagaya, a Mitsuomi, said loudly. Following this, Zhenyi, as the head of the Zeo family of the 12 sects, conversed with Takagi. After learning of Takagi's true intentions, he thought about it and agreed. Afterwards, Takagaya, Mitsuomi, Roly-Poly, and Zhenyi, who was holding the Zero Destruction, quickly left the training room of the Flexible Sword Department and went to the battlefield. Because of this commotion, no one was in the mood to continue training. Kanye Kage immediately left to accompany his sisters. Takajika Yashiao also knew where her brother went, so she left the training room to find a place to calm down. Yi knelt in the training room and waited for his sister to return. Seito sat at the door and continued to make his unfinished personal goods. Just like that, time quietly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Seito, who was making personal goods, suddenly felt Yiye's chi explode. Seito quickly put away the things in his hands and went to Yiye's side to observe. He discovered that the chi in Yiye's body was very active. However, as the leader of the chi, his spirit was nowhere to be seen. Only Yiye's body was left there. Although he didn't know what happened to Yiye, it seemed that he was safe. As long as he protected Yiye's body from being disturbed, there was basically no danger at all. He went to the side and continued to make personal goods. The wait lasted for an entire afternoon. Suddenly, Ito-sei felt that two strange chis broke into the range of his perception. Then, a young man with a fingernail-sized seal pattern on his eyelids and a rebellious woman wearing a leather coat and a leather hat walked into the gentle sword department together. She looked more beautiful than the 80s. "Oh, I didn't expect there to be someone here," said the young man with sewn eyes. "Who are you?" Seito put away the items in his hands and raised his head to ask. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the current head of the Shi family, Shi Miaoyan. As for the one beside me, she's the current head of the Xian family, Honey of the Xian Nunnery." Shi Miaoyan placed one hand on her chest and the other behind her back. She bowed and said, "You must be Sir Seito." "Yes." Seito nodded. It wasn't strange for others to know him. He had done many things and was also in the Flexible Sword Department. It was too easy for others to check his information. "What's your purpose here?" "Let's wait for Missy Yi to wake up first," Shi Miaoyan said. "Okay." Seito nodded and stood aside. He didn't do anything. The other two were also tactful and didn't go to Yiye's side. Shi Miaoyan directly found a place to sit down, while the woman named Honey stood to the side and smoked. Not long after they arrived, Yiye's body suddenly shook and fell weakly to the ground. Yiye made a sound from her throat. Seito walked to Yiye's side and gently called out, "Yiye?" "Yes, I'm back," Yiye whispered to herself. She then found that she was really back in the department. It was just that there were two more people beside her that she didn't know. "Welcome back, Miss Yi," Shi Miaoyan said with a smile. "I'm Shi Miaoyan, and she's Honey, the current head of the Shi family and the Xian family." Shi and Xian. When Yi heard Shi Miaoyan's words, she was shocked and wanted to get up from Seito's hand. She then found that she had no strength in her body. She had to use her hands to support her body so that she didn't fall. Missy Yi just used the dragon eye. She doesn't have enough chi. It's better if you don't move around. Honey said, "We just came to this school today. Please take care of us." Shi Miaoyan saw that Yi understood her situation and said, "The unfinished mission of our ancestors will be completed by us." After that, the two of them left the soft sword department's room one after the other. "All right, Ah Chung, my sister, she suddenly Yi seemed to come back to her senses and grabbed Seito's arm. She quickly said, "Ah Chung, go save my sister." "Do you know where your sister is?" Seito didn't immediately take action. Instead, he asked. Yi was at a loss for words. In the end, she could only stare blankly with a sad face. Fortunately, that night, Yi received a call and learned of Zhang Ye's whereabouts. He quickly brought Seito to the special care ward on the top floor of the Guiye General Hospital. Through the window, he looked at Zhang Yi, who was being treated by the Ying family. However, Seito didn't look at Zhang Yi. Instead, he looked at Zero Destruction. At this time, Zero Destruction's power of the world was obviously stronger, and its appearance was also different. It was as if Zero Destruction had been wrapped in a stone all this time and was now completely unsealed. After that, he looked at Junyi. The wounds on Junye's body were quickly recovering under the treatment of the Ing family's ability users. However, Seito sensed that Junye's spirit had disappeared. Even his chi wasn't left in his body. Right now, Junyi gave people the feeling that he was in a vegetative state or a breathing corpse. Seeing that Junyi was being treated by a professional, Yi watched from the window for a long time before leaving the hospital with Seito. The next day, when Seito saw Zong Ichiro, who had returned, he instinctively frowned and walked to Zong Ichiro's side. Under everyone's gaze, he reached out and touched the blindfold on Zong Ichiro's right eye. Suddenly, he felt a huge chi and spiritual pressure coming from the blindfold through his finger. It invaded Seito's mind and turned into Zong Po's image. So it's you. Zong Pa turned around and looked at Seito's spiritual image in his mind. You're quite skilled. Seito looked at Zong Pa and said, Actually, I've always been curious. Who are you? Zong Pa ignored Seito's words and asked, Who I am is not important. I'm interested in what you want to do, Seito replied. I want to become a god above all living beings, Zong Pa said indifferently. Ito-sei's pupils shrank. What kind of ambition was this? He tried to use a calm tone and asked, And then, build an ideal world that belongs to me. Zong Pa still said indifferently, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Obviously, he had seen through Seito's pretense of calmness. Seito was shocked by Zong Po's ambition and goal. He fell silent and directly expelled Zong Po's spiritual energy from his mind without thinking and withdrew his hand from Zong Ichiro's blindfold. Although a lot of time had passed in the spiritual space, only a moment had passed in the outside world. Everyone only saw Seito touch Zong Ichiro's blindfold and withdraw his hand. Seito took out a pendant from his pocket and handed it to Zong Ichiro. This is for you. I believe it can help you. Zong Ichiro took it with a puzzled expression. He looked at Seito in front of him and picked it up. Chapter 96. Please recommend, please collect. KOF, Exorcism, Steel Smelting, which one was better? Although the name of KOF didn't match with the name of the move, it was easy to describe the story. Exorcism was a long story, and so was Steel Smelting. Last night, he checked alchemy information and found out that Newton was also an alchemist. He was shocked at that time. If it was really a pain in the ass, why not go to Infinite Horror? Another group number, 78376-489. You can add me if you have free time. When verifying, you can say the name of the book or read it. Seito walked to the side and didn't train with the others. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. After the brief conversation with Chong Zongpa just now, and recalling the information he had received intermittently from Shinya during this period of time, Ito-sei realized that Chong Zongpa was the most ambitious and bold person he had ever met since his rebirth. Whether it was in terms of temperament or means, the gap between Seito and the other party was incomparable. Deeply touched, Seito began to recall what he had done since his rebirth. The excitement when he first obtained the Rubik's Cube, the surprise when he went to the first world in history, and the desire in his heart that was stimulated when he fought with various types of martial artists. Then, he returned to the real world to learn his family's inheritance and learned that life was not as hard as it seemed. Then, because he couldn't bear the novelty, he stepped into the magical world again and lived an exciting and dangerous life in the world called Hunter. The faint excitement in his heart when he killed for the first time, the depression when he learned to assassinate the innocent, and the darkness when he didn't feel any burden even if he killed a child. Because he was afraid of the dangers in the depths of the ruins, he returned to the real world to live a peaceful life again. And finally, he felt that he was missing something and embarked on a journey again. I've really failed in this world. Ito-sei had been recalling everything he had done since he got the magic cube. He recalled everything he had done, especially himself, who was almost lost in the gentle trap of this world and didn't work hard at all. He felt that he was really sorry for the powerful Rubik's Cube in his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to keep the gentleness that he had never enjoyed by his side, he might have been completely lost by now. Fortunately, with the shock of Chong Zonpa's words, Sei Ito's heart changed once again. His closed eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and the spirit force and chi in his body became more active. His mind, which had not been moving much, also began to move quickly. An invisible aura erupted from Sei Ito's body, shocking everyone who was training beside him. After a while, everything returned to normal. Sei Ito was still sitting there like a statue, as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. Sei Ito slowly opened his eyes and looked at the people looking at him. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Grandpa said that practicing martial arts is training the heart. I almost lost my heart, but it could be considered a blessing in disguise. I've completely eliminated the inner demon that I left in the hunter's world." Ah-chung, Yi, who was the closest to Sei Ito, called out hesitantly. Yi felt that Sei Ito had become so unfamiliar, and there was no sense of familiarity from the past. Sei Ito instantly withdrew his aura and returned to normal. Although he didn't seem to have changed, Yi felt that Sei Ito seemed more real. That's it. Seeing Sei Ito like this, Yi smiled and shook his head, then walked to the side and began to practice his swordsmanship. Looking at Yi walking away, Sei Ito's eyes flashed. Although the past was a gentle trap, he was willing to fall into it. Moreover, as the other party, Yi's feelings were all real. Although he had never accepted Yi, it didn't mean that Sei Ito didn't have feelings for Yi. In short, if the relationship between the two could be described in one sentence, it would be more than friends but not yet lovers. That night, Sei Ito found Yi and simply told her that he had something to do, then left Zao's house and disappeared. Since that day, Sei Ito seemed to have disappeared. He didn't participate in any department activities, didn't return to Zao's house, and completely disappeared. This directly caused Yi to be absent-minded for a period of time, and wasn't in the right state for training. Time didn't stop because of Yi Tongqing's disappearance. The day of the Sky Reading Martial Gathering arrived as scheduled. Without Sei Ito, the soft sword department could only take out another set of battle lists to participate in the Sky Reading Martial Gathering. A few days later, a huge chi soared into the sky, gathering large patches of dark clouds in the sky, like the omen of a tornado rolling in the sky. Streaks of lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and huge snakes formed by the chi coiled around each other in the sky, tearing at each other. What a powerful world energy. If we absorb all of them, I believe that the Rubik's Cube will definitely be able to fill up 10 slots of energy in one go. Sei Ito, who had disappeared for a few days, looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and said faintly with a completely different perspective from the others. Immediately, Sei Ito rushed towards the center of the mass of chi at an extremely fast speed. When Sei Ito rushed to the center, he happened to meet Yi and the others who had also just arrived. Yi saw Sei Ito and shouted happily, "Ah-chung, Yi." Sei Ito smiled and nodded at Yi. "You? What have you been doing these few days?" Yi paused for a moment, but still asked the question in her heart. I want to do some things that I can't let you see." Sei Ito looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. His tone was as if he was teasing her, which was really hard to believe. "Is that so?" Yi said a little angrily. It was clear that she really believed Sei Ito's words, and at the same time, Sei Ito didn't lie to her. At this time, a huge change suddenly occurred in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. They saw a huge spherical object slowly drop down from the huge dark clouds. As more and more of the object dropped out of the clouds, everyone could finally distinguish the shape of the object. It was a huge virtual image of a newborn baby that was completely condensed by chi. The baby's hands first lightly touched the ground, then its body, then its legs. When its entire body touched the ground, the baby seemed to be curious about this new world and gently crawled. It looked just like a real baby playing with a toy. However, the baby's huge body, as well as the large number of runes flickering all over the baby's body and the round hole in the baby's forehead that looked like an eye, all showed that it wasn't a real human. The Kaze Ichiro you're familiar with has already disappeared. Now, this baby was called Kaze Ichiro in the past, called Chong Zompa in the past, and was praised as a god in the distant ancient times. The spirit body Black Knight looked at the huge baby and said, "The god of force, destruction, and death. I, Wang Ji Shi Meng Su Ji, am male, and Jinwu is born." At this time, Seito also suddenly felt that the runes in the pendant he gave to Kaze Ichiro last time had appeared on the baby's body. However, they had become one of the runes on the baby's body and were assimilated. At the same time, the body that once represented Kaze Ichiro on the ground also underwent a huge change. His hair turned pale, long, and almost reached the ground. His face and hands were bare, revealing dark skin, and there were a few strange tattoos made of runes. His slightly open mouth emitted a white aura as he walked step by step. A large number of skeletons began to appear behind him. Chains wrapped around his body, dragging him along with his movements. A huge aura of death instantly spread out, oppressing all the creatures facing him. "Black Knight, is this the opportunity you've been waiting for?" Seito looked at the huge baby in the sky, which was the current King Chi, and asked the spirit body Black Knight. Black Knight didn't answer Seito's question. He just silently looked at the baby in the sky. "It's time to make a move." In the silence, about half a minute passed. Seito looked at the world force that had gathered to the maximum in the sky and began to pour into the King Chi's body. At the same time, he called out to the Rubik's Cube in his heart. Almost at the moment Seito summoned, the Rubik's Cube suddenly appeared outside of Seito's body, emitting a bright but not dazzling silver light. The Rubik's Cube paused for a moment, then suddenly soared into the sky, emitting a huge ripple. Then an unimaginable suction force began to be produced with the Rubik's Cube as the center. The dark clouds in the sky, the air, and the surrounding gravel and sand were quickly sucked in. They were all swallowed by the Rubik's Cube that looked like a small black dot on the ground. Fortunately, Seito did all of this very secretly. Only Black Knight beside him felt it. When the Rubik's Cube rose into the sky, he glanced at Seito. The others didn't react. After feeling that the Rubik's Cube had begun to operate, Seito prepared to find a secret place to wait for everything to end. But suddenly, Seito raised his eyebrows. He felt that the 3 special talismans left in Jun Giko's body had just disappeared. Then, with a familiar but somewhat strange chi, they rushed into Kazunori Ichiro's body, turning into 3 new nodes and filling in the talismans. At the same time, a huge mass of light suddenly rose in the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly blown away by the light of the mass of light. The strong light was like a new sun rising in the sky, emitting a huge amount of light. Then, with this mass of light as the center, a huge ripple spread out. If someone who knew Chi looked down from space at this time, they would find that with the place where Seito and the others were standing as the center, a small 6-pointed star chart was formed around the central part of Japan. Then, with this small 6-pointed star chart as the center, it formed a large 6-pointed star array that could affect the whole world at the base points of the 5 major states, except for the North and South poles. The powerful force was directly used on Prince Chi's baby body, causing the baby's body to begin to show signs of collapse. Chapter 97. Please recommend and collect it. If it's convenient, please add it to my collection. I was decisively persuaded by black tea. Then I'm going to arrange for Yi to be included in the big Yuri harem. However, some things can't be changed. You can only endure it. In the future, I will try my best to deal with the entanglements in the meat. I'm still immature. Equals. Not good. Say Ito keenly discovered that the chi was flowing back to the world, which meant that the power of the world was returning. What's wrong, Ah-chung? Yi asked in confusion. Say Ito ignored Yi, but he sent a thought to the Rubik's Cube to speed up the absorption. In an instant, the Rubik's Cube shook and suddenly swelled up, competing with the light ball. Seeing the chi being absorbed by the Rubik's Cube again, Sei Ito was temporarily relieved. But then he thought of something. He looked at Yi on the side. When Yi didn't respond, he instantly came to his side, hugged Yi's waist, and leaned over to kiss him. Then the two separated. Sei Ito looked at the blushing Yi and said, "This is my thanks for taking care of me all the time, and also a gift in return for your kindness. Now I have to do something. There are some things that we can talk about when I come back." After that, without waiting for Yi to recover, he released the arm around Yi's waist and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight with a few jumps. After Sei Ito left, the thoughtful Zhuo Yi also returned to his senses with the help of Yi. He sent everyone's spirit into the huge baby and began their operation. At this time, Sei Ito, who was some distance away from Yi and the others, quickly found a secluded place. He took out the private goods that he had been concentrating on and quickly set up a three-dimensional formation. After setting up the formation, Sei Ito slashed his arm, causing blood to spurt out. Sei Ito immediately used his psychic power to wrap up the blood and began to write runes in a special way. When all of this was done, Sei Ito quickly took out a rune bandage and wrapped it around the wound. Then, he activated the formation. In an instant, Sei Ito's position exploded with dazzling white and blood-red light. After the white light appeared, it immediately followed the rune path drawn by the blood and connected with the other foundation stones to form a three-dimensional spherical formation. At the center of the formation was Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. After the formation was activated, the runes formed by the red light immediately exploded and turned into tiny runes that covered the entire surface of the sphere, hiding Sei Ito in the red light. After doing all of this, Sei Ito took out a sphere wrapped in runes and placed it in front of him. Then, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and muttered an unknown incantation. In an instant, the spherical object in front of Ito, Sei, immediately lit up with a dim yellow light, beating like a heart, one beat after another. After a moment, the beat suddenly stopped and quickly rotated as if it was aiming at a certain frequency. At the same time, on the huge baby virtual image in the distance that was already covered in cracks, for tiny nodes suddenly lit up and turned into 4 small holes that began to expel the baby's chi, which was the energy that was mixed with a large amount of world force. After all of this succeeded, Sei Ito let out a sigh of relief. After all, the current situation was completely different from what he had expected. He didn't know whether it would succeed or not. He was just taking a gamble. Since discovering that Zong Ichiro's Dragon Fist could gather and devour other people's world energy, Sei Ito was ready to get rid of Zong Ichiro at a certain time to obtain the world energy in his body. And the key to all of this was the pendant he gave Zong Ichiro that day. There was a special confinement talisman there. Originally, he was thinking about how to give this thing to Zong Ichiro, but after discovering the problem with Zong Ichiro's right eye, it was no longer a problem. Of course, this talisman wasn't safe, but when Shinya asked Sei Ito to treat Jingiko, it gave Sei Ito a good opportunity. That was the 3 spherical objects wrapped in talisman paper. In fact, to really suppress Jingiko's curse, he didn't need those 3 things. As long as he had the last talisman on the eye and some other methods to assist him, he could do it. And the reason he spent so much effort to arrange those 3 things was actually to borrow Jun Giko's bloodline. As Jun Giko's son, Fengzong Ichiro's bloodline aura flowed in Jun Giko's body. As long as he activated the 3 talismans in Jun Giko's body at a certain time, he could indirectly affect Fengzong Ichiro through the 3 talismans. At that time, regardless of whether Fengzong Ichiro had the pendant or not, as long as Sei Ito was by his side, he could immediately put the pendant on Fengzong Ichiro's body. Then, through the resonance between the two, he could completely control Fengzong Ichiro, making Fengzong Ichiro lose the chance to go berserk. Then, he would quietly help Sei Ito use the magic cube to forcibly absorb Fengzong Ichiro's world energy. After all, the world energy of this world was enveloped by the dragon aura. The dragon aura was also a manifestation of the world will. If he simply killed Tozu Ichiro, he would at most get his own world energy. As for the world energy that was hidden by the dragon aura, there was no need to think about it. For Sei Ito, the loss outweighed the gain. That was why he made such a troublesome arrangement. But now everything had changed. Fengzong Ichiro was possessed by Pet Zongpa and then turned into Prince Qi. The huge aura directly annihilated the pendant on Fengzong Ichiro's neck. The talismans inside were naturally assimilated with the aura. Originally, Ito Chengdu was only going to use the magic cube to snatch the power of the world from Kazunori Ichiro. But who would have thought that Jun Giko's key and the 3 talismans would suddenly be added into the magic cube and not be assimilated? This was an unexpected surprise for Sei Ito. After leaving Yi and the others, he found this place and set up this formation made from his own blood. It was to strengthen his aura to trigger the 4 weak talismans in the baby's virtual image. Now, everything was a success. Although the hole was very small, it couldn't withstand the magic cube's powerful suction. In just a short while, it had already absorbed a lot of world energy. The energy of the 7th grid was instantly satisfied, and it began to move toward the 8th grid. Perhaps it felt that its power was decreasing, so the virtual image of the baby started crying like an ordinary baby. As it cried, the aura in the sky became violent again. A large amount of world energy gathered and tore at the magic cube suction. At the same time, perhaps it also discovered the existence of the magic cube. As the virtual image of the baby cried, it reached out its hand, which was slightly larger than the magic cube, to grab the magic cube. However, when the palm fell on the magic cube suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. It burned the baby's palm and absorbed the energy that leaked out of the wound. The magic cube was immune to all forms of energy attacks. The burned baby continued to cry, which directly attracted the attention of Ichiro Kazunori, who had just been comforted by Zhun Yi in the form of the Amaterasu witch. As the incarnation of King Qi, Ichiro Kazunori's physical body suddenly broke free from Zhun Ye's embrace, jumped off the building, and ran towards the place where Ito Seiji was hiding, following a trace of aura. In the end, I can't avoid it. Sei Ito also discovered Kaze Ichiro, or King Qi, who was roaring toward him. He got up and walked out of the boundary. As he moved, the blood-red ball of light immediately exploded, turning into countless fluorescent lights that dissipated in the air. In any case, its mission had been completed. The hole that it opened couldn't be repaired. Sei Ito assumed a stance and waited for Kaze Ichiro to arrive. A moment later, Kaze Ichiro appeared in front of Sei Ito as fast as lightning. He quickly punched out with a strong fist wind. Sei Ito could only subconsciously block and was sent flying by the punch. Boom! Sei Ito directly crashed through the wall, causing a large amount of smoke and dust to rise. Kaze Ichiro didn't stop. He immediately rushed up and launched an attack on Sei Ito. Sei Ito was only a human right now. How could he be a match for Kaze Ichiro, who had already transformed into a god? He could only do his best to instinctively resist. As time passed, Sei Ito's instincts gradually replaced his consciousness on the surface. Sei Ito, who gradually closed his eyes, could clearly feel the wind brought by Kaze Ichiro's punches. When he landed, there was a vibration under his feet. When he turned around, there was a vibration from his clothes. In this state, it was like the moon in the well in Huang Yi's novel. He gradually went from being beaten to gradually resisting, from gradually resisting to completely withstanding, and from completely withstanding to occasionally counterattacking. At this time, Sei Ito had no thoughts in his mind. He didn't even care to what extent the magic cube was absorbing the world's power. He only focused on fighting against Kaze Ichiro. The power exerted by the two men in the battle was enormous. Almost every punch could create a huge crack in the ground or walls. Every kick could shatter stones. The battle between the two men directly turned the place where Ito Seiji was located into ruins. A large amount of smoke and dust floated in the sky, completely covering the two figures. In the sky, as the world's power increased, the suction of the magic cube became stronger and stronger. At this time, the body of the baby, which was completely composed of gas, was covered with cracks. The cracks ran through the baby's body, leaking more energy that was absorbed by the magic cube. Now, it was only a matter of whether the magic cube would crush and absorb the baby's body first, or say Ito would be completely destroyed by Kaze Ichiro. As long as one side finished the battle, it would represent the final result of the battle. Chapter 98. The next chapter will accept Yi. In addition, I will open a topic to ask for the location of the next world. Please post it as soon as possible so that I can confirm. Now that I am confused, I can still use the city line to drag it down. Please recommend. Please collect. As more and more cracks appeared on the baby's body. The palm that was burned by the Rubik's Cube instantly turned into dust and was absorbed by the Rubik's Cube. In an instant, the energy that was close to 8 bars directly soared to 9 bars, and it also took a big step forward. When he thought that things would not change again, a huge force of the world burst out from the baby's body, instantly repairing the many cracks on the baby's body. At the same time, Kazunori Ichiro, who was below, suddenly burst out and punched Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was in an instinctive state, quickly climbed up from the collapsed wall and continued to attack Kazunori Ichiro. Although there were some changes because of such a small episode. But that force of the world was just a rootless duckweed. After a short burst, it disappeared into the baby's body. Not far away, Yi, Bo-Bu, Kano-Kage, and others regained consciousness one after another, but they were only missing Sakuya and Shiki Dao Zero Destruction. What the hell is going on? Kano-Kage shouted, but unfortunately, the others were also confused and couldn't give him an answer. At this time, Yi looked up at the huge baby and the Rubik's Cube confronting the baby, and muttered to himself, "Ah, chink." Next, the baby, who had no backup, was absorbed by the Rubik's Cube little by little as time passed. Only the lonely Rubik's Cube was left in the air, still spinning in the sky, absorbing the surrounding air and a lot of gravel. At this time, the energy of the Rubik's Cube had been filled to 10 bars, and it was only a little bit away from perfection. On the ground, Kaze Ichiro, who was fighting with Sei Ito, suddenly froze when the baby completely disappeared. He was punched in the face by Sei Ito out of instinct, sending him flying. He smashed through several rocks and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ugh! Ichiro, who had just regained consciousness, let out a groan. He sat up and shook his head violently, not knowing where he was and what was happening. Just when Kazunori Ichiro was in a dilemma, Ito-sei rushed in front of him in an instant and kicked Kazunori Ichiro away again. At the same time, his body quickly followed up, and with a kick in the air, Fongzong Ichiro fell to the ground again, creating a deep pit. Ito-sei didn't stop. He landed directly beside Kazunori Ichiro, squatted down, and punched him in the abdomen. Kazunori Ichiro, who had been completely stunned, opened his eyes wide and saliva splashed out. Ito-sei stretched out his left hand and grabbed Kazunori Ichiro's neck, lifting him up in the air. His right hand suddenly turned into a hand knife that was used to kill Hakas. In an instant, he stabbed Kazunori Ichiro's heart. Kazunori Ichiro was stunned and in disbelief. He grabbed his heart and crushed it. Ugh! Ugh! Ichiro, who did not immediately die, opened his mouth unconsciously, but the blood that came out of his mouth made him unable to say a word. In the end, he did not say a word until he finally died. The moment Ichiro died, the Rubik's Cube drew out the power of the world, instantly filling up the energy gap. Then, the Rubik's Cube shot out a thick ray of light that covered Sei Ito's body. He was also sucked into the Rubik's Cube, and then a strong light flashed and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, the Takanaji family's troops found Ichiro's body and brought him back. In the void space between the worlds, a Rubik's Cube was still spinning. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube that had been spinning suddenly exploded. With a small cube as a base point, it turned into countless small cubes that shot out in all directions, leaving behind a naked male body. His whole body curled up like an unborn baby that was fast asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the body's skin began to be covered with wrinkles like an old man's. Gradually, dry bark-like cracks began to appear, spreading little by little across the body. At this time, the countless small cubes that had disappeared for an unknown amount of time once again appeared in the distance, slowly advancing and shrinking. When there was still a short distance from the body, a light film that was almost visible to the naked eye appeared around the small cubes. It echoed with the light film on the other small cubes, forming a complete huge light film. As the small cube shrank, the light film also shrank. When a small cube shrank back to form a Rubik's Cube, the light film was directly sealed in the small cubes. Then, the light from the Rubik's Cube flashed and entered the body. The cracks that had already covered his entire body suddenly shattered. It was like a chain reaction, and the other cracked skin also collapsed and flew out. When all the skin disappeared, the new perfect skin that was like a baby's was revealed. Then, a light enveloped his body like a protective cover to protect him. Anthra. After a long while, the sleeping body's eyelids moved and opened a pair of dark eyes that were like stars. Where is this? The man, Seito, looked around and muttered to himself. This is a space-time corridor between worlds. The Rubik's Cube rarely took the initiative to send out a message in Seito's mind. How did I get here? Seito frowned. At the same time, he found that he was naked. Fortunately, this place was nothingness and no one noticed, so he didn't care. However, he felt that there was something different about his body. The host has collected 10 bars of energy. In order to facilitate the upgrade and integration of the Rubik's Cube, the host was brought here. 10 bars. That's right, the amount of energy absorbed in that world is not ordinary. Seito nodded and asked, "What do you mean by the upgrade and integration of the Rubik's Cube? What new functions does the upgraded Rubik's Cube have?" The host has collected 10 bars of energy. The Rubik's Cube has been upgraded for the first time. The Rubik's Cube has been completely integrated with the host and is inseparable. I understand the word world, but what is the complete integration? Seito was shocked by the Rubik's Cube's message and quickly asked. Before the collection of 10 bars of energy is completed, the host exists as the user of the Rubik's Cube. After the host dies, the Rubik's Cube will choose a new host. After the collection is completed, the Rubik's Cube will be upgraded and open up a new world. The host and the Rubik's Cube will be completely integrated and inseparable. If the host dies, the Rubik's Cube will be destroyed. So that's how it is. Seito let out a long breath and relaxed. Let's talk about the upgrade. The Rubik's Cube will be upgraded and open up a new world. The host's body will be transformed simultaneously. The host's energy level will be upgraded. The host can use the Rubik's Cube virtual domain. Hearing the Rubik's Cube talk about the upgrade, he quickly closed his eyes and felt the situation in his body. First, it was the energy part. Because of the infiltration of a large amount of world power during the transformation process, it directly combined the 3 powers of chi, telekinesis, and spiritual power into one, forming a higher quality power. It had the characteristics of the 3, but was not any of the 3 energies. Seito also felt that he could still activate the telekinesis, Taoya's great power, that he had developed. It was just that this new power was, after all, a combination of 3 energies. Although the quality was high, there was no suitable cultivation method. Seito was a little hesitant. Next was his spiritual power, which directly broke through the intermediate middle stage and reached the advanced middle stage. The spiritual power in his mind had been completely atomized and was evolving in a pure direction. Seito tried a little. It was easier to release it outside his body than before. Although it was not at its maximum range, it should not be less. Finally, It was the content of the Rubik's Cube upgrade. Seito turned his mind to the Rubik's Cube. He saw that the small dot in the center of the Rubik's Cube had disappeared and was replaced by a vast space. A land of about 50 to 60 square meters appeared in the middle of the space. Seito tried to make himself appear on the land. In an instant, Seito disappeared from the void. Then, a feeling of being on solid ground passed from Seito's feet to his heart. This is the so-called world creation. Ito-sei glanced at the endless void in the land under his feet and said with a guess in his mind, "That's right. Yes, currently the host has too little energy. You can only stand on this piece of land. Please replenish the energy as soon as possible to accelerate the evolution of the world." What does the evolution of the world require? Seito stamped his feet and asked in disbelief. The power of the world, various physical objects, various energies, souls, and rule fragments. Physical objects? Seito more or less understood energy and souls. He also understood physical objects very well. However, the concept of physical objects was too general. Seito asked, all kinds of metals, soil, trees, water, as long as it's a physical object in the real world. If I want to increase the surface area, I just need to find an island and throw it closer, right? Seito asked. Yes. Currently, the host's ability is too low to drive the Rubik's Cube world. Please choose the items carefully. The Rubik's Cube kindly reminded him at the end. Oh, then what are the rule fragments made of? Seito continued to ask. Some legendary artifacts of various worlds, items with strange powers, etc. Oh, the rule fragments are used to add rules to my world? Seito glanced at the sky and asked. Yes, currently there are no operating rules in the world. It can't evolve on its own. It can only rely on the host to collect them. The Rubik's Cube said. Got it. Finally, tell me what the so-called Rubik's Cube void is. Seito carefully sorted out the information he had heard before and finally asked. Chapter 99. I've accepted Yi. I feel much better after accepting him. Yes, that's it. And that CAU and falling dust suggestions are very good. I really forgot to write down some content at that time. Thank you for your suggestions. Thank you. P.S. After looking at everyone's suggestions, there are now a few choices that meet my requirements. 1 is KOF. 2 is the movie version of Heavenly Sword or Smiling Proud. 3 is Resident Evil. And 4 is directly transmigrating to a movie in the infinite horror world. Resident Evil, Grudge, and Gods and Ghosts are the most reasonable choices. Then, I might fight with a certain team. 5 is the new choice, such as KOF, from the New World and Nefarious Crown. The God Slayer is temporarily unavailable because it has no godly weapon. P.S. Please collect it. I really need a lot. Sad Face, the so-called virtual domain, is the predecessor of a domain. It is a false domain that a creature constructs with powerful mental strength. It can change the established cognition to a certain extent and within a certain range. Because the host's mental strength has not reached the standard of self-augmenting the virtual domain, the host can only use the Rubik's Cube virtual domain for a short time. This is not bad. I have one more life-saving trump card. Seito nodded and asked, if I want self-augmenting, what level of mental strength do I need? High level. Huh. Seito smiled bitterly. He closed his eyes and silently felt it. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. An invisible circle of light spread out with Seito as the center. It reached its limit in less than 100 meters. It stayed in this position for about 20 seconds. The circle of light immediately shrank back 100 times faster than it spread out. At the same time, Seito knelt in the void powerlessly. A 100-meter virtual domain that lasts for 20 seconds. The maximum effect should be around 5 to 10 meters in battle. And this is before I use the virtual domain's true effect. The consumption of mental strength will definitely not be low. It seems that I have to use it carefully. After panting for a while, Seito's mental strength recovered a little. He said to the Rubik's Cube, send me back. Please select a world to return to. Currently, other than the main world, the host can return to 3 worlds. Let's go back to the previous world. I still have some things to deal with. Seito said. Yiye's figure flashed across his mind. If there was anyone in the previous world that he was reluctant to leave, it would be Yiyi. Initializing teleportation. A halo lit up under Seito's feet and quickly rose, enveloping Seito in a pillar of light. Then, the halo began to rise from the ground. Finally, it closed its palms a little above its head and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the naked Seito appeared at the top of a tall building in heaven and earth. She casually took out a set of clothes from a space and put them on. Because she didn't wear underwear, she felt a little uncomfortable. After putting on the clothes, Seito quickly went downstairs and went to Zeo's house. At this time, Zeo's house had returned to its usual tranquility. Zeo Jun Yi had transformed into a child and was leisurely drinking matcha. Yi, on the other hand, looked haggard and was kneeling at the side. Her thin and weak body looked very pitiful. Yi, Zhenyi helplessly sighed and called out to Yi, whose eyes were somewhat listless. "What's the matter, sister?" Yi weakly looked up at Zhenyi and asked. "Forget about him. It's been almost a year. If he had come back, he would have come back long ago," Zhenyi said in a low voice. Speaking of that person, Zhenyi thought of Toyoso Ichiro, who might have been killed by that person. She couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion that couldn't be described as hatred or something else. So what? I said that I would be Ah Cheng's wife. I will definitely wait for him, even if I don't marry for the rest of my life, the thin and weak Yi said with a serious expression. Sigh. Zhenyi sighed again. Yi, suddenly, a male voice sounded from Zeo's house. It attracted the attention of Zhenyi and Yi. "It's you." Zhen Yi angrily stood up and shouted. "Acheng." Yi immediately stood up. She didn't even wear her shoes and stumbled out. She threw herself into Seito's arms and cried loudly. Her heart-wrenching cries made Seito's heart tremble. In an instant, Seito made a decision. If Yi could really accept that kind of life, he would take her away. "Why did you come back?" Zhenyi angrily asked. "I came to see Yi and then settle things." Seito looked at Zhang Ye's angry face and said faintly, "Oh, okay, I want to see how you settle things." Looking at Yi crying in Seito's arms, Zhang angrily sat aside and looked at Seito and Yi. Now, she was most concerned about Yi. She didn't want to see Yi so haggard. She didn't care whether Seito killed Kaze Ichiro or not. Gradually, Yi's cries and Seito's arms became softer and softer. In the end, only faint breathing could be heard. Seito lowered his head and looked at Yi in his arms. At this time, Yi was sleeping peacefully. Looking at Yi sleeping peacefully in his arms, as well as her obviously thin cheeks, Ito-sei's heart faintly felt a little distressed. "What are you going to do with Yi?" Zhenyi also found that Yi had fallen asleep, so she could only ask. "If Yi agrees, I'm going to take her away," Seito directly said. "Leave? Where to?" Zhenyi asked. "My hometown." Speaking of hometown, Seito paused. His home in the origin world could also be considered his hometown. After all, he couldn't go back to his previous world. Afterwards, the two chatted until it was very late when Zhenyi got up and left. Only Seito and Yi, who was sleeping in Seito's arms, were left in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Yi's body gently moved. She slowly opened her eyes and stared straight at Seito. "Ah Cheng is really back," Yi whispered to herself. "Yes, she's back," Seito said with a smile. Yi closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being in Seito's arms. After hearing the rumbling sound of her stomach, she immediately stuck out her tongue cutely and got up. "Oh, it's so late. Ah Cheng hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll go prepare something for you." "Wait, Yi." Seito hugged Yi and didn't let her get up. He looked into Yi's eyes and asked, "Let's not rush to eat. I want to talk to you about us." "Okay." Yi looked at Seito's serious expression and obediently leaned in Seito's arms. "Yi, I'm going to take you away and live with you. What do you think?" Seito asked. "Really, Ah Cheng is finally willing to accept me. That's great. When Yi heard Seito's words, she immediately cried out happily. As she spoke, tears unconsciously flowed out. Well, I feel that abandoning Yi will be punished by the heavens, so I've decided to take Yi to live with me, Seito said with a smile. Yi was amused by Seito's words. She quickly waved her hand to wipe away the tears on her face and said, "As long as Ah Cheng wants, I'll always be by Ah Cheng's side. You have to think carefully. If you live with me, you won't be able to see your sister and your companions in the soft sword apartment anymore." Seito looked into Ye's eyes and asked, "Moreover, living with me isn't necessarily a good thing. You'll live a life of killing. Sometimes your opponents may be innocent or kind people, and there may even be children. Do you still want to live with me?" "Ah Chung, are you lying?" Yi asked hesitantly. However, when she saw Seito's serious expression, Yi knew that Seito wasn't lying to her. Her face immediately flashed with a conflicted expression. After a while, she made up her mind and said, "It doesn't matter. As a wife, it's natural for me to stay by my husband's side, even if it's hell ahead, because this is my own choice. As for my sister and the others, I believe that they will understand." "Is that so?" Seito heard Ye's answer and held Ye's hand tightly. He asked, "Have you really decided? At that time, you may force yourself to do things that you don't like. Your hands will be stained with blood. Is it okay to live in self-loathing?" "Yes, even if I become a Shura, I will stay by Ah Cheng's side and protect Ah Cheng." Yi didn't hesitate this time and said firmly, "If you have really decided, I will take you with me when I leave. For the next few days, you should accompany your sister and think about it carefully. If you still have the determination to live with me after I finish my business, then I will not let you go." Seito helped Yi up and stared at Ye's eyes without blinking. "And I know." Yi didn't avoid Seito's eyes and said, Seito nodded and reached out to hold Yi in his arms again. Then, the two of them enjoyed this peaceful time. Outside their house, the childlike Mayo raised her head and looked at the moon in the sky. Her face had a trace of melancholy, a trace of relief, and a strong worry for Ye's future life. The next day, Seito left Jujube House and began his plundering journey in Japan. Steel factory or warehouse, gold and silver jewelry store, deep mountain forest, low mountain, no man's land, and so on, Seito's shadow often appeared, and after he left, there was absolutely nothing left. In this way, after more than a week of plundering and turning Japan upside down, Seito finally stopped and returned to Jujube House. At this time, the Rubik's Cube space was no longer the original 5 to 60 square meters, but had expanded several times. At least, there was enough space to put down several Jujube houses. On this piece of land, an ancient Japanese-style building that looked a little dilapidated but was tidied up very cleanly was located in the center of the land. It was found in a certain mountain. In front of the building was a large lake, surrounded by various trees collected by Seito scattered around the building. A long stone path led from the main entrance of the building to the outside. At the edge of the land, a large number of various materials were piled up there, slowly being decomposed and absorbed by the Rubik's Cube space. After staying in Jujube House for 2 days and confirming that Yi didn't change her mind, Seito took Yi, who was reluctant to part with Mayo, and embarked on the return journey. On the way, Seito hugged Yi and disappeared from Jujube House under Yi's puzzled gaze. Chapter 100. Please recommend, please collect. Hundreds of chapters. So fast. P.S. I was writing, but someone in the group shouted that there were 34 hours before the end of the world. At that time, my balls were broken. I tried my best to write 9,000 words. Where is this? Yi, who was held in Seito's arms, curiously looked at the sudden environment and asked doubtfully, "This is my world and our future home." Seito let go of Yi, took Yi's hand, and walked toward the Japanese-style building in the center. Ah Cheng's world? Yi was led by Seito and followed Seito. He looked at Seito and asked, "Yes, it's my unique world." Seito turned his head and smiled at Yi. "Now we are no longer in that world, the world where your sister exists. So this is what Ah Chung meant when he said that he would never see my sister again." Yi heard Seito's words, and his expression was still uncontrollably sad. "Yes, do you regret it?" At this time, the two had gradually approached the main entrance of the building. When they stepped on the bluestone steps in front of the door, Seito asked faintly. "No." Yi shook his head and whispered, "No matter where, I will follow Achon." Seito nodded and pulled Yi into the main entrance of the building. Pushing open the front wooden sliding door, a vast hall came into view. A low small square table, which was commonly seen in Japanese families, was set up on a table made of pure wood. A sand-made teapot and several sand-made small round cups were placed on a tray on the table. Across the wooden table in the middle of the hall, close to the front of the wall facing the door, a dark wooden table with a height of half a person and a width of 2 hands stood against the wall. 2 samurai swords, one long and one short, were placed on the sword's holder of the wooden table. On the wide white paper above the sword's holder, a large Tao character was inlaid in it and mounted on the wall. The two of them just stayed in the living room for a while, and then entered another room from the sliding door on the left. The floor was still paved with rice, but there was only a low corner table near the corner with some small box-like things on it. On the left-hand side, behind a half-closed paper door, layers of white bedding were placed behind the paper door. "This is the bedroom," Seito briefly introduced. "What you need to arrange in the future." Such words directly made Yi's cheeks blush, but a happy smile crept up on his face. Then Seito led Yi out of the main hall, through the corridor in front of the door, and turned around the corner. After walking for a distance, another wooden door was opened, and a large screen instantly blocked their view. "This is the bathroom." Seito led Yi around the screen and saw a huge pool like Zhaojia's home. The pool was filled with clear water, and the calm water attracted Yi to immediately go into the water to wash. After looking at the bathroom, Seito led Yi out again and walked for a distance before pushing the door open and entering. This room was full of all kinds of daily necessities and some other materials. "This is the warehouse," Seito said. Then, pulling Yi along, they walked straight past the main hall, turned a corner on the other side, and walked to another good door. They pushed the door open and walked in. "This is the kitchen." Seito pointed to the modern room, and then led Yi out of the kitchen and pointed to a small wooden house some distance away. "That is the bathroom." Then he turned to look at Yi and said quietly, "This is our home." Yi nodded seriously. "Also, I will leave later, but I can't take you out immediately. Because of some rules, you can't go to the world I live in for the time being, so you have to live here for a while. But this won't be long, and soon you will be able to appear in the world I live in." Seito said to Yi, "Of course, I will often come in to accompany you and bring you some things, so you have to wait patiently." "Okay." Yi nodded. Then the two had a simple meal in the Rubik's Cube world, and threw the household waste into a deep well near the bathroom. It was a hole that led directly to the void of the Rubik's Cube world, and there was usually a layer of energy above it to prevent any danger. After bidding farewell to Yi's body gradually disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world, and Yi was stunned. Main world, Japan, at the top of a small mountain near Kyoto, a black hole suddenly appeared, and then Seito's figure appeared on the top of the mountain. But before Seito could feel the changes in the world, a burst of laughter sounded in his ears. "Ha ha! I finally found you." Seito quickly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a 2-meter-tall guy with muscles all over his body and vertical pupils, who was obviously not human. He quickly stopped in front of Seito and looked at Seito with a smile. "If you don't want to be besieged by a group of people, I advise you to come with me immediately." Seito frowned and nodded in agreement. Since this guy could appear, it meant that others could also appear here. As for how he was discovered, Seito still had no clue. Seeing that Seito was tactful, the brawny man chuckled twice and quickly led Seito through the small mountain forest. After a few turns, they appeared in another place, clearly far away from the range of the small mountain. It was only then that the brawny man stopped and looked at Sei Ito and said, "Boy, if you want to live, hand over the treasure that can travel through space. Otherwise, your delicate skin will suffer." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked, "How did you find me? And how did you know that I have a treasure that can travel through space?" "Hee, it really is a treasure that can travel through space. We've struck it rich." When the brawny man heard Sei Ito's question, he laughed loudly, his face full of greed and joy. "Boy, I didn't know that your treasure was a treasure that can travel through space. I only know that you have a treasure that can travel through space. As for how I found you, you can only blame yourself for choosing a bad place. This small mountain is very ordinary, but the inside is not simple." As the brawny man spoke, he stomped on the ground with his foot. "No wonder." Sei Ito nodded in understanding. There was nothing to be afraid of if there was a problem, but if you couldn't figure out what the problem was, then there wouldn't be a problem next time. This brawny man looked quite reckless, but he had a good mind. He was another fierce Zhang Fei type. "If you want me to hand over the treasure, that will depend on whether you have the ability or not," Sei Ito said as his body instantly rushed out. However, because it was a new energy, the quality was too high, so he didn't control it well. In an instant, he collided with the brawny man, and the two of them rolled on the ground like gourds. Although the brawny man was shocked by Sei Ito's speed, the two of them were now rolling together, so any speed was useless. Moreover, he had a lot of battle experience, so he subconsciously reached out his hands and tightly wrapped them around Sei Ito's upper body. Because he used too much strength, the brawny man's veins popped out. Sei Ito was tightly held by the brawny man, and his arms and upper body were in great pain. He didn't expect the brawny man's strength to be so inhuman. However, thinking about it, if the brawny man was a simple person, how could he have the patience to wait for Sei Ito to appear? How could he have the confidence to fight for the treasure with others? Sei Ito quickly used the energy in his body, let's call it chi for now, because it was still in a gaseous state, to strengthen his body and resist the strength of the brawny man. At the same time, Sei Ito's hand flashed, and a dagger suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's hand. Without the brawny man noticing, the dagger stabbed into the brawny man's waist. "Oomph!" The brawny man let out a painful groan. It would have been better if he didn't stab himself, but this stab stimulated the brawny man's arms to explode with even more strength. The bones in his arms made a creaking sound. It was obvious that they couldn't withstand the force and were about to break. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Although he was cursing in his heart, his mind was still thinking of a solution. He quickly made a hand seal with his empty hand, then pressed it on the brawny man's body. With a crackling sound, a smell similar to that of a meat paste was emitted from the burly man's body. It turned out that Sei Ito had just used the basic Taoist technique, Thunder Palm. Originally, Sei Ito wasn't proficient in it, and there was a chance of failure 4 to 5 times out of 10. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a hurry, Sei Ito wouldn't have used it. However, he didn't know if it was because he was in a hurry or because the energy in his body had increased, but he was able to use it in one go. Moreover, the effect wasn't low. Sure enough, after being hit by the Thunder Palm, the brawny man's body flickered with electricity. The stimulation made his whole body tremble, and his arms unconsciously loosened a little. Although Sei Ito was also hit by his own Thunder Palm, it was still his own spell, so his body was weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sei Ito broke free from the brawny man's shackles. He endured the numbness from the electricity and swung the dagger in his hand towards the brawny man's throat. Chapter 101. According to the current steps, why do I feel like I have to go to the Heavens movie version in the next world? Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that I'll go to the infinite horror movie world with the intention of going crazy at the end of the world and snatch the screen time from Team China. P.S. Please recommend. Please collect. == on the ground. the brawny man saw Sei Ito's dagger swinging towards him. His beastly eyes shrunk, and he forcefully controlled his sluggish arm to block in front of his body. His arm collided with Sei Ito's dagger, bringing out a stream of fresh blood. Seeing that his attack failed, Sei Ito formed a lightning seal with his other hand. The lightning palm was immediately activated and pressed against the brawny man's chest, directly electrifying the latter's body. This allowed Sei Ito to successfully land another attack on the brawny man's throat. This time, the brawny man didn't block Sei Ito's attack. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Sei Ito, whose face was covered in blood. Immediately, a trace of madness flashed through the brawny man's eyes. His arms instantly grabbed Sei Ito's body. Under Sei Ito's puzzled expression, the brawny man's lower body withered and withered, but his upper body suddenly swelled up. His bulging body directly stretched his skin to a transparent state. Large amounts of blood vessels and internal organs were exposed. His huge heart beat rapidly as if it was about to explode. He's going to self-destruct. Thinking of the contents of some books, Ito Sei's face changed. He quickly struggled to break free from the strong man's grasp. However, the strong man was already determined to drag Ito Sei down with him. How could his strength be compared to before? Looking at Sei Ito's struggling appearance, the brawny man with a face full of madness laughed silently. Bastard. Blue veins popped out on Sei Ito's forehead. He used all his strength to kick the brawny man's joints, but it was of no use. The somewhat panicked Sei Ito's brain immediately spun rapidly. Methods flashed through his mind until a piece of information stopped in his mind. Having found a solution, Sei Ito immediately put it into action. Inwardly, he shouted, "Void domain, open." A circle of light that was invisible to the naked eye quickly spread out, and after completely enveloping the two of them, it stopped. Sei Ito did not forget that maintaining the virtual domain required a huge amount of mental power, not to mention the cognitive changes that were about to take place. His arms are weak, Sei Ito shouted in his heart. At the same time, his psychic energy instantly flowed into his virtual domain, bringing along an inexplicable energy that wrapped around the muscular man's arm. Under the man's incredulous gaze, Sei Ito immediately pulled his arm out and took a few steps back. "His blood is already coagulated," Sei Ito said again after taking a few steps back. Immediately, that inexplicable force silently invaded the man's body, and the blood that enveloped him slowly stopped flowing. But before the blood completely stopped flowing, Sei Ito's body suddenly staggered. "Not good. I don't have enough psychic energy." Sei Ito endured the pain in his head and retracted his remaining psychic energy. Then he gathered the energy in his body and quickly rushed out. Not long after he left, a muffled sound that sounded like firecrackers exploding in an iron bucket rang out in the forest. Phew! When he heard the explosion behind him, Sei Ito was mentally relieved. However, he still continued to rush away from the capital. He was not sure if this area was safe, and it was better to be careful before he recovered his combat strength. After running for a long distance, Sei Ito did not even know where he was. He finally stopped running. His face was pale as he leaned against a big tree and sat down, panting violently. After a short rest, Sei Ito quickly jumped onto a big tree behind him and hid himself. Then, he used the recovery method of the psychic energy training method to recover his psychic energy. Time passed, and the sun set and the moon rose. After an unknown amount of time, Sei Ito, who was hiding on a tree branch, slightly moved his eyes and opened them. He quickly reached out and grabbed a bright little snake that had crawled up his body and threw it away. Then, he got up and jumped down from the tree branch. "My psychic energy hasn't fully recovered, but it's good that it's fine now. I didn't think that changing cognition would consume so much energy. I must be careful next time. Unless absolutely necessary, I must not use the virtual domain," Sei Ito thought to himself as he moved forward in the forest. By the way, Rubik's Cube, How's the progress of Ie's body modification? Seito thought to himself. Subsidiary world, spiritual body. Yi. Current modification progress. 8%. The Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Seito's mind. Only 8%? Seito muttered to himself and put his thoughts aside. After all, she was brought out from the subsidiary world. First, he had to give her a body to attach to. This was easy. According to alchemy, after the materials needed for a human body were supplied, the world force would attach to it. This had already been done when Yi entered the Rubik's Cube world. As for bringing her into the main world, it required the world force of the main world to modify and adapt to the rules of the main world. This was to prevent Yi from being rejected by the world force as soon as she appeared, causing all kinds of death situations. This was a project that required time. Following the directions of the Big Dipper in the sky, after a night of running, Seito finally walked out of the forest as the sky gradually brightened. After walking for more than half an hour, Seito, who was in tatters, finally found a hot spring hotel near the town. Seito didn't care whether he would be rejected or not. He pushed open the door of the hot spring hotel and took out a bunch of money from his space and put on the counter. Then the face of the lady boss changed and led him to an empty room. He waved his hand to let the lady boss leave and directly fell asleep on the ground. When Seito opened his eyes again, the moon was already high in the sky and the stars were twinkling. Seito got up and stretched. He felt that he had recovered more than half of his spiritual power. He picked up the Japanese-style bathrobe and walked out of the room to the hot spring at the back to relieve his fatigue. It was already late at night, and there was no one in the hot spring. This made it convenient for Seito. He took off his clothes and directly walked into the water naked. Comfortable. Seito didn't open his mouth and said in a muffled voice. Then he sat comfortably in the hot spring and enjoyed it. Seito's spiritual power condensed and appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. Achum! Yi saw Seito suddenly appear and shouted happily. He ran up and hugged Seito. And how is it? Are you used to it? Seito hugged Yi and asked. There's nothing to be used to. Life now is almost the same as when I was at home. I like it very much. Yi said, That's good. Seito nodded and asked, How much time do you feel has passed since I left? Time? I didn't notice, but I ate 3 times and slept once. It's only been a day. Yi thought and said, Is that so? It seems that time is synchronized. I just don't know if it's synchronized with the main world or the current world. Seito thought and muttered to himself. That's good. Since you're not used to it, I'm relieved. I should go out. After all, I'm only a spiritual body now. I'll accompany you the next time the body comes. I'm sorry, Yi. Seito said apologetically. It's nothing, Ah-chung. You don't have to worry about me. It's you. It's very dangerous now. Hurry up and go out. Yi let go of Seito and said. Yi knew the danger of leaving the body. After all, she had come here once because of zero destruction. If it weren't for Seito and the fact that Shirmyaoyun and Honey weren't hostile, she might have really died. Seito nodded and withdrew from the Rubik's Cube world. Opening his eyes, Seito sighed deeply, but then he found that there was another person in the hot spring pool. Looking at the appearance, it was actually a woman. Seito remembered that this wasn't a mixed bath hot spring. At the same time, Seito secretly said in his heart, if it wasn't a safe place in the future, he would never empty his spiritual power. It was too dangerous. If he were to come to such a dangerous place, and an enemy suddenly appeared beside him, it would really be impossible for him to call for help. Helpless, Seito could only sit in the hot spring and wait for the other party to leave. But after a long time, he didn't see any reaction from the woman. Instead, she leaned on the stone at the edge of the hot spring motionlessly, as if she had fallen asleep. Then, under Seito's gaze, her body tilted and fell into the hot spring pool. When Ito-sei saw this, he didn't care whether he was naked or not. He quickly ran over and picked up the woman. He found that the woman's breath was heavy with the smell of alcohol, and her face was red. Apparently, The hot spring had stimulated the effect of alcohol, and she had fainted. Ito pulled the woman to the side of the hot spring and put on his bathrobe. Then he went to the side and poured a small bucket of cold water directly on the woman's head. Whoosh, cough. The woman choked and coughed. Then she looked around with drunken eyes, shook her head in confusion, and fell asleep again. Damn, Ito was a little speechless. How much alcohol did this woman drink to be so drunk? She actually dared to come to the hot spring. She was courting death. In the dark, Ito had no choice but to turn around and leave the hot spring. He went straight to the lady boss and left the lady boss to deal with the woman. Then he returned to his room. He still had something important to do. After returning to his room, Ito began to think about the problem of his cultivation. First of all, the 3 types of energy had already been combined. Although it had the characteristics of 3 types of energy, it was still a new type of energy with a higher quality. Using the previous cultivation method was obviously not suitable, but he had to master it as soon as possible. He didn't want to use up all his energy and wait for it to recover naturally. Who knew how long that would take? After carefully sensing the power in his body, Ito first tried the cultivation method of spiritual power. After a while, he found that the cultivation method of spiritual power was effective. But compared to the previous cultivation method of spiritual power, the effect was negligible. Maybe the effect of a day's cultivation was less than the effect of an hour's cultivation of spiritual power. Then, Ito used the cultivation method of life force and telekinesis to drive the power in his body. In the end, he found that the cultivation method of life force was the best. The effect of telekinesis was the same as spiritual power. Feeling the situation in his body, Ito put his hands on his knees and supported his chin with one hand as he pondered. Since the 3 cultivation methods are all effective, can I find the similarities between them and try to combine them? First, the cultivation of spiritual power relied on meditation and hand seals to cultivate through a specific breathing method. Then, telekinesis was to circulate qi and use the mind to control the qi, making it fluctuate between releasing and suppressing qi. This was to train the strength of the qi. As for life force, internal qi was to use a specific breathing method and meditation to circulate the qi from the meridians of the body to the dantian. What were the similarities between the 3? Chapter 102. Thanks to BHKLY for the tip. Still asking for collection and recommendation. Looking at the comments of Time Traveler, it is indeed, as you said, that I should firmly write according to my own thoughts, but because I found some loopholes, I need the help of readers. Although I want to exorcise the demon according to your original plan, I think about the system of that world and find that it is basically impossible to solve it when encountering Noah. And the world after that basically has a plan, so it causes the current world to be empty. This is the purpose of calling on readers to help me think of a low-end world this time. After all, everyone can only think of a suitable world by pooling their ideas. Thank you for the comments of Time Traveler. I look forward to more good opinions in the future. Below is the text say Ito thought for a long time, but he didn't find any commonality between the 3 energies, but he found that there was a connection with the mind and spiritual power with qi as the center. The connection between qi and mind was the running of the whole body. This whole body and mind was the inside and outside of the body without any gap. For qi, it was just the circulation of the meridians. At most, the part of guoshu might need to flow to the muscles. So the 2 could actually be shared at this point. And the part of qi and spiritual power that was connected was meditation, breathing, and hand gestures. It should be said that qi almost included all the contents needed for spiritual power cultivation, but the meaning and some core contents were different. For example, spiritual power imagined that the energy of the universe came from the void and poured into the body from the top of the head, while qi required the innate ability to move with a thought. As for breathing, it was the main secret of the cultivation method. The efficiency of the qi driven by each frequency of breathing was different, and the attribute of the chi-driven may be different. The last hand gesture was more like a ritual in chi, or a signal transmitter to receive the energy of the universe. But in chi, it represented the conversion of the 24 hours and the way of the exchange of vitality in the body. Understanding this, Ito gradually had some ideas in his mind. No wonder when I use chi to cultivate, the effect of the new energy is the best. It turns out to be here. Ito then carefully pondered over the details of the 3 cultivation methods and had a rough idea in his mind. Then, Ito sat cross-legged on the ground again. He formed a spiritual seal with one hand and a time seal with the other. In his mind, he imagined that he existed in the void universe. Energy flowed through his body as he breathed, and it flowed through his meridians to be refined and purified before finally returning to his dantian. At first, the energy in his body moved slightly, and then a sense of dizziness filled his mind. Ito-sei's face turned pale almost uncontrollably, and a faint tingling feeling came from his body. Ito quickly stopped cultivating and took deep breaths. Once his body returned to normal, Ito began cultivating again. He repeated this process countless times until the sky turned bright. Only then did the energy in his body flow according to Ito's instructions. When the energy returned to his dantian for the first time, a smile appeared on Ito's pale face. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, very satisfied with his results. No matter what, this was a cultivation method that he had created himself, right? Although he had modified it based on someone else's foundation. The results were very good, but the effect was really good. It was very suitable for the operation of a new energy. At least, the effect of the energy cultivation had improved. Although it was not as good as the results of the cultivation of any energy in the past, Ito-sei was already very satisfied. After all, this was only the beginning. Fortunately, the energy in my body has preserved the characteristics of the cultivation method. Otherwise, my body would have been filled with hidden injuries after this night of cultivation. Ito thought to himself, it looks like I have to go to a world with a complete set of cultivation methods and learn some theoretical things. After all, when it comes to creating cultivation methods, the domestic world is still the most experienced. Otherwise, if I rely on myself to slowly create cultivation methods, the road to creating cultivation methods will definitely be long and arduous. But why do I feel like I'm cultivating? Could it be because the characteristics of the energy in my body are very similar to the true essence of cultivation described in novels? Ito-sei lay on the ground with his 4 limbs spread out. Looking at the ceiling, he gradually became lost in thought. Speaking of cultivation, it reminds me of alchemy. It seems that I have to collect some books on alchemy in the main world. I don't remember where I read them, but the so-called elixirs of immortality, golden pills, and those so-called refining tools are all products of the Eastern alchemy system. Just as Ito was lost in thought, a knock came from the door. Ito came back to his senses and said with a frown, "Come in." "Excuse me." The person outside the door said apologetically and gently pushed open the door. Ito could tell that there were 2 people from the sound of the footsteps. He quickly sat up and looked at the door. Ito saw a middle-aged woman and a young woman walk in. Ito recognized the middle-aged woman. She was the owner of the hotel. As for the young woman, although she gave Ito a faint sense of familiarity, Ito didn't recognize her. Ito Mori carefully looked at the woman behind the boss's wife. The woman was not tall, only about 160 centimeters. She looked good, at least with the appearance of a superior. She was dressed fashionably, but she did not wear too much jewelry. Compared with the general Japanese women, she was plainer. Ichuang looked at Ito, who was still sitting on the ground with a slight dissatisfaction. "Sir, this lady is the young lady you asked me to say from the hot spring yesterday. She insisted on coming to thank you, so..." The owner bowed to Ito and said, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to specially thank me." After listening to the owner's words, Ito finally knew where the sense of familiarity came from. He waved his hand to let the owner leave, and then said to the woman. The owner tactfully left the room, leaving the two to talk in the room. Anyway, I still want to thank you for your help. After the owner left, the woman walked in front of Sei Ito and bowed to Sei Ito. After straightening up, she said, "If it weren't for you, I might have died in there. So your help is equivalent to saving my life." Oh, Sei Ito was amused by the woman's words. He nodded and teased. "If you say so, just saying thank you is too light." The woman didn't say anything. Instead, she took out a business card and handed it to Sei Ito. "This is my business card. If you need help in the future, you can call me at this number." Sei Ito took the business card and saw the simple words XX Society written on it. The name was in the middle, and the phone number and email address were at the bottom. However, just by looking at it, he knew it wasn't a private phone number. Karakimai. Wow, she's actually a celebrity. Sei Ito looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be Karakimai. Yes, Karakimai's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. She was very satisfied with Sei Ito's surprised look. When Karakimai entered the room and saw Sei Ito sitting on the floor rudely, she was very displeased. However, she was here to express her gratitude, so she kept her displeasure to herself. However, she soon realized that Sei Ito didn't seem to know her. This made Karakimai, who was quite confident in her fame, feel a little strange. She originally planned to just say thank you and leave. Instead, she exaggerated her gratitude and handed over a business card to see Sei Ito's reaction. Karakimai was very satisfied with the result. She didn't care about handing over her business card. Her agent's number and email address were written on it. She wasn't worried that Sei Ito would harass her if he knew about it. "Okay, I know. I'll look for you if I need anything." Sei Ito was only slightly surprised. After all, whether it was in China or now, Karakimai was a very famous celebrity. Sei Ito had more or less heard of her. However, that was all. Moreover, Sei Ito wasn't an ordinary person now. Although Sei Ito didn't notice the sense of superiority in his heart, it was indeed much stronger than Karakimai's. Therefore, Sei Ito simply threw the business card on the table and said, "Okay, I'll take my leave first." Karakimai was stunned by Sei Ito's attitude towards her business card and her tone of voice. She bowed slightly and left in shock. After leaving the room, Karakimai realized that she didn't even know Sei Ito's name. She smiled bitterly and went to the door with the lady boss. She got into a black business van and left. I remember Karakimai is around 30 years old. Sitting in the room, Sei Ito's imagination ran wild. This kind of thing was just an interlude for Sei Ito. After staying in the hotel for 2 more days to familiarize himself with a new training method, Sei Ito asked the lady boss about his location and left the hotel. After walking for a while, he took a bus back to the city. Sei Ito directly went to the city's big library and looked for books on alchemy. For example, Zabir ibn Hayyan's 70 treatises, the Book of Balance, the Darkness of Arcana, the Cultivation of Gold, the Catalogue of Learning, published in the 10th century AD, the Jade Book, published in the 12th century, the Guide to the Purification of Metals, published in the 13th century. The interpretation of the incomprehensible symbols engraved on the arched wall of the 4th chamber of the Holy Infant Cemetery by Nicholas Flamel, published in the 14th century. The Book of Hermes, the earliest alchemy book translated and published in the 15th century, Natural Magic, published in the 16th century, The Round Theatre of Eternal Wisdom, published in the 17th century, The Art of Alchemy Faced, Perfected and Supplemented, etc. Among them, there were some books that didn't have a translated version. Sei Ito also borrowed the library's computer to look for them. If they couldn't be found on the Japanese network, he would go to the China or the United States network to look for them. If they still couldn't be found, Sei Ito would also write them down and accept them in the future. In this way, Sei Ito stayed in the city for more than a day before returning to Tokyo. However, he didn't immediately go home. Instead, he went straight to the Tokyo Big Library to continue his search. Moreover, Sei Ito remembered that Don Ito said that there were a lot of unique materials from other countries in the Tokyo Big Library. This would also be of great help to him in perfecting his training method. As for the library in Kyoto, Seito didn't plan to go there for the time being. This was because Kyoto was too dangerous for the current Seito. In this way, Seito found a hotel near the Tokyo Big Library and stayed there. Every day, he wandered around the big library and finally attracted some people's attention. Chapter 103. What's the end of the world? What a pain in the ass. I'm also a 3K fan now. Didn't everyone notice? And Shiroi, tomorrow is the end of the world. Have you sent out the 12,000 sincerity? Please add, please recommend. Hello. Besides Seito, a very gentle voice sounded. Seito's mind returned from the book in his hand and looked at the person who spoke. He saw a person wearing a decent gray, casual suit. He was about 170 centimeters tall. His figure was a little thin, but he had short hair and rimless glasses on his eyes. He gave people a feeling that this person was very energetic and knowledgeable. Hello. Seito looked at the person around him with some confusion and nodded in return. I'm Shiraishi Matsudaira. Sorry to disturb you. The person who came was Shiraishi Matsudaira. He bowed slightly and said apologetically. Then, under Seito's puzzled gaze, he said, I have been paying attention to you for several days. I found that you often browse some books about Western alchemy, so I was a little curious and couldn't help but want to talk to you. Oh, Seito nodded suddenly. This is probably the kind of legendary interest. After all, it is really unusual to read this kind of thing in the Japanese library. Seito bowed slightly in return. Hello, my name is Seito. Hello, Ito-kun. Shiraishi Matsudaira smiled at Seito, pointed to the rest area, and said, Let's go there and talk. Okay. Seito agreed indifferently. Then the two walked out of the Western working area one after another. They went to the rest area and found an empty table to sit down. Shiraishi Matsudaira still spoke first. Ito-kun is still a student now, right? Yes. Why is there a problem? Seito's appearance was there, and recently, he looked younger after being transformed by the magic cube. He didn't care about being asked. I just feel that a student is interested in Western alchemy, and it's a little. Whitestone paused, as if he was thinking of how to phrase his words. Instead, Seito directly said, Weird. Yes, it's weird. Then, he realized that he had been a little rude, so he smiled at Seito in embarrassment. Seito nodded and said, Actually, it's nothing. I just suddenly want to know more about alchemy recently. Why are you interested in alchemy? Me? It was because of something that happened when I was young that made me interested in alchemy. Whitestone's eyes were a little confused as he spoke in a somewhat indifferent voice. Can you tell me more about it? Seito asked curiously. There's nothing that can't be said. Whitestone smiled bitterly. Obviously, there might be other bad memories in this story. Whitestone said, When I was young, I lived with my parents in Germany, in a town that was still considered rural at that time. I remember that one day in winter, my mother had a bad cold and needed to be sent to the hospital for treatment, so my father entrusted me to a disabled old man in the neighborhood. And it happened that night. The old man's room was very big, but it was very cold. Even with a stove, it didn't feel very warm. So, I woke up in the middle of the night because of the cold. I planned to go to the toilet and then come back to sleep. But when I passed by the old man's bedroom, I found that the old man's room was lit up. So, with a little curiosity, I peeked in through the crack of the door. Then I saw an incredible scene. Whitestone's expression was a little excited when he said this, and his hands were unconsciously clenched. It could be seen that the old man had a deep impression of that time. The old man was just holding a small crucible in his hand, roasting it over a kerosene lamp. From time to time, he would add some things into it. Those things were completely some materials that could be seen everywhere. Maybe a lump of scrap metal was the only valuable thing. Then, the old man poured the liquid in a transparent bottle into the small crucible. After a soft sound, a beautiful crystal that looked like a blue crystal was poured on the table by the old man. Do you know, blue crystal? That was the most beautiful crystal I had ever seen. Whitestone was a little excited at this time, and his voice was a little loud which attracted a lot of attention in the library. Seito had no choice but to remind him, Shiroshi-kun, calm down. Don't forget where you are. Phew. After being reminded by Seito, Whitestone returned to his original appearance with a kind smile. He stood up and made an apologetic gesture to the people around him. After sitting down again, he said, I'm sorry, every time I talk about this, I get a little excited. Oh, it's okay. If I had such an experience, my reaction should not be worse than yours. Seito smiled. Oh, Ito-kun, you don't believe it either? After hearing Seito's comfort and looking at Seito's expression, Whitestone thought of the reactions of his former classmates, friends, and people on the internet. He said sadly, how could it be? Seito knew that maybe his relaxed expression made Whitestone think that he did not believe his story, which caused a misunderstanding. I'm very envious of Shiroshi-kun. You can actually witness the use of alchemy with your own eyes. Really? Ito-kun, do you really believe what I said? Whitestone looked at Seito with a little excitement. Fortunately, he knew that he was in the library, so his emotions and voice were somewhat restrained. Of course, Seito replied with a serious expression. Great, finally someone believes what I said. Whitestone was very excited at this time. If they were not in the library, he would have jumped up and hugged Seito crazily. Then, Whitestone Pine, who had calmed down, continued. At that time, I was so shocked that I didn't know how I ran back to the house. The next day, I had a high fever and was sent to the hospital by my father, who rushed back overnight. When I was discharged from the hospital, I wanted to look for the old man, but he was gone. I heard from my neighbors that he was picked up by a rich man. Since then, I have been thinking about the old man's story. When I grew up, I began to use my own methods to track down the old man. Then, I learned about alchemy and tracked down all the information about alchemy. Shiroshi-kun, you have great perseverance. Itomori looked at Shiraishi Matsudaira with admiration and then asked curiously, what did you find out? I did find some things, but I don't know if it's true or not. This time, I returned to Japan to pursue a clue. Whitestone shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. But if you want to know, I can tell you. Please enlighten me. Shiroshi-kun, Seito leaned forward slightly, bowed, and said seriously, don't be so formal. This is just an exchange between an alchemy enthusiast and a junior. Whitestone stretched out his hand to stop Seito from bowing and said, although I have often been deceived by some inexplicable clues and fake clues over the years, I have indeed obtained some useful information. For example, people who know how to use alchemy do exist, and there are many of them. Some of the more open-minded alchemists gathered together and formed a loose worldwide organization called the Sage Parliament. The exact number of members is unknown, and the identity of the leader is unknown. However, there is a guess that the leader is the only person in history who has ever created an all-purpose substance, the great sage Nicholas Flamel. I believe that only he can convince these alchemists. Sage Parliament. Seito muttered to himself as he listened to Whitestone's description. At this time, Whitestone continued, don't think that the Sage Parliament is a secretive and loose organization. I heard that they are secretly funded by an old European financial group. Moreover, there are countless registered enthusiasts like you and me. There are no lack of famous scientists among them. So in terms of influence, you can even say that they are another Freemasonry. That's really powerful. Seito was a little speechless. Just how many organizations were hidden in this world? Sighing in his heart, Seito asked, is Shiroshi-kun also a registered alchemy enthusiast? Me? I think so. To register, you need to have a member introduction. If you don't have a member introduction, you have to go to an alchemy forum and publish some articles there. Only when you get enough attention can you join. Whitestone shrugged helplessly. Do you know the address, Shiroshi-kun? Seito asked. It just so happened that he needed alchemy information, so it was convenient to go there. I know. Whitestone nodded. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a series of English characters. Then, he tore off the paper and handed it to Seito. It's easy to log in, but you can only read some superficial articles. If you want to become a real member, you have to register as a VIP member. And the registration fee isn't cheap. According to the level of authority, The lowest is 10,000 US dollars for a beginner member to 1 million US dollars for a senior member. Of course, after becoming a member, you have to meet other conditions to read some articles. Whitestone said all this just to tell Sei Ito the details of the website. He didn't expect Sei Ito to have the money to register as a VIP member. After all, Sei Ito was just an ordinary teenager. How could he have the money to register as a member? At most, he would just be an enthusiast and browse the forums on the surface. Well, thank you, Shiroshi-kun. Sei Ito put away the paper. At the same time, he thought to himself, I only need the basics now. I'll register for a 10,000 US dollars account. As for the future, I'll talk about it when I need it. Then, the two talked about alchemy for a long time. Most of the time, Whitestone was the one talking, and Sei Ito was the one listening. After all, Sei Ito had only been collecting information for a week. It definitely wasn't as detailed as Whitestone, who had invested more than 10 years. At the same time, Whitestone also recommended some systematic books to Sei Ito. It could be considered as a systematic theory for Sei Ito to understand alchemy. Finally, when they were saying goodbye, Whitestone said to Sei Ito, in the world of alchemy, nothing is impossible. If you encounter a problem and can't solve it, it only means that your knowledge isn't enough and your thinking isn't divergent enough. You have to know that there is no end to the truth. Whitestone's words shocked Sei Ito greatly. Sei Ito firmly remembered it in his heart. Then, the two exchanged mobile phone numbers and went their separate ways in front of the library. Chapter 104. Begging for recommendations. Begging for collection. I still need to collect. And these chapters are probably all about the city line. While I'm at it, I'll draw out the story of the city. Finally, the next world will probably be a movie version of Etienne. I'll look for Zhang Sanfeng to learn something, mainly about Taoism. On the way back, he bought an international card from a Japanese bank in the neighborhood near the hotel. He directly sold 120G gold bars to the bank in exchange for about 20,000 US dollars in cash. Then he bought some books, music products, snacks, and so on from a roadside store and put them in the space. After giving Yi some time, he directly returned to the hotel and used the computer in the room to log in to the website provided by Shiraishi Matsuhei. Sei Ito simply registered as an ordinary member and began to browse the general information on the page. Don't underestimate the general information. It contained the comments of most of the alchemy enthusiasts. There are all kinds of strange comments. Maybe one sentence could inspire him. The only thing that made Sei Ito depressed was that the language of the comments was quite chaotic. In addition to English, Sei Ito could read. The Arabic, Egyptian, and so on were completely incomprehensible. After roughly reading all the popular posts or the posts by the more active people, he found that there were indeed a lot of inspirations, especially the 4 alchemy elements, chi, earth, water, and fire. He had a general understanding. After seeing that there was nothing worth reading, Sei Ito decisively began to apply for an account on the inner page. Under the system prompt, he transferred the 10,000 US dollars that he had just received. In less than 10 minutes, a short message appeared in his account. According to the instructions inside, Sei Ito successfully obtained a junior VIP account and logged in to the inner page of the forum. What entered his eyes was a large number of reading authorization articles. Some of them were even directly labeled with a price. If you don't pay, you can't read them. And the price wasn't cheap. The cheapest article on the first page cost 1,000 US dollars to read. Fortunately, the credibility of this website was very high. At the time, Shiraishi said that the articles inside were basically reviewed. If you don't meet the requirements, you can't give money to read them. And the people inside were basically people who wanted to join the Sage Parliament. It was impossible for them to do something like scamming money and destroy their own hopes. Sei Ito used his authorization to read the articles inside. Sure enough, it was not the theories of ordinary people on the outer page, but some directly applied theories and conjectures. For example, Sei Ito was now reading a post called The Role of Mental Power in Alchemy, which talked about the author's own speculation. He speculated that the power of the will might be one of the main requirements for refining the Philosopher's Stone. Based on his research on hypnotism and African witchcraft, he speculated that the power of the will itself could be used to perform some low-level alchemy. Therefore, he wondered if he could directly use the power of the will to perform alchemy without any external objects and achieve a similar effect to magic. For example, the 4 elements of air, fire, earth, and water. Seeing this, Seito's heart was moved. Right, even the cultivation refining in novels can use mental power to complete some steps. As one of the alchemy systems, why can't Western alchemy be done directly? Thinking of this, Seito was a little excited. As an ordinary person, their mental power might not be very high even if they trained normally. But he was different. He had powerful mental power. If he could really use mental power to perform alchemy, then there were some things he could do. After that, Ito-sei quickly browsed through some of the author's other articles. A large number of conjectures and theories appeared in front of Seitingshin, including some experimental steps. Seeing this, Seito stopped. Following the steps in the post, Seito took out some materials from the space and piled them on the ground. He then used his mental power to control the materials on the ground. At first, his mental power couldn't pick up the materials. Even when he picked up Seito, he still felt a little tired. But after a while, his mental power got used to the feeling of controlling the materials, and the tiredness gradually disappeared. Seito then began the next step, which was fine control. After all, alchemy was all about fine control. A small mistake in a step could change the result. During this process, Ito-sei finally understood why the post was edited to the point that only beginner members could read it. Let's not talk about whether anyone had enough spiritual power to meet the requirements of the external party. Even if someone was born with strong spiritual power or was gifted with the ability to use it externally, it would be impossible for them to achieve this level of control. Therefore, this theory was simply whimsical for ordinary people. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone in the parliament had seen this post, but there were definitely only 1 or 2 people in the parliament who could do this. After all, alchemists were inclined towards research. After figuring out the specific reason, Seito put down his thoughts and began to train his control. After all, Seito could cultivate his mental power. It was a natural advantage for Seito to control his mental power. In the middle of the night, Seito was finally able to control his mental power to a certain extent. Then, Seito couldn't wait to use his mental power to arrange a circular array according to the diagram on the post. The moment Seito used his mental power to arrange the array, a small flame appeared in front of Seito. It was wavering as if it would be extinguished at any time. Is this the elemental fire in alchemy? Seito looked at the flame in front of him curiously. His heart was filled with amazement. It must be known that in the Taoist cultivation system, other than those attacks that couldn't last long, one had to be at least at the level of a Jindan to be able to produce a long-lasting and controllable flame. What kind of strength was that? Although Seito didn't know, he guessed that it wasn't something he could compare to. But now, using a theory, Seito was able to reach a level that only a Jindan master could achieve. This once again proved that knowledge was power in alchemy. This made Seito sigh with emotion. Seito extinguished the small flame in front of him and began to concentrate more on the ocean of knowledge. Seito read a large number of articles at an extremely fast speed, absorbing the knowledge in them to complete his own reserves. In this way, Seito stayed in the hotel and didn't leave. When he was hungry, he would eat set meals. When he was out of money, he would go to the bank to exchange gold for dollars. Then, he would continue to invest in the ocean of knowledge. He didn't know how much time had passed until Seito was awakened from the ocean of knowledge by the sound of his phone ringing. Hello, Seito answered impatiently, holding the phone that he hadn't seen in a long time. Ah Chung, it's December now. Aren't you going home yet? Seito's mother, Eriko's voice came from the phone. It's already December. Seito sighed in his heart. Then he said to the phone, I know. I'll probably be home tomorrow afternoon. That's good. The day of the joint investigation is coming. Except for special reasons, all family members in the country must be present. Also, I heard that some things have happened recently. It's better for you to come back early, Eriko said. And I know. But, Mother, do you know what happened? Say Ito didn't pay attention to the outside world recently. How would he know what happened in the circle? He quickly asked. I heard from your grandfather that a relatively famous demon died in Kyoto. In addition, it's almost the end of the year, so the situation in Kyoto has become a little tense. Eriko wasn't too clear about it. She could only vaguely say it. Oh, Seito nodded. He thought to himself, that demon couldn't be the one that I forced to self-destruct. Fortunately, I left quickly. Well, since you'll be home tomorrow, I'm relieved. Be careful on the road. I'm hanging up, Eriko said. Okay, bye. Seito responded and closed the phone. After hanging up the phone, Seito sat in front of the computer and pondered silently. Joint investigation. After registering, I'll be considered to have completely entered the circle. Then, there's the exam before the new year, the annual leave, and the university entrance exam in February of the next year. There's so many things. After sorting out the next time, Ito browsed the post again, but this time he wasn't as engrossed as before. He climbed into bed and began to rest around midnight. The next morning, Seito got up and washed up briefly. Then, he took the taxi arranged by the service staff and rushed home. Originally, Seito was in the downtown area of Tokyo. Although the place where he lived was on the edge of the city, it still belonged to the downtown area of Tokyo. Therefore, the journey wasn't too far. After passing through the annoying traffic jam, Seito finally arrived home at noon. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, Seito waved his hand and took out a small package from the space and walked home. Standing in front of the door, he took out the key and opened the door. A warm breath greeted him. Seito quickly flashed into the hallway and closed the door with a bang. I'm back, Seito shouted. Chapter 105. The Earth version update hasn't been implemented yet. The Universe server indicated that it will continue to run for 100 yuan Wii. Please recommend, please collect. Little brother, you're back. Big sister Suzu Ito quickly came to the entrance and said with a smile. And I'm back. Why didn't big sister go to work today? Seito took off his shoes and asked with a smile as he stepped barefoot on the ground. I'm off today. Suzu Ito smiled, then took the small package from Seito's hand and said, What is this? This is a gift for you, second sister, and mother. Seito took off his clothes and hung them on the hanger without looking back. Oh, let me see what it is. Suzu Ito heard Seito's words and opened the package curiously. Then she exclaimed, Oh, is this a diamond? It turned out that Suzu Ito was holding a bracelet that she plundered from heaven under heaven. The body of the bracelet was made of platinum, and it was as thick as a knuckle. There were exquisite leaf patterns and openings on it, and a few small broken diamonds were inlaid in several openings. And this time I went out to help a jewelry merchant. He gave me a gift as a thank you. Seito sat aside and said, This is... Suzu Ito looked at the bracelet in her hand and hesitated while looking at Seito. Of course it's for you, big sister. The few pieces inside are all for you. You three can choose whichever one you like. Seito said indifferently. Oh, little brother is really generous. Big sister loves you. Suzu Ito was so excited that she ran directly to Seito, hugged Seito's neck, and kissed him fiercely on the face. Then, she ran to the side and poured out the things in the small package to check. There were a total of 4 or 5 pieces of jewelry in the small package. In addition to the bracelet in Suzu Ito's hand, there was a pair of earrings, a necklace, and a jade bracelet. At this moment, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Then his mother, Eriko, walked out of the bathroom, arching her back. Mother Lien looked at Seito with a gentle smile. And I'm back. Seito quickly got up and said to his mother, Mother, come here quickly. Ah-chung brought back a nice present this time. Suzu Ito flaunted the bracelet and waved it in front of her mother, Eriko. Eriko looked at Suzu Ito and smiled. However, when she saw the bracelet and the things on the table, she frowned and asked, "Ah Chung, where did you get this?" "I helped a jewelry merchant with something on the big page. The other party gave me something that I bought before I spent the money on." Seito knew that his mother was concerned about the origin of the item, so he told her the excuse that he had thought of. Eriko nodded and didn't ask anything. In fact, as long as there was an excuse, it would be fine. As for the real source, Eriko did not intend to investigate to the end. She had to clearly explain the ins and outs of the matter. After all, she had seen the changes in her son in the past 6 months. She knew that her son was no longer a delinquent who only knew how to cause trouble in society, but had become a man who could support the heavens. Then, his mother, Eriko, put away the jade bracelet, leaving the necklace and earrings for her younger daughter to choose. When it was close to dusk, Ito Rina finally returned home. When she saw Seito at home, she was full of smiles. After she was pulled by her elder sister to receive the gift, she was full of joy and praised Seito. After dinner, the three sat in the living room and began to talk about recent things. The investigation will start the day after tomorrow. It will still be conducted in Tokyo and Kyoto first, and then it will spread to other cities and counties. That is to say, the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, our Ito family will also welcome the investigators. Eriko explained to Seito, the specific steps are very simple. The special agent will use the energy detection system developed by the Environment Ministry in recent years to confirm whether the person has the qualification to be investigated. If the person has power but has not been registered, it will be registered on the spot. Then it will be connected to the network and sent directly to the Environment Ministry's database for filing. After that, another experienced investigator will check whether the newcomer needs to go through a special filing, but this refers to the general situation. Eriko sighed helplessly when she said this. At this time, Suzu Ito on the side continued, because of the personality of the investigator, sometimes it will cause some trouble because of personal preferences or temperament. I remember that 2 years ago, there was an investigator who was dissatisfied with the person being investigated at that time and directly caused the other party to be disabled. So, little brother, you have to pay attention at that time. After all, most people who have power are very proud. Is that so? What if it's the other way around? Seito frowned and asked. He could understand the pride of ability users. After all, for most ability users, ordinary people were like ants in their eyes. They were too fragile. More importantly, most ability users were people with unstable temperament. Often, because of some things, their temperament would be distorted and they would eventually lose themselves in power. They would act like they were the best in the world, but this did not mean that they could be bullied by others. Nothing will happen. In this circle, people with strength are respected. Even if you defeat the investigator, as long as you don't kill him, there won't be a problem. But the key is that after you defeat him. Eriko continued Suzu Ito's words and explained, after all, the other party represents the Environment Ministry. If you don't show mercy to the other party, after you fall into the hands of the Environment Ministry, the other party will not show mercy to you. And the person you defeated will hold a grudge against you, and it will be easier to cause trouble. Often, some things are all caused by these villains. Is that so? Seito frowned. Obviously, he was worried about the investigation. But you don't have to worry too much. After all, this kind of thing is rare. The Environment Ministry still has to consider the feelings of our families. The people they send are usually relatively modest. As long as you don't get into trouble, it will go smoothly. Eriko saw Seito's dilemma and comforted him. More importantly, we are members of the shrine system. During the investigation, there will be people from ISE Grand Shrine supervising. So even if the other party does something wrong, they will be restrained. That's good. Seito nodded and sighed in relief. Then he pretended to ask casually, by the way, Mother, what's going on in Kyoto? Just as I told you on the phone, a famous demon died over there, causing the relationship between the demon forces over there of the capital to become quite tense. It's also the time of the year when there are a lot of things happening, so the situation over there isn't very good. Your grandfather also said that if possible, don't go near the capital for the time being. It's easy to cause trouble. Eriko didn't care much about this problem. After all, they were far away, so she just said very casually, "But I don't think it will cause trouble. After all, Kyoto is the headquarters of the Shinto forces. At most, the demons will cause trouble, and there is a high chance that it will end peacefully." Suzu Ito smiled and said, obviously, she didn't believe that there would be a fight there. "Yes, but we don't need to worry about it. If there is a problem, your grandfather will inform us. And I believe that the people in Kyoto are very relaxed. If the situation is really tense, I believe that the shrine will definitely summon people." Eriko also smiled. "Yes, that's true." Suzu Ito nodded. Then, the four of them talked for a while, and Rita Ito took the lead to return to the house. Seito looked at Rita's back as she went upstairs, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Sigh." Eriko suddenly sighed, calling Seito's attention back. Eriko said, "Hachung also noticed." "Yes, I feel that second sister's mind is a little messed up." Seito nodded and admitted, "Rita is thinking too much." Suzu Ito also sighed helplessly. Seito thought about it and roughly understood what was going on. Just like during the summer festival, when she saw Seito and the other two talking about the same topic, she felt a sense of loss as a member of the family and the frustration of being surpassed by her younger brother. Coupled with the combination of the young girl's heart and the rebellious period, Rita's mentality was a little biased. "Do you want me to go upstairs and talk to her?" Seito said hesitantly. Eriko Ito and Suzu Ito looked at each other and nodded. Suzu Ito said, "It's good for younger brother to go upstairs and talk to her." "Okay, I'll go upstairs and talk to her." Seito nodded when he saw that the two of them agreed. He got up and knocked on Rita's door gently. "Second sister, it's me." "Wait a minute." Rita Ito's muffled voice sounded from behind the door. After about 10 seconds, she said, "Come in." Click. Seito pushed the door open, walked in, and turned over to close the door. At this time, Rita Ito was sitting in front of the desk. When she saw Seito coming in, she smiled and said, "Ah Chung, what brings you to my room?" "Second sister, I saw that your expression was not right just now, so I came to see you." Seito smiled as he walked to the bed. Then he sat on the bed, looked at Rita Ito, and asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" "How can you tell that I have something on my mind?" Rita Ito smiled at Seito. There was nothing wrong with her at all. He could not tell that she was pretending at all. "Second sister, there's nothing to hide. It was so obvious just now. Big sister and mother both saw it." Seito shrugged and said directly, "No way." Rita Ito's expression was slightly unnatural. She turned her head to one side and said, but even she felt that she was not confident enough. "Really?" Seito asked immediately. "I said no, so I said no. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Rita Ito frowned and said impatiently. Her voice was higher than before. "Well, if you say no, then no." Seito looked at Rita Ito and did not go too far. He just continued, "But second sister, if you really have something on your mind, you can talk to us. After all, we are a family. It's not good to let mother and big sister worry too much." Ito Rina calmed down the irritation in his heart and nodded silently. "Well, I won't disturb second sister's study, but there is something I want to say. No matter what, Rita Ito is Rita Ito. She is my second sister and a member of the Ito family. This will not change. So second sister, you don't have to think about those messy things at all. No one will care about those things," Seito said with a serious expression, staring at Rita Ito's eyes seriously. Then he got up and left Rita Ito's room before she could react. He gently closed the door and left Rita Ito alone to think quietly. He turned around and looked at his mother Eriko and big sister Suzu Ito, who were looking at him in front of Rita Ito's door. He shrugged and turned back to his room. The two who were confused looked at each other and returned to the sofa to continue watching Japanese dramas. Chapter 106. The next day, Ito Reina returned to normal. At least on the surface, nothing was wrong. The family of four stayed at home until noon. Then they took Eriko's car and rushed to the shrine. After all, there's still some things to prepare. Soon, the four of them arrived at the Ito family shrine. After parking the car in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, the four of them went to the shrine together. Then, under the command of Don Ito, they cleaned the entire shrine. They must let the visitors see the bright side of the shrine. This is not only to leave a good impression on the visitors, but also to show the prosperity of the Ito family. The four of them are not ordinary people, so they cleaned the shrine very quickly. Before dinner, the entire shrine was cleaned up. After dinner, the old man talked about the audit again, mainly about the preparation of the inspectors, such as carrying objects or secret methods that can suppress their own energy fluctuations. After all, in addition to the registration of the newcomers, the annual audit is actually an investigation of these idle forces that are not under the control of the government. After all, the more they know about these idle people, the better. Of course, Sei Ito also learned a secret method of the Ito family at this time. After using it with the intention of trying it out, he found that it also has a hidden effect on new energy. Although the effect is not good, it is really good. Moreover, he has other means to hide his strength. He believes that nothing will happen when the time comes. Such a peaceful day passed. The inspectors still didn't come the next day, but the Ito family didn't care. It doesn't matter whether it's a day earlier or a day later. It's something that can't be avoided. After eating and sleeping in peace, the inspectors came late in a black business car the next day. As the head of the Ito family and the shrine, the old man Ito, Kikujiro, brought the family to the mountainside and welcomed them into the shrine. There are a total of 5 inspectors. 4 of them are wearing black suits, and 1 is wearing a priest's uniform. The priest is probably the inspector sent by the ISE Grand Shrine, and he got along well with the old man. Needless to say, the remaining 4 were from the Ministry of Environment. 2 of the people in suits seemed to be ordinary clerks. They quickly took out instruments from a box beside them and assembled them. As for the other 2 men in black suits, one of them didn't look like someone to be trifled with. His entire body was covered with a murderous aura. If it wasn't because his cultivation method was ferocious, then this person must have experienced a great battle. The last one had a pale complexion and a smile on his face, but his expression was arrogant. Only when he looked at Sei Ito and Linai did he show a little lust. He looked like a perfect gentleman. The 2 clerical staff members worked quickly and assembled the machine in a moment. Then, they informed the leader, who was also the person with the murderous aura, to preside over the inspection. According to the usual practice, the registered personnel first came forward to take the test. Old man Ito and the priest bowed and came to the front of the machine. One of the clerks held a probing rod and walked to the old man's side. The other clerks quickly pressed a button on the machine, and then a beep sound was heard. The probing rod immediately lit up with a light. The light was divided into 10 sections, and finally stopped at the 6th section. Not bad. The old man has become stronger again. The man with the murderous aura looked at the information in his hand and said in a praising tone. However, he did have a right to use such a tone. After all, he represented the Ministry of Environment and was a superior. No, I'm old. Don Ito sighed and shook his head. He retreated to the side and continued chatting with the high priest, but their eyes were still focused on the test. After the old man, it was his mother, Eriko. Eriko calmly walked to the machine. After a moment, the result was 4.5 sections. Then Suzu Ito, 3.5 sections, almost 4 sections. Finally, it was Inai Ito, 2.5 sections. One had to know that concealing one's strength was also a problem. If one hid too much, it would be obvious that the family's overall strength was weak. If one hid too little, it would be obvious that the family's strength was too strong. This was a problem that could affect the attitude of others towards the family. Of course, it was also possible to make a person hide less. It was also a good method to make it seem like the rest of the family was weak and only one person was strong. Fortunately, during this period, the guy who was always smiling didn't come out to cause trouble, so the test went smoothly. At this time, it was finally Seito's turn to take the test. Seito walked to the machine. After a moment, with a beep sound, the result appeared. One section. This was the result of using the Ito family's secret technique, absolute, to deliberately suppress the result. After all, when registering, he had to write down his cultivation time, and he had only cultivated for half a year. If it was too eye-catching, it wouldn't be a good thing. Seito, who understood the essence of keeping a low profile, of course wouldn't push himself to the forefront of the storm. A newcomer? The man with the murderous aura spoke again. Yes. Seito looked very obedient and nodded. It was neither ostentatious nor cowardly. How long have you been cultivating? The man asked, and at the same time, his murderous aura began to spread, oppressing Seito. This was the beginning of the test. It could ensure that the other party was telling the truth, and it could also test whether the other party was a person who needed to be recorded. Of course, this was for ordinary newcomers. Half a year. Seito frowned and pretended to resist, but he didn't pretend too much. After all, the man's method was slow and continuous. If he looked like he was struggling to resist, it would make him look fake. Half a year? One section in half a year is not bad. How about it? Do you want to come to the Ministry of Environment for an internship? The man praised, saying something that he would say every year when he met a newcomer. This was another purpose of the test. If they found a good seedling, they would try to recruit him to the Ministry of Environment. After all, the Ministry of Environment and ISC Grand Shrine belonged to different factions. One belonged to the cabinet, while the other belonged to the royal family. There was competition between the two factions, and no one would let go of any opportunity to increase their combat power. No, I'm going to college after the new year. I don't want to focus on my studies for the time being, Seito said with difficulty under the pressure. Isn't this contradictory? You could go to school and do an internship at the same time. The man continued to ask. At this time, the murderous aura in his murderous aura surged towards Seito, as if Seito was going to destroy him if he didn't answer the question well. No, I still ready to concentrate on studying. Ito-sei forced out the sweat on his forehead and pretended to be very weak. The murderous aura on his body also began to leak out. You are indeed a good seedling. The man felt Seito's murderous aura and thought to himself. Then, he continued to increase the pressure to test Seito's potential and willpower. The man snorted and stared at Seito coldly. The murderous aura and murderous aura surged towards Seito. Seito pretended to be trembling, and his teeth were chattering. He looked evasively at the old man beside him, causing the old man, his mother, and his two sisters to be very worried. It's done, the priest frowned and said. Instantly, the man withdrew his murderous aura and murderous aura. Seito looked as if he had been reborn and could fall to the ground at any time. Suzu Ito and Linai quickly came up and helped Seito to the side to rest. Okay, the test is over. Old man, please register your grandson. The man walked to the side of the old man Ito and the priest. Okay. Don Ito nodded and agreed. He, the man, and the priest went to the clerk and reported Seito's height, weight, age, blood type, cultivation time, family background, and other information. The smiling young man, who had not made a sound or caused any trouble, looked with interest at Seito, who was being taken care of by Suzu Ito and Linai. No one knew what he was thinking. The registration was very fast. It was all done through the wireless network. After submitting Seito's information and the old man's information, the group of people left and went to the next family's location. After everyone left, Seito's expression changed. He stood up energetically and looked at the car driving away with narrowed eyes. He had noticed the young man's gaze just now. It was obvious that the young man was not a simple character. He did not seem to be fooled by his act. Ah-chung, are you okay? Linai asked with concern. It's okay, I was just pretending. Seito smiled and comforted. Ah, not bad. The grandson of my Ito family did not let me down. Hearing Seito's words, Don Ito laughed and was very satisfied with Sei Ito's performance. A year has passed. Eriko also sighed. Then the 5 people returned to the shrine together and completely relaxed. The following days became calm again. Sei Ito still used the internet to browse the content of the alchemy website, or read other books in his family's scripture pavilion, or exercised the power in his body and used the newly acquired knowledge to refine his cultivation method. In the middle, Sei Ito also took an exam before the school's annual vacation, and then there was a month-long vacation. Chapter 107. In the blink of an eye, it was the 24th, the day before Christmas. Ito Rita found Sei Ito early in the morning and pulled Sei Ito to a business near Ginza. Since the conversation that night, Rita was obviously closer to Sei Ito. The two strolled along the streets of Tokyo, moving with the crowd. Ito Rita had a happy smile on her face. Rita pulled Sei Ito all the way through the streets and alleys, lingering between various shops. Whenever she saw an exquisite item, she would stop to look at it, and then look at Sei Ito with pitiful eyes before asking him to pay for it. Suzu Ito and Ito Rita knew that Sei Ito was rich, so Sei Ito had no choice but to act as a worker in the People's Bank of China to pay for it. In the afternoon, Sei Ito's hands were full of various handbags. There were gifts for his mother and sister, and also gifts for his classmates, but it seemed that none of them were for Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who accompanied him all the way, was full of unhappiness, and it directly showed on his face. Ito Rita acted as if she didn't see it, completely ignoring it, and just pulled Sei Ito around. In this way, the two strolled along the streets of Tokyo for a day, and dinner was also eaten in a Chinese restaurant. When Ito Rita finally announced that she was ready to go home, Sei Ito finally breathed a sigh of relief, and for the first time, he experienced the horror of accompanying a woman to go shopping. The two strolled to the subway station. On the way, Sei Ito and Ito Rita's faces changed. Both of them clearly felt that not far to their right, there was a wave of energy surging. "Little brother, should we go and have a look?" Ito Rita asked Sei Ito hesitantly, but looking at his eager face, it was obvious that he was very tempted. "That's not a good idea. Look at how many things we have in our hands. If we go over, we'll have to throw them away. Can you really bear to do that?" Sei Ito also wanted to go and take a look, but after all, Ito Rita had never seen blood before. If she was in danger, she might get hurt, so Sei Ito decided not to take her there. Ugh. Reina looked at the bags of goods in Sei Ito's hands, then at the other side. In the end, she listened to Sei Ito's suggestion and rushed to the subway to get home. However, no matter how good their plans were, they still couldn't keep up with the changes. Just as the two of them were rushing forward, the energy surge suddenly erupted. Then, a black shadow rushed out of the alley and rushed towards the two of them. "Second sister, get out of the way." Sei Ito didn't care about the ordinary people around. He had to pull Ito Rina and quickly retreat to the side, watching the black shadow rush past them. However, Sei Ito clearly felt that the black shadow glanced at the two of them when it passed by. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. On the other hand, the people who rushed out from the back did not care about the so-called ordinary people at all. They directly launched an attack at the crowd. The dazzling light made everyone's vision bright, so no one knew what was going on. In the light, a lightning attack flashed quickly, completely ignoring the crowd. It jumped on a few ordinary people and chased after the black shadow. Boom! The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. Almost immediately after it was launched, it fell on the black shadow, causing a violent roar. Then, dazzling electric sparks splashed along the ground. Sei Ito and Ito Rita happened to be in the path of the electric sparks. Sei Ito had no choice but to step on the ground and annihilate the lightning that was about to reach him. This directly attracted the attention of the person chasing after them. However, the latter didn't say anything. He just stared coldly at Sei Ito and Ito Rita, walked quickly to the black shadow, and was about to bend down and grab the person on the ground. However, at this moment, the person on the ground suddenly spat out a blood arrow in the air and then rushed towards Ito and Rita. Bastard! Ito knew that he was definitely involved as soon as he saw this. He threw the thing in his hand to Rina, who was a little stunned, and stepped in front of Rita. He squatted slightly, opened his hands, and waved them in front of the Black Shadow. Bang! The Black Shadow didn't expect Ito to react so quickly. The two collided directly, and the Black Shadow's body was uncontrollably stopped. The person chasing after them directly threw another lightning bolt at them, completely ignoring Ito's life. F***CK. Ito was furious. Not only was he involved, but he was also so ruthless to the person who helped him. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? The energy in Ito's body instantly erupted, and along with his murderous intent, it shrouded the Black Shadow. Then, the energy in his arms gushed out from between his palms, pushing the Black Shadow directly to the lightning bolt. Boom! The Black Shadow was hit by the lightning bolt, and he wanted to escape at the cost of his own life. He wanted to drag Ito down with him. Now, Ito's double attack, and the lightning bolt directly injured him. He instantly lost his combat ability and fell to the ground with his body charred black. Seeing this, Ito decisively stopped. Before he completely figured out the reason, Ito didn't plan to attack the pursuer. Who knows what the consequences will be? It's better to offend one than two. Besides, this is not another world where I'm alone and I can do whatever I want. Besides, I still have Rita behind me, who has almost no combat ability. With the other party's temper, he could use Rita as a target at any time. Not bad. The pursuer looked at Ito from head to toe and said coldly, as if God was praising an ant. Ito didn't reply. He just looked at the other party expressionlessly, protecting Rita behind him. The pursuer didn't say much. He directly grabbed the charred Black Shadow on the ground and quickly left the crowd. Only a group of ordinary people who couldn't see clearly and didn't understand what was going on were left behind. At this time, Ito also pulled Rita, who was a little stunned, and quickly rushed into the subway battle, blending into the crowd and disappearing. At the same time, he secretly wondered if he should form a force, whether it's to collect materials or to protect his family in the future. Ah Chung, is that the battle in that world? On the subway, Rita asked in a low voice. Yes, it's very cruel, isn't it? Ito also replied in a low voice. Since Rita saw it, he could just treat it as a real case. Well, I always thought that the world you're talking about is like Ultraman fighting monsters in anime. Until just now, I realized how naive I was. Rita said in a low mood. This is the first time I know that you actually think of the things in the circle as Ultraman fighting monsters. Ito couldn't help but laugh at Rita's words. What's so funny, my sister and mother never told me the specific process. They just talked about it. How would I know what it was like? I can only rely on guessing. Rita was a little dissatisfied with Ito's smile, but he was also brought out of his low mood by Ito's smile. That's for your own good. If it weren't for the fact that I happened to complete exorcism, my sister and the others probably wouldn't have let me enter that circle. Even if they taught me cultivation, it's probably because they want to continue the Ito family's legacy. Ito said with a smile. My mother, sister, and little brother have already stepped into that world, but I'm still the only one who's still like this. I'm really unwilling. Rita's mood was once again depressed, but after watching the short battle just now, I really don't have the courage to step into that world. Little brother, am I a coward? How can that be? Everyone has their own choice. Not everyone is suitable to step into that world. Just like the environment, there are also civilian staff in the province who don't fight, right? Ito explained. Is that so? Rita looked at Ito suspiciously and asked. Absolutely. Ito nodded firmly, and Rita breathed a sigh of relief as if she believed him. After that, The two stopped talking about what happened just now and chatted about the future. For example, if the two of them wanted to go to the same university, the National University Entrance Examination in February would be held after the Chinese New Year. For Rita, this was the closest thing to her life. The two chatted and laughed until they arrived at the subway station. Ito finally agreed to go to the same university under Rita's strong request. However, since it was closer to home, he decided to go to Tokyo University, and Rita also agreed to it. The two walked out of the subway and followed the rush hour crowd out of the subway entrance. But then, Rita felt her body being bumped into, and she fell into Ito's arms. Ito quickly hugged Rita, and his other hand suddenly reached out to grab the person who bumped into Rita. At this time, another person hurriedly walked past them, and coincidentally, he bumped into Ito's arm. Obviously, he didn't know that Ito was not an ordinary person. Instead, he stood there motionless, and the person who bumped into him fell to the ground. At this time, Rita, who had recovered from Ito's actions, was furious. She got up from Ito's arms and kicked the person sitting on the ground behind her. As if she wanted to vent all the pent-up emotions from the incident in the afternoon, the person who fell to the ground instantly rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ito twitched the corner of his mouth, and he pushed the person in front of him to the ground. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and the person wailed on the ground dizzily. A group of onlookers immediately appeared in the crowd, surrounding the four of them and pointing at them. Second sister, let's go. Ito pulled Rita, who was still a little breathless. Rita looked at the crowd around her, nodded, and followed Ito out of the place, leaving only the two guys on the ground. Some kind-hearted people who didn't know what was going on called an ambulance after that. Nothing happened on the way back. But thinking about it, the incident in the afternoon was a special case, and it was rare to encounter such a thing. As for the thief, it was simple. It was Christmas, and a guy who looked like a student carrying so many things in his hands was obviously a fat sheep. It would be strange if they didn't take action. Back at home, Rina instantly returned to normal and began to happily shout as she distributed gifts to her mother and elder sister. She also shamelessly said that she bought all the gifts, and the money was paid by her younger brother, which caused the two to burst into laughter. Finally, just when Ito thought that he had no gift, Rita took out a small wooden box from somewhere and handed it to him. "This is for you. Don't say that I didn't give you a gift." "Thank you, second sister." Ito knew that Rita deliberately tricked him when they were on the shopping street, so he had to grit his teeth and say that. Chapter 108. At the end of the story, another part of the city's plot line was drawn out. It also drew out the protagonist's thoughts of establishing a force. After that, depending on the situation, he would go to the next world. In the movie version of Heavenly, he would look for Zhang Sanfeng to build a foundation and then learn some good things, such as Qigong, swordsmanship, and some Taoist tricks. After all, Old Man Zhang had 100 years of experience. Well, probably. Please add it to your collection and recommend it. At night, Ito was in his room. It was rare that he didn't cultivate or study. Instead, he was thinking about something. After the incident in the afternoon, he changed his mind. It was about establishing a force to protect his family's safety in the main world and to collect materials. The problem of money was easy to solve. No matter what kind of world it was, as long as it was attached to Earth's subsidiary space, their hard currency would definitely be gold. Then, there would be all kinds of special items in the current world. So if he needed money, he could just bring some gold and jewelry back to the main world when he collected materials in each world. Right now, the key was talents. His network in the main world was too small. Besides his family, he only knew a few outsiders. One was Kuraki Mai, who was obviously fooling him, and the other was Shiraishi Matsudaira, a so-called alchemy enthusiast. As for Yi, regardless of whether she came out or not, she wasn't a talent in management in the main world. She could only be regarded as a combatant. However, Ito also had some inspiration from Yi. He could go to various worlds to collect some useful talents and transfer them to the main world. Although the process might be slow, as long as he became stronger in the future, he believed that the speed would be much faster. After thinking about the solution of talents and money, the rest was basically not a problem. Even if there was a problem, he believed that it should be solved when the time came. After thinking about all this, Sei Ito took a deep breath, calmed his mind, sat cross-legged on the bed, and continued to cultivate. He also sorted out the knowledge in his mind to improve the existing skills. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Christmas arrived. The family came to the Ito shrine early. It must be known that every New Year's festival was a good time for the shrine to make money. The family was busy, welcoming the couples who came to pray. Looking at these couples, Sei Ito thought of Yi in the real world. After asking about the progress of the transformation, he realized that he could basically bring Yi out around the new year. Sei Ito shared the good news with Yi, who was practicing his swordsmanship in the World Channel. The latter cheered. After a busy day, the whole family did not leave and stayed at the shrine. After all, Japan's New Year's Day was only celebrated on New Year's Day in the Western calendar. So, there were less than 5 days left until the New Year's Day. Instead of going back and forth, it was better to just stay here. Anyway, it was basically a holiday, and no one had anything to do. During these 5 days, the family had a very relaxed time. Other than entertaining the couples and children who came to pray and play during the holidays, they spent most of their time in leisure. Of course, Sei Ito didn't relax. He was still nervously immersed in learning. After all, if he didn't get the energy cultivation method out of his body, Sei Ito wouldn't feel comfortable. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. At least, the 4 elemental arrays in alchemy could be completely released with his mental strength. It was almost to the point where it could be completed with just a thought. As for the rest, he could only use the principles of alchemy step by step to understand, decompose, and construct the process. However, on the night of New Year's Eve, Don Ito, who was watching the Red and White Song Festival, received a phone call. After the call ended, Don Ito returned to the crowd with a serious face and said, "There's a fight in Kyoto. How is that possible?" His mother Eriko and Suzu Ito exclaimed in disbelief. Sei Ito expressed that he couldn't understand. As for Ito Reno, after what happened that afternoon, she didn't care much about such things. Although she was a little surprised, she didn't think too much about it. She just listened quietly. I don't know. Just now, the shrine sent a message telling us to be prepared. This time, things may not be simple. Don Ito frowned. Obviously, he didn't understand where the demons got the courage to make trouble. They actually told us to be prepared. Is Kyoto preparing to gather people? Aren't they afraid of another demon war? Eriko also frowned tightly. I'm also very puzzled. This time, things are really strange. If it was just the death of a relatively famous demon, it wouldn't have reached this point. I suspect that there are other forces involved in this, and they provoke the attack when all kinds of things are troublesome during the new year. The old man said, "What kind of force could it be?" Suzu Ito asked. I don't know. There are several forces that I can think of. For example, the subordinates of the May Lady who has always been against Japan, the enemies of Japan during World War II, or some other organizations. Don Ito also couldn't figure out the situation, so he could only say so. Then what should our family do? Eriko Ito asked. Wait and see. The old man said decisively. That's the only way. I hope the situation won't get worse. Eriko nodded. They could only pray that it wouldn't be too chaotic. Really, the new year is not peaceful. Suzu Ito complained. Indeed, in previous years, although there were 2 or 3 big cats and small cats who took advantage of the new year to come out and hunt, they were all restrained. This time, it was the first time that Suzu Ito had encountered such a situation. Won't the Ministry of Environment send people over? Sei Ito asked. Although the 2 sides cooperate to resist some things on the surface, after all, it's only a big matter. Like this time, it's just a battle between demons and Shinto. The Ministry of Environment generally won't participate. They can't wait for Shinto to be weaker. So, if there's no clear evidence of external forces or Shinto is too weak, the Ministry of Environment generally won't come forward. Unless the demons don't know how to control themselves and cause trouble to the point where ordinary people are affected, the Ministry of Environment may be forced to participate. But now, it's obvious that the demons are aware, so ordinary people are not affected. Don Ito said, "Forget it, we just need to guard our shrine. Let's continue to watch the music festival." Don Ito finally said. Obviously, he didn't want to talk about it and ruin the New Year's atmosphere, although it was almost destroyed by now. After the vigil, early in the morning, there were girls in kimonos who came to the shrine to pray for the new year. After all, what they talked about yesterday was only the world of special people. For ordinary people, the world was harmonious and beautiful, not to mention that the incident happened in Kyoto. The Ito family, who were already prepared, skillfully led the pilgrims to burn incense, donate money, draw lots, and so on. After that, they led another group of pilgrims to repeat the process again. The whole morning passed in such a busy way. Afternoon, the number of pilgrims decreased significantly. Sei Ito, who was free, was dragged down the mountain by Suzu Ito and Rita Ito to participate in the temple fair at the foot of the mountain. Generally speaking, there was no difference between a temple fair and a summer festival. The basic format was the same, but the goods sold and the degree of excitement were different. For Sei Ito, who was already prepared to move his wallet, it was even more so. Sei Ito followed behind the two girls, and from time to time, he would take out some money to buy some snacks, such as squid yaki, small meatballs, sugar-coated haws, and other snacks. He would also pay to buy some small accessories and small pendants that Rita Ito liked. After walking around for a while, they soon arrived in front of a stall that was filled with people. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was actually a lottery stall. There was a wooden board with the name of the prize and the corresponding item that needed to be drawn. "Ah-chung, come and try. If you get the first prize, Big Sister will reward you." Suzu Ito came to Sei Ito's side and whispered in Sei Ito's ear. "Ah." Sei Ito looked at Suzu Ito with some confusion. He turned to look at the picture of the first prize item on the wooden board and found that it was a string of pearl necklaces. The design was very exquisite. No wonder Suzu Ito was tempted. "I can't do anything about it. It all depends on luck," Sei Ito said helplessly. "It's okay. Go ahead, Rita, and I will also draw. The more people there are, the more hope there is." Suzu Ito said. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded and agreed. The three of them went to the lottery stall together and waited for the lottery. After a while, it was their turn. Rita Ito was the first to draw. She got a white ball, which was the common ball, and the consolation prize was a small red bag pendant embroidered with a Japanese treasure doll. Then Suzu Ito went up to draw, and it was the same. In the end, the two of them looked at Sei Ito, hoping that Sei Ito would get something. Sei Ito was a little helpless under their stares. He reached into the prize box and felt a lot of pressure. After all, it was the new year. Sei Ito didn't even think about cheating with his spiritual power. Then Sei Ito pulled his hand out, and a pink ball appeared in his hand. "Congratulations, young man. The fourth-class prize is a bracelet made of artificial crystal." The host took the prize from the side and said to Sei Ito with a smile, "Thank you." Sei Ito also smiled and reached out to take the prize and handed it to Big Sister Suzu Ito. The latter just looked at the prize and handed it to Rita. Linai happily took the prize and put it on his hand. In an instant, the bracelet shone with a colorful light under the sunlight. It looked very beautiful. "Not bad." Suzu Ito nodded and praised. And Rita Ito also nodded with a smile. "It's good that you like it. Let's go." Sei Ito saw that the prize ownership was decided and urged the two to leave. "Okay." The two of them responded. The three of them walked out of the crowd together and strolled around. It was not until it was almost dinner time that the three of them returned to the shrine together. A few days later, Suzu Ito returned to the company as an employee and started working. Rita Ito also re-entered the state of study after playing with familiar classmates for a few days after the new year to prepare for the national exam in February. Sei Ito, who had nothing to do, once again immersed himself in learning and cultivation. Of course, when no one was paying attention, he would also let Yi out and let him stay in his room to familiarize himself with the world on the internet. In this way, January passed in the blink of an eye. The students returned to school, and it was February. The day of the national exam for Japanese universities had arrived. This morning, Sei Ito and Rita Ito went out of the house early and went to school. Under the school's arrangement, they arrived at the exam venue. In the continuous sound of ding, 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 the exam began. Chapter 109. I believe that when this chapter comes out, there will definitely be a group of people shouting. I checked the Japanese law. Cousins can get married, but siblings can't. But as for the future development, it depends on the situation. Maybe there will be an inside story. The next chapter is also a transition, then it will go to Etienne. Old Zhang probably can't wait. Looking for collection, looking for recommendation equals exams for the former Celestial Empire's college students. People who almost climbed out of the sea of exams were simply too accustomed to it, not to mention that it was an exam of this level in Japan. For Sei Ito, it was really easy. In this way, 2 days passed smoothly. Sei Ito and Ito Reina successfully completed the university comprehensive exam. They only needed to wait for the announcement in front of the major universities in a week. At that time, it was basically clear whether they were admitted or not. The next week, Sei Ito was almost free. He only took time to go to Zhonghua Street in Yokohama. Once again, he found the boss of Chido Wonjai to buy a batch of Taoist classics. It was just that this time, there were some Taoist alchemy classics that were not available in the past in the book list. As for refining, it was almost the secret of every family. It was basically like the books on arrays. It was almost difficult to find whether it was in the open or in the dark. In this way, the day of the announcement finally arrived. Mother Eriko accompanied Sei Ito and Ito Reina to the gate of Tokyo University. They parked the car in the parking lot near the gate, got off the car, and walked to the front of the admission announcement board beside the gate. At this time, there were already people here. If you want to see the score clearly, you need to squeeze in. Mother Eriko nodded to Sei Ito and Ito Reina beside her, indicating the two to go and see the list. Then Sei Ito took the lead, and Ito Reina followed closely behind. With Sei Ito's efforts, they squeezed to the front of the list. The two began to search their names according to their exam numbers. 125-0999-140-0033, and found it. Sei Ito's eyes quickly flowed through the list, and he quickly found the two people's numbers. Both of them were admitted to Tokyo University with a high deviation of 1%. We've been taken. We've been captured. Ito Reina excitedly hugged Sei Ito beside him and jumped while shouting. Then, the two of them quickly squeezed through the crowd and went to their mother, Eriko, to tell her the news. Rita Ito also took out his mobile phone and informed Suzu Ito, who was at work, of the news that the two of them had received the money. Then, the three of them drove to Suzu Ito's company and picked up Suzu Ito, who had specially taken half a day off. The family of four chose a good Chinese restaurant to celebrate. By the way, little brother, little sister, what department did you choose? Suzu Ito asked curiously during the banquet. Sei Ito said, I chose the archaeology department with a minor in theology. I chose the Department of Finance, Rita Ito said. I can understand little sister's choice, but little brother, why did you choose these two departments? Suzu Ito asked, puzzled. Of course, it's to be lazy. First of all, whether it's archaeology or theology, I'm quite interested in them. Secondly, these two departments are easy to study, unlike the other departments. After all, no matter which department I choose, I have an advantage. Sei Ito said, That's true. Suzu Ito nodded and admitted. What? So it's to be lazy. If I had known, I would have chosen the same department as you. Rita Ito listened to Sei Ito's explanation and said gloomily, Hee hee, You can't blame me. Say Ito gloated and then began to lower his head and eat, completely ignoring Rita Ito, who was depressed by his words. The whole family happily had a celebratory meal and returned home together. In the living room, the family sat together and chatted. At this time, Sei Ito said, "Mother, after I go to university, I plan to rent an apartment near the university and move there. It will be convenient for me to go to and from the university." "Move out," Eriko Ito said with a frown. It's not that she was worried about Sei Ito's sexual life. After all, Sei Ito was a person who could exorcise demons. If he couldn't even handle his sexual life, it would be too unreasonable. It's just that she felt a little hesitant and lost that her son was about to leave her care, and there was also some instinctive worry as a mother. If you think it's good, then move out, but remember to ask Shizhong to come back. After thinking for a moment, Eriko Ito put down the worry in her heart and agreed with Sei Ito's choice and said, "Well, I will come back often." Sei Ito quickly promised. "I also want to move out." Rita Ito saw the opportunity and quickly said, "No." It was just that Eriko immediately rejected the idea without even thinking about it. "Why?" Rita Ito said with some dissatisfaction and grievance. "You're a girl. I don't feel at ease if you go out alone." Eriko Ito looked at Rita Ito seriously and said, "Then I'll move in with Ah-cheng, right?" Ito Rina continued to fight. "No," Sei Ito quickly said. "What?" Rita Ito looked at Sei Ito with a threatening look. If Sei Ito didn't give a reasonable explanation, Rita Ito would definitely explode. "Let's not talk about whether there is a big apartment near the school that can give us a room each. Even if there is, it's not convenient for us to live together. I still need to socialize at that time," Sei Ito patiently explained to Rita Ito. "In the end, I am just a hindrance," Rita Ito said angrily. "No, you're a hindrance." Sei Ito was helpless and could only continue to comfort her. "If you are not a hindrance, then let me move in with you." Rita Ito stared at Sei Ito and said, "Mother, you see." Sei Ito was helpless and had to ask his mother for help. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. He heard his mother, Eriko Ito, say, "If you live with Ah-cheng, I will not object. Rita can cook for you, and you can take care of Rita. If you two live together, I will feel more at ease." Sigh. Sei Ito looked at Rita Ito, who was a little happy, and sighed helplessly. He agreed and said, "Okay, but you have to accompany me to find a house. Don't be dissatisfied with the house I choose." "Sure." Ito Rina agreed without hesitation. Then they chatted about some daily trifles and got up to go back to their rooms to rest. In the middle of the night, Sei Ito's door was knocked. Sei Ito got up and opened the door. He saw Rita Ito in her pajamas. Rita Ito flashed into Sei Ito's room and looked at Sei Ito with a sly face. "What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night?" Sei Ito asked in surprise and closed the door. "Little brother, I just went back to my room and thought about it carefully. Tell me honestly, do you have a girlfriend? Is that why you want to move and don't want me to follow you?" Rita Ito jumped onto Sei Ito's bed, grabbed Sei Ito's pillow, and held it in her arms. She stared at Sei Ito sneakily and smiled. "I said, is this why you are here in the middle of the night?" Sei Ito was helpless. He had never seen Rita Ito so gossipy. Could it be that she awakened the soul of gossip in college? "Yes, when I went back to my room, I was angry with your behavior, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. Then, I speculated one by one why you didn't let me live there. In the end, I could only come to this conclusion. So, little brother, tell me if you have a girlfriend." Rita Ito said while counting her fingers. "What do you mean you have a girlfriend? Whose?" What could Sei Ito say? There was no such thing. At that time, he just wanted to find a place alone to do things. After all, sometimes he would be gone for many days. This was not the kind of self-study in high school. So, he didn't want Rita Ito to follow him. It would be difficult to explain why he disappeared for several days. He could only make jokes. "You are the one who has a girlfriend," Rita Ito said angrily with a red face, but then she laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, we still have to live together in the future. You will eventually show your foxtail." Humph. After that, Rita Ito threw the pillow in her arms, jumped out of bed, and walked away. This made Sei Ito even more depressed. Sure enough, the ancient people are right. Only women and villains are difficult to deal with. Seito secretly said in his heart. He was not in the mood to cultivate, so he directly climbed into bed and began to sleep. Chapter 110. Recommend. Collect. Equals the next day. Sei Ito and Ito Reina went to the vicinity of Tokyo University as promised and began to look for a house. The two did not look for an agent or student organization at first. They just walked through the streets and alleys, looking for rental information. However, the two were destined to be disappointed. It was not that there was no rental information, but there was information, but it did not meet the requirements of the two, or it met the requirements, but the house had been rented out. The two, who were really helpless and impatient, finally had to find a more famous agency near Tokyo University. After explaining some requirements, the agent simply scanned the information and found a house for the two. Under the guidance of the intermediary, the two were taken to an apartment building very close to Tokyo University. On the third floor, the intermediary opened a door and led the two inside. This is the house I was talking about. Take a look and see if it meets your requirements, the agent explained. And not bad. The lighting is good, and the facilities are very complete. As for the environment, we also observed it on the way here. It's very good and meets our requirements. Let's do it here. Sei Ito and Ito Reina roughly checked the room and said, "Well, I will contact the landlord and sign the lease contract." The agent said happily, "By the way, can a lock here be changed?" Sei Ito nodded and asked, "Yes, but you have to pay for it yourself." The agent said, "Okay, as long as it can be changed." Sei Ito said indifferently. Although Sei Ito had not reached the point where money was a number in the novel, it was almost the same. At least now, money in Sei Ito's concept was a matter of how much gold or jewelry. It was more exaggerated than money was a number. Half an hour later, a somewhat fat middle-aged woman appeared in front of Sei Ito under the guidance of the agent. After Sei Ito and the other party briefly discussed the situation, the agent sorted out a contract. The two signed their names and paid Sei Ito a year's rent. After that, the landlord and the agent left. Later, Ito Sei found the locksmith company's staff. After showing the rental contract, he changed the lock to a new one. Sei Ito tossed one of them to Reina and began to form a seal on the door lock. "What are you doing?" Ito Reina looked at Ito Sei's actions inexplicably and said, "I'm just taking precautions." As Ito Sei spoke, he finished the seal and then pressed the seal on the position of the door lock. A small circular hexagram formation flashed, and the door lock returned to its ordinary appearance. "No way. We're just here to stay. It's not like we're doing anything. Is there a need to be so careful?" Ito Reina said with some confusion. "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Who knows what will happen in the future? After all, this is not our home. There are no protections to ensure our safety." Sei Ito said, "It must be known that although the appearance of the house where Ito Sei's family lived looked ordinary, there were special enchantments on the walls, the courtyard, and the roof. Generally, the enchantments could be used as early warning and defense against small intrusions." "Oh." Ito Reina nodded and didn't say anything. Then the two looked at what was missing in the house, and they went to the nearby large supermarket together and began to buy things to fill the gap. After everything was done, the two of them returned home. After arriving home, Ito Reina immediately told Eriko Ito and Suzu Ito that the two found a new apartment and left the address. For more than a month, Sei Ito and Ito Reina stayed at home with their mother to spend the cherry blossom holiday in March. It wasn't until the day before the start of school in April that the two came to the new apartment accompanied by their mother and elder sister. With the help of their mother and elder sister, the four of them quickly cleaned the apartment again and sorted out all the things and cooked a meal in the new apartment. After eating, they left home with Suzu Ito. At this time, Ito Reina, who already felt that she was free, was full of excitement, looking forward to the future and Sei Ito couldn't rest for the whole night. It wasn't until around midnight that she returned to her room to rest. Early the next morning, Sei Ito woke up Ito Rina, who was still a little confused. The two of them simply washed up, and after eating the breakfast prepared by Sei Ito, they went to Tokyo University to report together. The two of them were in different departments, so the reporting location was also different, so the two separated after entering the campus. Sei Ito, who was alone, grabbed a passerby and asked for the location of the reporting location, and then walked over there. Soon, a group of students appeared in front of Ito Sei. Some of them were carrying fashionable bags, some of them were holding something, and some of them were accompanied by others. They stood together in a disorderly manner. It looked a little messy. Sei Ito walked 2 steps to the front of the group and saw a cute little girl sitting behind a table to register the new students. The girl's speed was very fast, and soon it was Sei Ito's turn. After simply registering Sei Ito's name and other information, she sent Sei Ito a booklet and called the next person. Sei Ito, who was stunned by this concise efficiency, had to take the booklet in his hand and go to the side to read it. He saw that the first night of the booklet was about the new student's attention, then where to report, pointing to the classroom, and some other content. Finally, it was an introduction to the various facilities in Tokyo University. In short, he had a booklet in hand. According to the instructions in the booklet, Sei Ito came to the classroom where the Department of Archaeology was located. As soon as he entered the door, a burst of noise sounded in his ears, and then he saw a large number of male and female students in the classroom looked over. After finding that Sei Ito was nothing special, they went back to doing their own things. Sei Ito visually estimated the ratio of male to female students. In general, there were more males than females, but compared to the same department in the Celestial Empire, there were more females. The ratio of male to female in Japan was 1:3. When he was in the Celestial Empire, Sei Ito was jealous every time he thought of this data. In the big classroom, Sei Ito casually found a seat at the back and sat down, waiting for the arrival of the teacher. About an hour later, a person who looked like he was in his 50s, wearing decent clothes, neatly combed black hair, and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, walked in with a smile on his face. He quickly wrote 4 big words on the blackboard with chalk and introduced himself. "My name is Shibata Kazuo, and I am your teacher. In the future, I will be teaching the archaeology course. Although today is the day of registration, I still want to be here to get to know you, so I will call out your names. Please respond. Hunta Sawakiri. Yes. Korea. Here. Katu Ei. I am." But when he spoke, all the students looked over, wanting to see what this guy who had the same name as the hand of God looked like. "Don't look at me like that. When I was born, he wasn't famous yet." Katu Ei shrugged and said, "Huh." Some of the students laughed. Then Shibata continued to call out the names. Until all the students' names were called, the meeting was over. Shibata said a few simple words and dismissed everyone to familiarize themselves with the campus. After leaving the classroom, Sei Ito first sent a text message to Rita Ito, then went straight home. Sei Ito was not interested in learning about the campus environment. Soon after, Rita Ito also came back. The two of them briefly talked about what they had seen in school, then went their separate ways to do their own things. The next day, Sei Ito came to school on time with the intention of not skipping classes on the first day of school. In the morning, there was an hour-and-a-half history class, and the teacher talked about the history of Japan, starting from Yamatai. In the afternoon, there was an archaeology technique class, which talked about various excavation techniques and tools in the process of archaeology. After the archaeology class ended, he still had to go to the seminary class. In this way, Ito Sei stayed in school for more than a week. After going through all the classes, he began to have the idea of skipping classes. But when he thought of Rita Ito at home, Sei Ito had a headache. In the end, he had no choice but to leave a note. On it, he made up an excuse that someone was looking for him to exorcise a demon and that he would be away for a while. If there was anything, please remember to help him. After that, he quickly went back to his room and locked the door. At the same time, he added a barrier in his room and summoned the Rubik's Cube to travel. Chapter 111. Collecting, recommending, begging, begging, begging. Ah Chung, where's this place? In a relatively desolate area, Sei Ito and Yi appeared in an open space. Yi looked at the surrounding environment and asked in confusion. At this time, Yi wore a pair of white sneakers, blue cowboy pants, and a short-sleeved t-shirt. His long hair was tied into a simple ponytail behind his head. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in a dark blue cloth bag. The whole person looked simple and heroic. I don't know. Sei Ito shook his head and said, then what should we do? Yi said in surprise. There's no other way. We can only follow the main road. When we meet someone, we can ask where this is. Sei Ito looked at Yi helplessly and said. Then the two found a nearby main road that looked obviously different from the surrounding traces and walked along the side of the road. The main road was a dirt road. Although it looked flat, it couldn't withstand the wind. Every time the wind blew, it would bring a cloud of dust, blowing their eyes. In this way, the two didn't have the mood to enjoy the scenery along the way and quickly rushed on. In an instant, the two of them walked a lot faster. At about noon, the two of them finally arrived in front of town. From afar, they could see the dilapidated walls made of yellow mud bricks. One by one, people in ragged clothes with yellow faces and thin bodies, dressed like ancient China people, appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. And it seems that the ancient times of this world were not peaceful. Sei Ito was a little surprised. When he chose to travel to the world, he only chose the ancient martial arts world of China. The purpose was to find some well-known martial arts masters to give him some experience and enlightenment so that he could smoothly organize his cultivation methods. After all, when it came to the creation of cultivation methods and the concept of cultivation methods, there was no one in the world who could compare with the ancient people of China. With strange feelings, the two of them approached the crowd. Similarly, their modern attire attracted the attention of the townsfolk. Every one of them had a cautious and alert look on their faces as they opened up a path for the two from afar. What should we do? They seem to be very afraid of us. Yi asked. Let's go to the city first and see if there are any clothes for sale. Once you change into the clothes of this era, you should be fine. But you'll probably have to wear a mask. Sei Ito glanced at the people around him and said, All right. Yi agreed. The two of them did not expect anyone to pay attention to them and quickly walked into the town. Sei Ito found an inn in the town based on the ancient restaurants he had seen in movies and novels. Do you two want to have a meal or stay in a hotel? The waiter was stunned at first when he saw the way the two were dressed. Then, he quickly reacted and greeted them skillfully. Sei Ito was stunned when he heard the waiter's words. The familiar northern accent and somewhat muddled local dialect instantly brought out some memories of Sei Ito. Sir? The waiter saw that Sei Ito was stunned and greeted him softly. We also want to have a meal in the hotel. Give us a quiet place. Sei Ito said in fluent Mandarin. Instantly, the waiter's expression became even more respectful. However, Sei Ito was a little confused. Sir, please follow me. The waiter bowed and led the two of them to the second floor. He found a small private room and invited the two of them in. After they sat down, he asked, What would you like to eat? To serve the signature dishes. Then, come here again. I have something to talk to you about. Sei Ito said to the waiter. Okay, please wait for a moment. The waiter bowed and left, closing the door behind him. Chung, what were you talking about just now? Why can't I understand a word of it? Yi said in Japanese gloomily. At the same time, he reminded Sei Ito that Yi was Japanese. The language of this world is also one of the dialects of my hometown. Sei Ito explained to Yi. Isn't your hometown also Japan? Yi asked doubtfully. After all, he had been to the main world before and had some understanding of it. It's the language of my father's hometown, Sei Ito said. Oh. Yi nodded and did not ask any more questions. After a while, The waiter's voice came from outside the door. "Sir, come in," Seito said. "Sir." The waiter bowed respectfully as he approached. Seito took out a small piece of gold and threw it on the table. He looked at the waiter and said indifferently, "Well, I mainly want to ask you something. If you say something good, I will reward you. If you don't, I won't punish you. Of course, if there's something you can't say, it doesn't matter. Just tell me what you can." This was the gold that he had broken off from the gold bar when he saw the townspeople. "Look at what you're saying. How would I dare to ask for your reward? If you ask, I'll definitely tell you everything I know." The waiter looked at the gold pieces on the table and immediately smiled charmingly, looking like a lackey. "Okay, tell me what dynasty this is, where this is, and some information you heard from other guests. Go ahead." Seito ignored the waiter's flattery and asked, "Since you've asked, I'll tell you about it. We are now in the Great Yuan Dynasty. This is the border of Hunan. This town is near Dangfeng City. As for the other information you want, I don't know what you want to know." Although Little Fool was somewhat inexplicable by Ito Sei's question, he quickly answered it with the thought that the rich were the masters. "Let's talk about the gossip in the marketplace. Well, pick some information from the merchants who come and go." Seito pointed at the gold and said. The waiter immediately understood and went forward to put the gold into his pocket. He said more attentively, "I have heard a little about this. It is said that Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong Mountain will be celebrating his 100th birthday soon. Then, the imperial court will send some troops to fight against the forces of Jianghu. If there are any more, it will be just bits and pieces. I don't think you want to hear about it. Do you know about the forces of Jianghu? Tell me." Seito raised his eyebrows and continued, "I don't know much about this. I only know that the more famous ones are Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, Kongtong, Huashan, Kunlun, and the Ming cult, which has been wanted by the government recently. The others are just small sects in Hunan, such as the Jindao sect and the Five Tigers sect," the waiter said. "Okay, I got it. Use the gold just now to buy 2 sets of clothes for me and the girl beside me. I want good cloth. Then buy a bamboo hat, the kind with a hood," Seito said. "Okay, I'll do it for you now." The waiter nodded and bowed as he left. The waiter didn't care that Seito wanted to use the bounty to buy things. Buying clothes would cost a few taels of silver. The remaining money would be enough for him to live for the rest of his life. The 6 major sects and the Ming cult. This is probably the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If that's the case, I don't have to choose a target. Zhang Sanfeng will be the one. His personality, temper, experience, and understanding are close to mine. They're all close to Taoism. Seito thought to himself after hearing the waiter's words. Just as Seito was thinking, the door was pushed open again. A waiter carried a tray with 4 to 5 dishes on it. 2 pairs of chopsticks, a white porcelain bottle, and 2 small cups were served. "Sir, please enjoy." After placing the things in front of the 2 of them, the waiter left. Seito came back to his senses and said to Yi beside him, "Let's eat. You're probably the only one who has been hungry for half a day." "Okay." Yi nodded. The 2 of them began to eat. The quality of the dishes was not bad. The chef's culinary skills were also excellent. The taste was very fragrant. Yi was full of praise as he ate. The 2 of them finished the dishes quickly and asked for a room. Then, they walked in under the guidance of the waiter. The room was very clean and the lighting was good. The room was very bright. In the middle of the room, there was a huge wooden bed placed against the wall. On the left side of the door, there was also a wooden table placed against the wall. Behind the wooden table, there was a long bench. Looking at the layout of the room, Seito waved his hand and asked the waiter to leave. Then, he pulled Yi to sit on the bed and roughly told Yi the information he had just received from the waiter. He said, "We will sleep here tonight. Tomorrow, we will set off for Wudong Mountain." Do you want to sleep together?" Yi stuttered. "Of course. You don't speak the language and are unfamiliar with the place. What if we don't sleep together?" Seito smiled evilly. But isn't it too early?" Yi said hesitantly. "It's not early." Seito continued to tease Yi. If Ah Chung really wants to, I can do it." Yi finished his words with a red face. but his eyes were staring at Sei Ito without blinking. Sei Ito was a little embarrassed by Yiye's stare. However, Sei Ito was more evil. He reached out and hugged Yiye's waist. Just as Sei Ito was about to kiss him, the door opened. "Sir," the waiter's voice sounded from outside the door. Chapter 112. It's Sanjiang. Collect your collection more fiercely. Today I will push girls. Come in. Sei Ito's voice sounded with some annoyance. Then the waiter walked in cautiously and put a package in his hand on the table. "Sir, these are the clothes you want. And, by the way, give me some water. I want to take a bath." Sei Ito reached out and took the package. He opened it and saw 2 pieces of good cloth inside. The clothes had fine needlework and thread. Yes. When the waiter heard the order, he immediately left Ito Sei's room. Just now, when Ito Sei opened his mouth, he heard that there was something wrong with his tone. So, since he entered the room, he began to be careful. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would make Ito Sei explode and suffer an unexpected disaster. After the waiter left, the two lost their previous interest. Sei Ito opened the package and took out the women's clothes and handed them to Yi, who had returned to normal. "Is this the clothes of ancient China? It's quite beautiful." Looking at the clothes in his hand, Yi said. After Sei Ito's explanation, Yi already knew that he was in a world similar to ancient China, so he was very interested in the clothes in his hand. "Yes, the material is silk. This waiter is quite discerning." Sei Ito also looked at the green clothes in his hand and said, "But how do I wear this?" Yi asked curiously, which directly made Sei Ito stunned. The men's clothes were easy to understand. After all, he had seen it on TV in the past, and there was nothing he couldn't understand about the clothes. But the women's clothes, if there was no guidance, it would be difficult to wear them. "Forget it. You can wear men's clothes too. Fortunately, I bought 2 sets. Sei Ito thought about it and said helplessly, "Okay." Yi responded indifferently. After a while, the waiter's voice sounded outside the door again. After obtaining Sei Ito's permission, 2 waiters came in carrying a huge wooden bucket that was half a person's height. After putting the wooden bucket in the only spacious place in the room, they quickly left. Soon after, another waiter, who had been following behind him, came over with a small wooden bucket. He poured the steaming hot water in the bucket and quickly left. After a while, 4 or 5 waiters each carried a wooden bucket in their hands and quickly walked into the room and poured the hot water in the wooden bucket. After 4 or 5 times, the huge wooden bucket was finally filled with hot water. Sei Ito closed the door after the last waiter went out and said to Yi on the bed, "Yi, let's take a bath together." "Okay." Yi was. Sei Ito choked, but then he remembered that Japan didn't prohibit mixed baths. Moreover, he was the one who made the request, so Yi didn't have any intention to refuse. Then he saw Yi take off his clothes and pants, revealing the white lace underwear inside. The white antenna breasts made Sei Ito dizzy. Yi ignored Sei Ito and still took off his underwear and underwear. Almost instantly, Yi was completely naked in front of Sei Ito. Looking at Sei Ito staring at him, Yi said, "Ah Chung, why don't you take it off?" "Well, I'll take it off," Sei Ito said and took off his clothes and pants. After a little hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took off his underwear as well. For the first time, he faced Yi openly. Since it was already like this, Sei Ito didn't argue and stepped into the wooden bucket together with Yi. The 2 of them were close to each other in the wooden bucket, and they couldn't stretch their legs. "Yi, turn around and lean on my arms. This way, there will be enough space," Sei Ito said. "Okay." Yi agreed and got up by holding the edge of the wooden bucket, exposing his body to Sei Ito's eyes. Then he slowly turned around and sat down against Sei Ito. Immediately, he felt a soft and hard object touch his buttocks. Yi thought for a moment and knew what it was. His face unconsciously turned red. On the other hand, when Sei Ito's buttocks touched Yi's lower body, his body immediately tensed up, Then, he relaxed his body and hugged Ye's body to enjoy it. This bath was destined to be a waste of time. There was no end to it. When the two of them came out of the wooden bucket again, the hot water had turned cold and the sky had turned dark. Only Ye's face was red. The two of them took the clothes of this world and began to put them on. During the process, Sei Ito, who had been enlightened, naturally moved his hands around a little. After putting on their clothes, Sei Ito asked the waiter to take the wooden bucket away and send dinner to the house. After the two of them had a pleasant dinner, Sei Ito pulled Yi to his side and hugged Ye's body to sleep quietly. It wasn't that Sei Ito didn't want to do things right, but Ye's period had come. Otherwise, Sei Ito would have thoroughly done it with Yi when they were bathing. The next morning, the two of them got up and put on their clothes. Yi specially put on a bamboo hat, the kind with a long sand towel hanging down. Apart from a knife in Ye's hand, everything else was kept in the space. The two of them went downstairs and casually threw a small golden bean over before walking out of the inn. On the road, they asked a passerby where they could rent a carriage. Then, they went straight to the place where the carriage owners gathered. There, they chose a carriage that looked good and gave enough money for the other party to send them directly to Wudong Mountain. What's the boundary in front? On this day, Sei Ito, who was bored sitting in the carriage, walked out and asked as he looked at the scattered crowd on the road. In front, it's the boundary of Hubei. After passing the town in front, we will arrive at Shurian. After a few more towns, we will arrive at Wudong Mountain. Sei Ito replied. Oh, then let's rest in the town in front. There will be a lot of food to eat. Sei Ito said. Okay. Sei Ito immediately grinned and shouted when he heard the food. Sei Ito didn't care about Sei Ito's cheerful appearance. The main thing was that Sei Ito had been eating and sleeping well with Itingqing. If it wasn't for Sei Ito's Dadu accent and extravagant spending, Sei Ito would have taken a detour and spent more time there. Just as Sei Ito was happily looking forward to the food, a group of Mongolian cavalry galloped over from the road. They didn't care whether there was anyone in front of them or not. If there was anyone in front of them, they would lash their whips. Then, they wouldn't care whether the person was dead or alive. Sei Ito's expression changed when he saw this. He quickly drove the carriage to the side. However, how could the carriage be faster than the galloping horses? Before Sei Ito could drive the carriage away, the galloping horses had already arrived in front of them. See Lulu. The horse was startled. Sei Ito pulled on the reins with all his might to prevent the horse from jumping off. The rider also controlled the horse to prevent himself from falling off. Hashtag. After a while, the two of them controlled their horses. The Mongolian cavalry immediately shouted out in Mongolian. It didn't take a guess to know that it wasn't anything good. At this time, the other cavalry also urged their horses over and surrounded the carriage. What's going on? Sei Ito asked with a frown. Boss, it's not good. We've collided with the Mongolian cavalry. Sei Ito said with a pale face. In this era, the Han people were low-class people. They were people who could be casually bullied and killed. Of course, this casually referred to the situation when the other party was the Mongolian cavalry. Sei Ito also had some understanding of this era. Although the history books of the Heavenly Dynasty were very vague about this era and only described how great Genghis Khan was and how much land he had opened up, nothing else was written. Hence, he frowned and jumped down from the carriage. He looked at the surrounding cavalry, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hashtag, and another string of Mongolian words came out. When they saw that Sei Ito and Sei Ito were just standing there and watching and did not kneel down in fear like normal Han people, the cavalry were immediately displeased. One of them jumped down from his horse and pulled out his scimitar to slash at Sei Ito. In his mind, the old man could be killed at any time, and Sei Ito was young, so he could kill him first to avoid trouble. Seeing the approaching Mongolian cavalry, Sei Ito did not react. When the scimitar was about to land on his head, Sei Ito suddenly moved. He dodged the scimitar and approached the cavalry. He grabbed the cavalry's wrist and elbowed the cavalry's chest. Bang! The sound of the elbow colliding with the cavalry's armor rang out. The Mongolian cavalry who was injured by Sei Ito's elbow had his eyes bulged and his mouth opened slightly. At this time, Sei Ito grabbed the scimitar from the cavalry's hand and immediately turned around and killed the cavalry in front of him. Sei Ito was shocked by Sei Ito's ruthlessness and subconsciously cried out. He did not expect that this usually amiable young master was actually a martial arts expert. What's wrong? At this time, Yi also walked out of the carriage and subconsciously spoke in Japanese. After that, he remembered that this was not Japan and no one could understand him. At this time, the other cavalry who were stunned by the sudden turn of events reacted. They jumped off their horses and slashed at him with their scimitars. At this time, Yi also saw the cavalry's actions and immediately attacked without thinking. A bright light flashed, and the scimitars and armor in the cavalry's hands were broken into pieces and fell to the ground. However, Yi still didn't kill them, but Sei didn't hold back. Taking advantage of the moment when the cavalrymen were stunned, he rushed into the middle of them. The scimitar in his hand fell down and beheaded the remaining cavalrymen. Achung! Yi opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Let's go. Sei Ito threw away the scimitar in his hand and pulled Yi, who was stunned by his actions, onto the carriage. He woke up the carriage driver. Hey, let's go. Sei Ito quickly regained his senses and said. Sei Ito was also scared half to death. The two people pulling the carriage were not easy to deal with. Yi, do you know what will happen if I let those cavalry go? In the carriage, Sei Ito began to train Yi. Chapter 113. Finally, I bid farewell to my virgin days. Girls have been pushed. You guys should add me to your collection and recommend me. I don't know. Yi admitted honestly. If I let one of them escape, then what awaits us is an army. You have to know that the Mongols in this world are first-class people. Even the death of one can cause a lot of trouble, let alone the death of a Mongol rider. So to save us some trouble in the future, killing all of them is the right choice. Sei Ito said, Oh, but this doesn't seem to be able to completely prevent them from discovering us. Yi's IQ wasn't bad. After thinking about it, he realized that this wasn't a foolproof plan. Of course, there are so many civilians around. The Mongols only need to investigate and they will know what we look like. Sei Ito smiled and said, But when they find us and put up a bounty on us, we won't know where we are. I understand. Yi thought about it. In the end, he had to accept Sei Ito's words and didn't think about the Mongol riders anymore. But Yi, do you still remember what I said when I brought you out? Sei Ito said calmly. I remember. Yi's mind instantly recalled what Sei Ito said when he brought him out of the Zao family. His eyes narrowed. It's good that you remember. You have to know that there are countless people with special abilities in this world. If you are still like this in the next battle, you will only put yourself and me in danger. Do you understand? Sei Ito turned his head and stared into Yi's eyes. I definitely won't hold back next time. Yi said, just not holding back isn't enough. You have to make sure that the opponent you knock down can't fight back after you stop. That's the bottom line. Sei Ito said. He didn't force Yi to kill, but he demanded that the opponent be completely immobilized. Okay, Yi replied seriously. Sei Ito looked at Yi and smiled. He reached out and rubbed Yi's head. In an instant, the tense atmosphere became relaxed. It was obvious that Sei had underestimated the reaction speed of the Mongols after the cavalry was killed. Just as the carriage entered Shurien, the Mongols had already issued the arrest warrant. There were notices posted at all the city gates. At the same time, the Mongols in the city were like mad dogs as they searched everywhere with the wanted notice. This caused a lot of complaints. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones who were killed by the passing Mongolian soldiers because they did not pay attention to their words. At this time, Sei and others were driving to the foot of Wudong Mountain without knowing anything. Good. When the carriage driver saw this, he felt a little guilty. He trembled as he stopped the carriage. His entire body began to tremble. Layers of fine Han pearls appeared on his body as he stuttered. The moment the Mongolians saw the handle of the carriage, they knew that there was something wrong with the carriage. They quickly surrounded the carriage, and a group of about 10 people pulled out their swords and stared at the curtain of the carriage with murderous intent. Seeing that the people inside didn't want to come out, the leading officer shouted in Mongol, "Bao, shoot, shoot." In an instant, more than 10 arrows flew towards the carriage like shooting stars. At this moment, the roof of the carriage that had been silent suddenly exploded. Sei Ito and Yi jumped out of the carriage. They both held their weapons and rushed towards the Mongol riders. Sei Ito held the famous sword that he had bought from the world of hunters. He swung it and split the scattered arrows. He rushed into the crowd like the wind. He rolled and cut off the legs of the Mongol riders' horses. Yi listened to Sei Ito's orders. He slashed out with his katana in the air. A strong sword chi slashed through the air and cut the scimitars in the hands of the Mongols in front of him. The silver sword light that came after cut opened the armor of the Mongol riders and left bloody wounds on the bodies of the Mongol riders. Not good. It's an expert. The leader was quite capable. Under the double blow of his scimitar being broken and the legs of his horses being cut off, he was still able to stand there unscathed and shout out orders. At this moment, Yi finally saw the ferocity of the Mongols. He completely ignored the wound on his chest and reached out to grab Yi. He wanted to use the Mongol wrestling technique to kill Yi. Yi, who was grabbed, felt uncomfortable. He twisted the chi in his body and his body turned. He instantly used jujitsu and escaped from the Mongol rider's grip. He then used his knee to the Mongol rider's lower body. At this moment, Sei Ito, who had already cut off all the horse's legs, jumped up and killed 2 Mongol riders in front of him. He then rushed into the crowd and started killing. The Mongol riders were definitely experts when it came to shooting arrows on horseback. However, when it came to fighting on foot, they were nothing to Sei Ito. He did not need to use much strength to kill all of them. On the other hand, Yi's side was suppressed because they did not have the resolve to kill. In the end, when the Mongol leader joined in, they were in an even worse state. Sei Ito frowned and saw that he did not have any helpers. He only shouted loudly, "Kill them!" When Yi heard Sei Ito's words, his gaze changed. While he was struggling, his arm was injured by the leader. When Yi saw that he was about to be captured, he instantly made up his mind. He swung the sword in his hand and cut off the arms of a few Mongol riders. He dodged the leader's attack and killed one of the Mongol riders. Yi, who had started killing, was instantly stimulated by the blood. He activated Dragon's Eye, which he had not activated since he left above the heavens. His beast-like eyes stared at the leader, and his heart trembled. He hesitated a little. Yi used this chance to kill the remaining Mongol riders. Then, with the help of Dragon's Eye, he started fighting against the leader. After a few rounds, Yi, who had completely seen through the attack pattern of the leader, was killed by Yi in the Dragon Eye state. There was not a single complete bone in his body. His skin was cracked into pieces, and his face was twisted. Looking at Yi, who was standing in the middle of the corpses, Sei Ito slowly walked to her side. He did not care about the blood on Yi's body. He reached out and hugged Yi. He whispered in Yi's ear, "You did well. Don't think too much. They should have been killed. If you didn't kill them, they would have killed you. Moreover, they would have tortured you before they killed you. So, Yi, relax, relax." Under Sei Ito's gentle comfort, Yi's eye gradually disappeared. She fainted in Sei Ito's arms. Looking at Yi, who had fainted in his arms and was covered in blood and injuries, Sei Ito was filled with pity. After carrying Yi and searching around, Sei Ito could not find the carriage handle. He could only place Yi in the carriage. After giving Yi a simple treatment, he drove the carriage to Wudong Mountain. Luckily, Wudong Mountain was very famous. Furthermore, the carriage handle had said that if they followed this road, there would be a small town up ahead. When they reached there, they would reach the foot of Wudong Mountain. The rest of the journey was uneventful. However, since their clothes were stained with blood, no one was in a hurry to avoid them. Sei Ito could only drive the carriage to the entrance of a clothing store. Under the fearful gaze of the owner, he He took away a few sets of men's green clothes and drove the carriage to an inn. After changing his and Yiye's clothes in the carriage, Sei Ito carried Yiyi into the inn. This time, it was much better. No one looked at the two of them strangely. Sei Ito asked the owner to prepare a room. Then, under the guidance of the waiter, they walked over. In the middle of the night, Yiyi, who had been sleeping, woke up again. Her eyes were a little confused as she looked at her surroundings. When she saw the familiar face of Sei Ito, she became alert and called out, "Ah, Chong, you're awake." Sei Ito sat on the bed and looked at Yiyi. "Are you okay?" Yiyi asked hesitantly. "Yes, you're okay." Sei Ito reached out and patted Yiyi's head. Looking at the still confused Yiyi, she smiled gently and said, "Don't think too much. You did a good job. They were born to be killed. If you didn't kill them, they would have killed you. So don't worry." Sei Ito repeated these words again. Together with what Yiyi heard in the dragon's eye, Yi instantly felt relieved. It was as if what he did was right. Her psychological pressure was relieved. "Yes." Yi nodded with a smile. "I ordered the dishes. They're cold. I'll ask them to heat them up. Let's eat together." Sei Ito pointed at the dishes on the table. Then, she got up and asked the waiter to change the dishes. The two of them had a warm dinner. Then, Sei Ito called for hot water. The two of them naturally couldn't avoid showing off their affection. Then, the two of them didn't know how the waiter tidied them up. Just like that, they fell naked on the bed. Then, Yi groaned and the wooden bed creaked. It was a night of spring, and the room was filled with charm. You can imagine the specific process yourself. I don't know the inside story. Sex is the best medicine to relieve the pressure in one's heart. It was unknown who had said this before. The next day, Sei Ito woke up early with a red face. Looking at Yi, who was still blushing and sleeping, she leaned over and kissed him. Unexpectedly, this action directly woke Yi up. Yi opened his eyes and stared straight at Sei Ito. "You're awake. Sleep a little more?" Sei Ito said gently. "No," Yi said as he prepared to get up. However, it affected the pain in his lower body. His brows unconsciously wrinkled. Sei Ito still didn't understand. Although this was the first time, it was often described in Chinese novels. He took out a rejuvenation talisman and stuck it on Yiye's lower abdomen while Yiye's face was red. Much better. After a moment, the effect of the talisman disappeared. Sei Ito teased. And Yi lowered his head with a red face and responded like a mosquito. "That's good. Get ready. We're going to Wudong Mountain today," Sei Ito said. Then, the two of them quickly got up and washed up. They put on 2 sets of clothes that Sei Ito took from the clothing store. After a simple meal downstairs, the two of them walked to the foot of Wudong Mountain under the guidance of the shopkeeper. "Is this Wudong Mountain?" Yi said as he looked at the green pine trees and cypress trees that formed a forest. Smoke lingered in the air, making it seem like a fairyland. "And," Sei Ito nodded and took the lead to climb the mountain. Chapter 114. Collection, where are you? Recommendation is waiting for you. Recommendation, where are you? Collection is thinking of you. Step by step. The two quickly came to the sword dispelling stone halfway up the mountain. Sei Ito whispered a few words to Yi, took the weapon in her hand into the space, and continued to climb Wudong Mountain. After passing the sword dispelling stone, the place where the Wudong main hall was located was not far. The two quickly came to the gate of Wudong Mountain. After seeing the two, a young Taoist quickly walked over, bowed to the two, and said, "I don't know what Tu Shan Fu show. I specially checked. This is the name of Taoism. Have come to my Wudong. Taoist priest, I want to see Taoist Master Sanfeng." Sei Ito also returned the bow and said, This poor Taoist can't make the decision. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform him." The Taoist priest bowed, turned around, and walked quickly to the main hall. As expected of Wudong Mountain, even a welcome is so polite, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart. After a while, the welcoming Taoist priest returned again and said to the two, "Shan Fusho, Taoist master invites you." Then, He respectfully led the two through a bluestone square and walked into the true martial hall with the door open in the middle. In the hall, there were red-painted wooden pillars that were as thick as a person hugging each other on both sides of the hall. They went straight to the front of the true martial statue, like a road showing a solemn atmosphere. Under the huge true martial statue, a fat old Taoist priest with white hair and beard looked at the two people who were led in with a kind expression. Behind the old Taoist priest, 6 old middle-aged and green Taoists stood on the left and right of the old Taoist priest, and they also looked at the two people with scrutinizing eyes. Taoist master, the people have been brought. The Taoist priest bowed in front of the old Taoist priest. Well, you can go. The old Taoist priest, Taoist Master Zhang Sanfeng, waved his hand and said, Taoist Master Zhang, my name is Yi Tingxing, and this is my wife, Yi. After Sei Ito led the Taoist priest away, he placed his left palm on his right fist and pushed it out from his left chest. He took a step forward and cupped his hands towards Zhang Sanfeng, speaking with the etiquette of the Jianghu. I wonder what brings the two young heroes to my Wu-Dang sect. Zhang Sanfeng asked with a smile, looking like an old man next door. I don't dare to accept the title of young hero, but I do have something to ask of Taoist Zhang. Sei Ito said respectfully, regardless of whether it was the other party's martial prowess, fame, or legends. They were all worthy of Sei Ito's respect. Oh, Zhang Sanfeng understood the meaning behind Sei Ito's words. Sei Ito was not begging Wu Dang, but Zhang Sanfeng himself. It's like this. I recently had a fortuitous encounter which caused a change in the cultivation in my body. It's no longer suitable for the cultivation method I practiced before. Therefore, I took the risk to create a new cultivation method. However, my foundation is shallow, and my foundation is insufficient, so my cultivation method is very rough. I also want to find other masters to teach me, but there are countless experts in the martial arts world. However, I think that only Taoist Zhang can have the opportunity to meet them and give me guidance. Therefore, I came to Wu Dang sect to ask Taoist Zhang. Ito Sei politely told Zhang Sanfeng what he wanted and why he wanted to do it. Of course, he also gave Zhang Sanfeng some flattery to increase the success rate. The rest was up to Zhang Sanfeng. Oh, young hero is amazing. At such a young age, you've already started to create your own cultivation method. It's really like the new generation excels the old. Zhang Sanfeng said in amazement. I don't dare. Sei Ito said modestly. Since you've come to beg me, I'll be embarrassed to drive you away. Come, follow me to the back hall. Zhang Sanfeng said as he led Sei Ito and Yi out of the true martial hall and walked towards the back hall. The rest of the 7 heroes of Wu Dang looked at each other and followed in amazement. The back hall was not far away. They soon arrived at a room in the back hall. After sitting down, Zhang Sanfeng said, Come, let me take a look. When Sei Ito heard this, he immediately got up and walked in front of Zhang Sanfeng, allowing Zhang Sanfeng to grab his arm. In an instant, Sei Ito felt a gentle force coming from Zhang Sanfeng's hand. It quickly flowed through his meridians and finally retreated from his arm after a slight pause in his dantian. Zhang Sanfeng frowned and pondered for a while. The energy in your body is really strange. I wonder what kind of cultivation method you've been practicing. In fact, asking others about their cultivation method was already a taboo in Jianghu. However, Zhang Sanfeng was different. Not to mention fame or anything, Sei Ito was already prepared to answer when he came to beg him. I've been practicing a Taoist life force cultivation method passed down in my family, and then some of my family's legendary techniques. Sei Ito could not say yin-yang technique, so he could only say that it was a legendary technique of the Chung family. However, it was not wrong. After all, it was passed down in the Ito family. I think the energy in your body must have changed because of a strange technique. I wonder if you could show me your strange technique. Zhang Sanfeng instantly guessed the problem and said, Yes, but the method is a little strange. Please don't blame me. Sei Ito said, then walked to the center and quickly made a seal with his hands under everyone's curiosity. In an instant, a stream of energy emerged from Seito's hands, forming a six-pointed star pattern that rolled in Seito's hands. Then, with Ito-Sei's loud shout, he was pressed to the ground. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared around Seito's body, enveloping Seito. However, Seito did not stop. In order to display the characteristics of his yin-yang technique more comprehensively, he also wanted Zhang Sanfeng to understand it more clearly. Seito instantly took out a few talismans and stuck them on Ye's body. Yi did not dodge and let the talismans stick on his body. Then, a green energy color emerged from Ye's body. Then, Seito's hands made a seal again, but this time, it was a single-hand seal. Then a crackling sound was heard, and a wooden chair beside Seito was shattered into pieces by the lightning in Seito's hand. After all this was done, Seito stopped and looked at Zhang Sanfeng and the others. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng and the others were already stunned, especially Zhang Sanfeng, who stood there with a mixture of shock and excitement, looking at Seito eagerly. However, in the end, they were all strong-willed people. Zhang Sanfeng and the others quickly recovered. Zhang Sanfeng even said, "Good, good. It really is a strange technique. But why does young hero's strange technique give me a kind of magic that is similar to the magic in Taoist legends? Indeed, some of the strange techniques I used are indeed from Taoist magic." Seito also admitted honestly. After listening to Seito's answer, Zhang Sanfeng muttered at first, and then shouted excitedly, "Taoist magic! Taoist magic! It seems that the legend is really true. The heavens did not deceive me." Seito was initially frightened by Zhang Sanfeng's appearance, but after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. As a Taoist, which Taoist had not heard of the legends of the ancient immortals? Which Taoist did not have a desire for immortality? Now, but the Taoist magic had really appeared in front of him. Was the other magic still far away? It was no wonder that Zhang Sanfeng and the other Taoists were excited. After all, in addition to their martial arts, they were still Taoists. "Master, the 7 heroes of Wudong were not much better, but they still maintained their rationality and called Zhang Sanfeng back to reality in unison. If that's the case, young friend, maybe you can start with the Taoist classics." After calming down, Zhang Sanfeng pointed out, it was just that the title had changed from young hero to young friend, which showed the change in attitude. "That's exactly what I was planning to do. But the collection of books at home is too small, and we don't have the accumulation of Taoist court like Wudong. So we came here." Seito said, "I don't dare to say that in the Taoist court. If people from Kunlun, Huashan, and Kantong heard it, it would be troublesome." Zhang Sanfeng had completely recovered at this time, and said with a smile, but no matter how one looked at it, he did not seem to be modest. Then Seito and Zhang Sanfeng began to discuss the topic of Taoism, from classics to martial arts, from ideas to practice. In any case, the scope of the discussion was very wide and the topics were mixed. In the meantime, the 7 heroes of Wudong were also affected by the warm atmosphere, and from time to time, they would insert a sentence explaining their understanding of Taoism and martial arts. One could imagine how much Seito's harvest would be. In particular, Zhang Sanfeng's understanding of the Taoist classics, his deep understanding of Taoism, his understanding of martial arts, and the philosophical thinking of the creation of martial arts were all precious reference materials for Seito. When they talked, they completely forgot about the time. It was not until the young Taoist came over to remind everyone to have dinner that they came back to their senses. They looked at each other and smiled, then went to the dining hall to eat together, and then couldn't wait to return to the back hall to continue the discussion. Thus, Seito and Yi completely lived in Wudong Mountain. Almost every day, Seito would talk about Taoism and martial arts with the upper echelons of Wudong sect. In this way, the harvest of Wudong sect's people could be imagined. At the same time, in order to repay Seito, Wudong sect's Sutra Pavilion was open to them. This was simply great news for Seito. In addition to communicating with Zhang Sanfeng and the others, he spent almost every day in the Sutra Pavilion, looking at all kinds of classics. Of course, Seito also had a sense of propriety. He only looked at the basics of martial arts. As for Wudong's sect, he did not touch a single one. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. On this day, when Zhang Sanfeng and Seito were discussing a certain Taoist canon, a young Taoist hurriedly ran over, gasping for breath, and said, "Grandmaster, it's not good. Martial Ancestor Song asked me to inform you." He said that someone saw Fifth Martial Uncle's house appear in the small town of Shurian at the foot of the mountain. He also received news that someone will ambush Fifth Martial Uncle's house there. After hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng almost instantly stood up from his seat, and with a turn of his qigong, he instantly rushed out of the main hall and disappeared from Wudong Mountain with a few leaps. Looking at the disappearing Zhang Sanfeng, Seito secretly said in his heart, "This is the story of Zhang Wuji's return. Whether it is a novel, a movie, or a TV series, it seems that Zhang Wuji did not end well in the end." With this thought in mind, Seito almost instantly thought that when the time came, everyone in Wudong's sect would definitely ask him to help treat Zhang Wuji. Unfortunately, this was an internal injury, and the effect of the rejuvenation talisman was almost negligible. At most, it could help Zhang Wuji suppress the pain of the poison. Sure enough, not long after, when the sky was about to turn dark, Zhang Chuishan and his wife, with blood on the side of their mouth, held their son Zhang Wuji and appeared in front of Wudong Mountain's main hall. They hurriedly described Zhang Wuji's situation. Then, Hero Song Yuan Xiao immediately took Zhang Wuji to a large room in the side courtyard of the rear hall, and several people jointly channeled their internal energy to suppress the cold poison in Zhang Wuji's body. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.